doesn't know. Arion doesn't know either. So if he doesn't know, I'm trying to figure out. So I figure out the when. I need to be hyper focused on the what. What do I need to do to bring about Geula? What do I need to do to bring about Mashiach? What do I need to do in my person? And the mistakes of the cloud. Incredible. So Mar goes right there. Shalach lay. Rashi says that there is a predetermined time for Mashiach. And that's it. What you do. But it doesn't necessarily preclude the possibility of advancing his arrival through our spiritual word, right? So I'm not to go zooming in. Where do you have this call from? I'm on the sign, which is in the after first Dalit Apayim, Masayim Tishra. After 4 those years will be wars of great sea creatures. Some of them will be Gogumago of 6,000. Active creation. Allah Shana. It says Mikra that locates
Big boy squad. Big boy
interpret it. There will be a vision for the appointed time. The gates for the Hazard. The end will come.
Big boy
If you need to wait for him. He will come. And he will not be delayed.
Athleticism, baby. Are you fucking serious? This motherfucker is so athletic. Makes me want to. Shit. Oh, God, come on. Thick boy squad. Thick boy nation. Yo, shout out to Bong James Bong. Thick boy squad. What is? No one knows. No one. Hey, Rabbi, what is this? No one knows. Thick boy squad, thick boy nation, son, thick boy nation, son, thick boy squad, thick boy nation, thick boy. Look at this athleticism. Thick boy nation. With your bad self. Go on with your bad, huh? Thick boy nation. Son. West side gang. Thick boy nation. Thick boy squad. Thick boy nation. Look at this athleticism. Straight days, like not even close. Like boy squad. Thick boy nation. Yo, happy birthday, you fabulous. Thick boy squad. Thick nation. Look at this move. Thick squad. Thick boy nation. Thick boy squad. Thick boy nation. Son. Listen. Athleticism. Thick boy squad. Thick boy nation. Thick boy squad. Nation. Thick boy squad. Thick boy nation. Boy nation. Thick boy squad. Thick boy nation. Look at this athletic. Boy squad. Thick boy nation. Thick. Look at this athleticism. Thick boy squad. Thick boy nation. Look at this athleticism. Son. I just gotta break it down for you. Thick boy squad. Thick boy nation. Thick boy squad.
the makes things happen. Reading means to push, be more, to bring about that which I want. Anything. The coming of my name.
Boy Squad. Big boy. Sorry, man. Yo, dog. Is this bitch still talking? Stream. Never. Dick boy.
By taking all of our responses for this morning, sure to thank our commentary sponsor for Tafshin Behavior, which is for the month of Adar, Terry and Steve, Dr. Harry Khan, Hirsch Ben Yosef, Ziv Levin is in memory of William Shmuel Ben Yisrael, and our week of learning sponsors, and Beth Adler in memory of Judith Bas Alozar, the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Savna Aliyah, families in Nechama, all those who are Shavan, Kol Chol Yisrael, this brought Shemir to home, all of our hostages and holy soldiers, should be successful. Let's do that. Let us be. We have a lot to do to Hashem. Good. We got Tzaddik sang. We are taking off on the Vav on the base. Things are lying down in the lines. So remember again, we left on cliffhanger yesterday. Saran, after killing almost people, having this year to convert, recognizing again the enormity of his actions, and ready to go in and join the ranks of Klal Yisrael. Gemara now picks up on that theme. Gemara says, "Tarabanan, Naaman, Ger Toshav Haya." So Naaman, Rabbi said, who was the general of Aram, also responsible for spilling much Jewish blood. So Naaman became a Ger Toshav. And Ger Toshav usually means a non-Jew who repudiates idolatry, accepts Shemitz as B'nai and lives in Eretz Yisrael. That's the general definition of a Ger Toshav. So Naaman became a Ger Toshav. The Zaran Ger Tzedek. Now it's interesting. So the Gemara seems to indicate that the Zaran really became Ger Tzedek means he converted. Neibanav Shal Sisra, Yerushalayim. Sisra, remember again Sisra, the general who went against the Jewish defeated by Barak and Yair. Sisra, we read the Yatar Shana, David in Sisra, his mother's cries serve as these. So the Neibanav Shal Sisra, Sisra, learned Torah in Yerushalayim. Neibanav Shal Sancherev, taught in public. Umani, who were these grandchildren in public? Shmaya. That's wild. Remember Shmaya Tayon of Hillel and Shammai. So Shmaya Tayon and Hillel and Shammai themselves were descendants, grandsons of Sanhir. Mibnei Banav Shal Haman, Lamdu Torah Mibrach. Haman's grandsons learned Torah in Bnei Brak. Va'af Mibnei Banav Shal Osa Rasha, Bikesh HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Lachniz Torah. Even the grandsons of Nebuchadnezzar, Jewish. What happened? No. What's going on over here? Could someone who destroyed your city, who did so many terrible things to your children, such a person like this, Sharet had his family come on the Shekhinah? This is what's interesting. Seems to be that Malchim convinced HaKadosh Baruch Hu not to allow Nebuchadnezzar or descendants to enjoy the reigns of Klal Yisrael. I know the Sid, Rafim as Bavel and Nefersa. He tried to heal Bavel, but it could not be healed. So we'll say this idea that Bavel could have been healed by the conversion of Nebuchadnezzar's children. But Bavel was so broken. It was such a state of disrepair. Bavel did so much to us that they were beyond repair. Incredible. Ula says something else. Nebuchadnezzar. This verse of Nebuchadnezzar. That they're going back to Nebuchadnezzar. No chill for Nebuchadnezzar. No cathartic change for him. Rabbi Shmuel Bar Nachman Ilu Naros Bavel. Some say that it refers to the rivers on the hand side. Ilu Naros Ra'im Lishtos. The waters are very bitter. The Gemara says, Tainai said about Rashi said, they call him Marinheim in Benaros. Again, they have bitter date palms. Not only again, the date palms that grow are also bitter as well. But the one thing you can't heal is Naros Bavel. Reminiscent of the capital of Tim Al Naros Bavel, Shama Bahinu. The Naros Bavel that was being led out from Eretz Yisrael. We sat by the rivers of Bavel, we cried and we remembered. It's also as if the Baruch Shalom says, there are some things in the world that are unfair. There are some things, people, or some things that are unredeemable. It's crazy that sounds because we believe that everything is changeable. There's some evil that's perpetrated in this world that's simply versus what Nebuchadnezzar did to our people, simply beyond cannot be changed, be uplifted, cannot be anything. Incredible. The Gemara says as follows. So I'll just point out a lot of the Chavra yesterday's that's the clear thing is Nebuchadnezzar, his offspring, there's no indication that Nebuchadnezzar ever wants to convert, right? He had no desire. But his descendants wanted to block. Yet Nebuchadnezzar did go ahead and so it's interesting, what exactly who converted. So there's a Sefer Hukas Hager. In it, a lot of discussions about interesting pieces. He brings down a Shiloh where after the war there was tremendous charata for what it is that he did. In the war, I forgot to put up the Sefer, his name, and Tibert, and it was a Shiloh, and there were people who were there. It was like this guy. I told you, know what he did. We saw what he did. We experienced the Christ's hands, and the Mechaber, because I guess the question he says is based on halacha yevesha. Halacha yevesha, like cold hard bad, cold hard halacha, you should be able to convert. He says, but how can you convert such a person like this? How can a person like this be welcomed into Israel after everything that he did? How could it be such an egregious fashion with such cruelty towards Amskin? Don't convert him. Paskin don't convert him. But it's interesting. You don't often find this in halacha. It was much more a legal psak. Because psak is you can convert if the guy's sincere. But emotionally, how could a person like that be welcomed into the place of? So it's interesting, by the way, where it says that Nebuchadnezzar, right, who converted him, which Bezdin took responsibility for this. It is interesting that the Lashon by Nebuchadnezzar is ran away, which seems that he just went off where else, not part of unity, not part of regular Jewish people. He went to be converted. Does it mean that he went through a formal process? Does he close up? We don't know. It's just interesting to point out. Okay, Amar Ula says as follows: Amar we're bad neighbors to Yerushalayim. How so? Even the when the become Navi L'Chorba Yerushalayim, Amar heard that the Navi was about the destruction of Yerushalayim. They sent word to the Nebuchadnezzar. In other words, what's pointing out over here is what prompted Nebuchadnezzar to go ahead and attack Yerushalayim in 2 prompted him to do it. So the Gemara says, Amun Amor will not be prophesizing. Yerushalayim is going to be destroyed. So they sent to Nebuchadnezzar. Time for you to come. Nebuchadnezzar, Chal Yisrael is weak. Chal Yisrael is going to be destroyed. Puk V'tah. Come and literally again look. Come. Amar Nistaqina V'La Abrubi K'Dibai B'Kanai. So again, Nebuchadnezzar said, I'm afraid that they're going to do to me what they did to their previous enemies, meaning again, he's referring to Sankeref. The ish is not home. So sorry, haloch nidarach. So the Gemara said, the aim ish was the ish ala kadosh baruch hu. So ish means, so they said, the man is not home. Kadosh baruch hu has left his home. Shneimar Hashem yichamo. So ultimately, I get the time. Kadosh baruch hu has abandoned Klal Yisrael, you should come and fight. Shalchulu, so he says, well, maybe the Kadosh Baruch Hu is close by. In other words, maybe they don't show as much as Klal Yisrael now in a state of Shalchulei Allah b'derech le'rach. God has really abandoned them. God is really far away. With Tzadiki, the Barak U'mai well, Klal Yisrael has Tzadik, and Tzadikim have the Kach HaTzilah. And when they daven, they bring HaKadosh Baruch Hu back. They Tzor HaKesef Makach B'yo, they Kesef Al Tzadikim, the Ish, heavy with him. And what's the Baba Marini? The Kesef is Tzadikim Shnei Amar. Ve'echali B'chamisha HaKesef, V'chomer S'orim V'lokolahu, Hadri Rishi B'tshuva, U'boimach Rachami. U'maisi, said this conversation is absolutely incredible. So the Nebuchadnezzar says, okay, well, even if the issue is going right now, and the tzaddikim are going, what's going to happen? Rishayim will do tshuva. Rishayim will do tshuva, and they'll only again bring HaKadosh back to the Beis HaMikdash. So the Gemara says, Shalkolei, Kvar Kavala Zman. No, so essentially, I'm going to say it's too late. The Baruch Hu already decreed, and not only that, he even set for the destruction of Israel to Shneimar. Liyom HaKesed Gavo L'Beiso. Ein Ka'el Azman Shneimar Kesed B'Yom Chag Rishon. So Shalchulu, so Nebuchadnezzar said, Sisvo, from Hatzina the Asim Titra. It's winter time, fall, winter, right? And I can't, it's only because of the rain. But you clearly see fascinating, which is, Nebuchadnezzar doesn't want to come. He doesn't want to come. In other words, about this, that even if someone is successful, Russian ramifications will be overwhelmed. Want to come to the weather is very bad. They said to him, so navigate the mountains. In other words, go ahead on the base of the mountains. That's where the mountains will shield you. Tar Moshel Aris Misalam Bara Sion. Shalach Yasinga Les Duchta Diasivna. Nebuchadnezzar says, if I come, no place for me to stay. There's no me to house my army. Don't worry about it. They sent back to Shalai. Kibros Shalem, Mulim Nipalpin Shalchach. The graves of the Jews are even nicer than your past. Umar Hashem, Yotzias, Amos Malki Yehuda, Asmos Sarab, Des Kohanim, Des Asmos Yoshi Shanayim, Shut from the Shamayim, Yarech, Fotzla Shamayim, Bashab, Domashal, Amrlay, Ranach, and Lodisla. So what's so interesting to note over here, I will say just general, it's not a new thing that there's animosity from our neighbors. What do Ammon and Moab have to get involved in this? And those are our cousins. I'd rather have to get involved. Ammon and Moab come and they again to march against Yerushalayim. Incredible. I will say now, we want to switch this back to the topic of focus was on Yemos Mashiach. Now the Gemara is going to focus a little bit more on Mashiach himself. Some really beautiful Gemaras ahead of us. I'm not going to be Yitzchak. I will say this is incredible. Have you heard anything? See Bar Nafli. When is Bar Nafli coming? Now, who Bar Nafli is? We'll see in just a moment. When is he coming? So Gemara, Amalei Man Bar Nafli. Bar Nafli. Amalei Mashiach. Bar Nafli is Mashiach. So the Gemara says, Mashiach Bar Nafli. Kardaslay. Mashiach is called. Yes, he is. Tichsev Bayim 97a. Akim as Sukarit and no Faras. Incredible. What's the messianic? I will lift up and I will rebuild the fallen sukkah of David HaMelech. A reference in the Rashi says over here, Mouth David, Lahachi, Mashiach Barnafi. So Rashi understands over here. Sukkah's David HaMelech is Davidic man. So one of the things that Mashiach will do ultimately again is the restoration of the monarchy. That's why that is called Bar Nafli, the one who lives fallen things. There's something so beautiful that Mashiach is going to do, right? Go Gumba go. Yes, amazing, all this other stuff, right? Or by the way, also others understand that Sukkah Savannah Faz reference the Beis Mikdash, right? That's what he likes. So sometimes the biggest avoda in life is to rebuild things that were broken. To take something from new and rebuild it, that's one thing. But to take something that was old and then broken and then rebuild it again, rebuild it, just put back pieces into what they once were, is sometimes the greatest avodah. So what does Mashiach do? Everything that he has, he's able to take the pieces. Halachically, he's able to take a monarchy that was destroyed and rebuild it. Take a struggle. That's Mashiach, Bar Nafli. Incredible, Bar Nafli. Which tells us also within ourselves, what's the greatest accomplishment of the self? To become Al Shula. What does it mean to become Al Shula? It means to take all of your broken pieces, mend them, and make them whole. If you could put yourself back together, if you could become your own Bar Nafli, take the pieces of you that are broken, that are fallen, and put them back together, that is the greatest accomplishment. The Gemara goes like, I'm going to help you over Yochanan. Darsh will say some really incredible Gemaras over here. Torshah ben David Bat, Hamidi Chachamim Musakim. So we'll say, we're going to see over here that there's a couple of different narratives, well, we're really two different narratives, about the generation and the time that immediately precedes Mashiach. Like, what ushers in Messianic era? Watch this. The Gemara says as follows. So Rabbi Yochanan says as follows. Torshah ben David, that the Mashiach will come. There's a diminution, right? Less Torah. There's less Torah to be found. There are 4 Talmidei Chachamim. So there's short and in general a lot of suffering. It's terrible suffering. And news will decrease every day. The year, Shavua usually means like 7-year cycle in which Mashiach comes. Shana Rishon is Kayim Mikrazeh. So Moses says, now this is the 7-year period before Mashiach comes. In that 7-year period, following will occur. In year number 1, Shana Rishon is Kayim Mikrazeh. Some cities will have food, other cities won't have food. Literally, again, I'll make it in one city, won't bring in a different city. Shnia, 2nd year, famine everywhere. So in year number 1, some places have rain, some places don't have rain. Year number 2, everyone has famine. Shlishis, Ra'av, Gadol, Mesim, Anashim, Nashim, Etaf. Chassidim, Anshe, myself. In year number 3, there'll be a great men, women, children die. Chassidim, Anshe, myself. Great people will die. Torah, Mishtachachas, Ilam Bel. Torah will truly be forgotten. Overwhelming. Material suffering, spiritual suffering, previous more here, some of it in a Sova. Some places have food, some places don't have food. Zechamish in the 5th year, Sova Gadol, to be a great satiety, more food. Va'ochlin, the drink, be happy. The Torah goes our song down. Torah wants them to come back. The Shish is called in the 6th year, there'll be songs. Rashi says over here, the Shish Kolos, Yatsu Kolos, Ben David. So there'll be murmurings, right? The people will be talking. Mashiach is B'Shadiyas Machalos, 7th year war, which could mean Gog and Magog, the Masei Shadiyas. And the Masei Shadiyas, right, at the end of that 7, meaning year number 8, that's when Mashiach comes. So this is a description, right? It's a description of the 7-year cycle, which precedes Messianic redemption. I'm Rabbi Yosef. Rabbi Yosef says, 1 second, how much is the Havakimim? Rabbi Yosef says, by the way, what you just described with the 7-year cycle, pretty much every 7-year cycle comes. So, like in other words, what you just described is Jewish history, and I don't understand that Mashiach has not come. So Abaye says, "B'shishis kolos, b'shishis mechamos mi haba." So Abaye, was there ever a year 6? But ultimately, again, there were murmurings about Mashiach. And in year 7 of wars, did that order ever happen? But the Sidra Minhabi. Furthermore, again, what Abai responds is, if these events occur over a 7-year cycle, is that these events occur in this order over a cycle. So has that happened the way you described? The answer to that is, from this perspective, is no. Tanya, Yehuda says, Bershep and David Ba, Beis Havad, Yel is Nus. So also, there's something very, really amazing. The thing to see is that before Mashiach, there is a general decline. Well, I'll just point for this out. We'll see this more closely later about Messianic redemption. Because Mashiach comes essentially almost like when things hit rock bottom, and therefore there's no choice but to redeem us. Or is redemption something we can earn, right? And we can even expedite. So just hold on to that. We'll see this framed as we go on in the coming days. So we don't read this as the generation in which Mashiach comes. Rabbi Gelaznos. I will say Beis Havad is the Beis HaMedrash. The Beis HaMedrash will be turned into a place for immorality. I will say, what's the pshat? Because there will be no Talmidei Chachamim. Therefore, no one congregates there. When you have large empty space there, but the Medrash Rashi points out we're generally like outside of the city. So when you have large spaces unoccupied, a little bit removed from public eye, what are they used for? Use immorality. So they'll once again painting a picture of a lack of Torah. The north will be destroyed. And ultimately, again, Rashi says over here, Vagavla Yesh means other place will be destroyed. The people who live in the border cities, because there'll be a lack of general security, will wander from place to place. And they won't find any mercy. The wisdom of the Talmidei Chachamim will become putrid, in other words, will decay. People who fear sin will be despised. Not only will Torah be forgotten, but those who try to be pious will be looked down upon. Literally, like to face the generation like the face of a dog. Interesting again, like we saw in Aladdin, in yesterday's death. So again, which means that there'll just be a general sense of spiritual decay. MS will not be found. So the Gemara says, "My Vatia MS Ne'adaras." I'm going to be Rav. Melamed Shenasis Adarim V'Holechesla. So literally again, MS will become like a group that will wander around, right? And those who seek MS will ultimately again become wanderers as well. My Svisera Mishtola. I'm going to be Rishit Komisha Samira Mishtavel Al Habrios. Ultimately again, anyone who tries to be samira, anyone who tries to be the right thing will be ostracized. Rashi says there, Mishtala ala brios, kala olam omer alav shotehu, and Mishtala. So we'll say, so there'll be an absence of Torah, and even those trying to go ahead and do the right thing will essentially be ostracized from the community. Such a sense of spiritual decline in the greater Klal Yisrael. Amar Rava said as follows. This is Gamma Meresh Havamina. So I'll say this is a tremendous statement, right? Rava says, in the beginning, I thought to myself, there is no truth in this world. Joe says an overwhelming statement. Rashi says, Adam ba'olam sheyidaber emes tamid. So listen to this statement. There is no sin who always speaks the truth. Like Rava is saying, you can't find a person in this world who always speaks the truth. I'm saying, I want to point out, by the way, this statement is not even a condemnation. It could just be like a reality. Remember again, we have instances in halacha where you're allowed to go ahead and change the truth, right? Like it says, you have to go ahead and sometimes change the truth for the sake of preserving the peace. So there's a license for that, right? There's an ability for that. So Rava says, I don't think there's a person in this world who always tells the truth. So again, someone told me, this Rav Tavus said, he went on record, he said, if they would give me all the money in the world, I would not lie. I would not change any truth. So let's listen to this story. So we'll say now this Rav Tavumi tells a story about himself. This is one time I went to a place. The Kushta, this is great. The name of the place was Kushta. The name of the town was Truth. That was the name. And it says, "V'lo hava mishane b'dibu, v'lo hava misinchim yasam below zmane." So say in this place called Truth, what was the residency requirements? Residency requirement was you cannot lie. You always have to tell the truth. And interestingly enough, no one ever died before their time. I was thinking, what does that mean? Or died for their time? Apparently, no one died young. People to write old age is there, and they died like that. So what happens? So Yumi said, I came to this place, I decided to settle down. This CB is something. I married a woman from Kushta. Now watch this. So the Gemara says, I married her from there. We had two sons. So it was one day, my wife was washing her hair. My wife was washing her hair. So the neighbor came along, right? Her friend came along. Now, is your wife home? Tavumi felt, Tavumi felt it wasn't the same. My wife is washing her hair, right? She's taking a bath. It wasn't right. So instead, what he said is, no, she's not home. So that's what happened. My two sons passed away. Also, my high. So the townspeople came over there. What is this? Or this doesn't happen in our town. Why did your sons pass away? So I told them this is it. So Rav Tavini realized what ended up happening over here is he lied. Now granted, he lied could reason because he was protecting it. So they said to him, B'matusa minach pok me'asrin v'lo tagri bahu musna b'hanach kinshi. They asked him, if you don't mind, please leave our town. Please leave our town and do not bring death to our townspeople. What's an overwhelming story. So again, now this goes in line with what Rava was saying. think that you can't really find a person in this world who always tells the truth. That is a true statement. You can't always find a person in this world, because even if you have a talent Kushta, right? What was the nation of Kushta for? How many qualities, right? So that's fine. You can maybe treat it like a podcast, but at the end of it, that's not the normal that people live. Because sometimes life does require us to go ahead and bend the truth a little bit for certain circumstances. Incredible. Tanya, Rabbi Norai Omer, David, Dorsha ben David Bach. So we'll say once again, of the Messianic generation. Mashiach comes in, and where it says, Na'arim Yalbinu Pnei Zakenim. The young will embarrass the old. Who's the Zakenim Yamdu Lifnei Na'arim. And the elders will be forced to give respect to the young ones. So I want to say it's going to be like this sense of additional, like sense of generational disrespect. So the young will disrespect the old. The old will be forced to respect the young. Ubas Kandi, a daughter will rebel against a daughter-in-law against her in-law. The face of the generation will be like the face of a dog. And ultimately, again, the son will not be embarrassed in front of his father. I will say, by the way, I just want to point out, remember this Gemara? Ben Sora Umora, remember that's even Ben Sora Umora. He steals the money from his father, but where does he eat the meat and wine? Where does he eat it? In someone else's rishos. Why? Because there's an inherent embarrassment that a son has in the presence of his father that he's not going to transgress. In the generation of Mashiach, there's going to be such a lack of decency that a son doesn't even have any embarrassment from his father. Let's say first five line Tanya. Rabbi says, Dorsha ben David Ba ha'azus tirba. Azus means, I don't know if it's good English, but Azus is brazenness, right? Brazenness will proliferate. Vayoker Ya'aves. Rashi says, Shalichav Zeh Yakar covered. So again, there'll be such arrogance that no one will give honor one to the other. Vahagev and Yitin period. The vine will produce many grapes, but wine will be very expensive. What does that mean? Wine will produce a lot of grapes, but the wine will still be very expensive. So Rashi points out that what that means is going to be a wine consumption. In other words, it's an indulgent, hedonistic society. Even though there's plenty of science, there's also plenty of demand. And therefore the prices keep going up. The entire monarchy heresy, and no one could rip anyone. I want to say it's fascinating to see like a lot of these elements, right? In other words, everyone is right, everyone's opinion is right, everyone's feeling is right, and even if no one can say anything to the other. The support of Yitzchak in Ben David Ba, so Ben David married Rishon doesn't come literally again until the entire government turns to heresy. It's interesting. It's a little bit of a play on Saras. If the entire body turns white, then ultimately again it's Tahar. So when there is this unfortunate, comprehensive change in society, that society as a whole turns heretical, that society as a whole just loses it. Interestingly enough, that's actually a sign that redemption is on the way. Ki yadin Hashem amo, ki yira Hashem, ki yireya, ki azlos yad va'afes atzer va'azov, ein bein David ba, so sorry, Mashiach only comes at shiyirbu hamusaros. Until there is a proliferation, ultimately, again, we'll say, of the musaros. Now, again, we'll see exactly what that means in just a moment. Until, again, there is a diminution, ultimately, again, of Hamidim. Rashi says over here, Shemachsiki de Yisrael achzir lemotav. So there's no to be chachamim, but there's also to be chachamim. Ultimately, again, there's no one to restore Klal Yisrael. So people give over the Jews to the government. So you have all of this together, and once again, you paint the picture of a society that is highly spiritually deficient. Until there's poverty. This is interesting. Mashiach only comes when Klal Yisrael despairs of ever being redeemed. Isn't that incredible? Only once we give up hope on redemption does redemption come. Shneimar, the FS Atzur Ba'azur, Kiviyachol, in so many posibilities. So, Rabbi Zera, what's his fashion? It's fascinating. Rabbi Zera, he have a mashkich rabban dem askibay. So also we're going to listen more on the days. When Rabbi Zero would find groups of Rabbanim trying to figure out the day of Messianic arrival. Most of this is meaning on the days. A lot of Rabbanim spending a lot of time, spending some time, when is Mashiach coming? When is it happening? Whenever Rabbi Zero would find people trying to figure out Mashiach is coming, he said, please do not delay the arrival of Mashiach. By trying to figure out when Mashiach is coming, ultimately, again, you're delaying his arrival. Isn't this fascinating? Why isn't this? This is incredible Gemara. There are three things that come when you stop for them. The book says incredible Gemara. What are the three things? Number one, Elohim, Mashiach, Metzia, Va'akrav. Three things happen when you're not looking for them. Mashiach, finding a lost object, and a scorpion. So let's work backwards. Right? Scorpions, apparently, again, the way scorpions work, Rashi points out, is that they sneak up on you out of nowhere, and they sting you. Okay? Mitzia, so that's how we know this, right? In other words, if you go out looking for just somebody's lost thing, you're not going to find anything. Somehow, if you just find your business doing your thing, you stumble across stuff. And the last is Mashiach. If you don't look for him, he comes. In other words, if you're trying to figure out when he's going to come, then we're going to say, what's the pshat with this? And this is so profound. The Gemara saying is like this. Instead of trying to figure out when Mashiach is coming, live the kind of life that will make you come. In other words, sometimes the Gemara saying, we spend so much time trying to figure out when future events are going to occur instead of recognizing that if we just make ourselves better, then the things we want out of life will naturally occur. And you think about just even at Mashiach, right? I spend so much time trying to figure out, when is my marriage going to improve? When is my parnasa going to improve? When are my kids? When am I this? When is all the things going to improve? Well, instead of worrying about when it's going to turn around, there's something better. Do something to turn it around. Change yourself. Change your life. Work harder. Put in more. Right? We spend so much time when. Just worry about what can you do right now to improve the status quo of your life. What can you do right now to bring about that you so badly want out of life? Stop waiting and start doing. Incredible Gemara. Rav Katina. So now, interesting. Now that we just spoke about, by the way, not trying to figure out when Mashiach is going to come, the Gemara is going to go into an exhaustive discussion about what Mashiach is going to come. All right. So again, what's that? Because it's two different schools of thought. That's what I'm saying. Just like what brings about messianic redemption, right? Again, is it terrible stuff? Is it good stuff? It's two schools of thought. Contemplating or trying to figure out when Mashiach is going to come, also two schools of thought. So the world is 6,000 years old. So let's say, everybody knows there's we all speak on this. The world was programmed to operate for 6,000 years. That's the way of the world. How are those 6,000 years? How are they? The Chad Chorov, and then 1,000 years of destruction. In other words, most say, so apparently the way that the world is structured to work is the world as we know it will exist for 6,000 years. After again, there's like a reboot. 1,000 years of desolation. Most remember getting around. Then what happens to the tzaddikim during those 1,000 years? Remember what happened? They're given wings and they fly over the water. The tzaddikim were brought back by Ches Anisim. They don't die during that time. They hover for 1,000 years, and then after 1,000 years, another world. Another world is created. So the Marsh Shemar, the Niskav Hashem Levada Bayom, Abai Amar Shreicharum. The world that exists for 6 years. And then for 2,000 years there, Shenemar, Yichaynu Miyomayim. The Bryce that supports Rav Katina. Gemara says, Kishim Shashvias. Mishameta Shana Achas Zayin Shanim. Just like Shemitah, right? Ultimately, again, is a Shemitah year once every 7 years. Kacha Olam Mishamit Aleph Shanim L'Shiva Alpayim Shana. So to the world, so to speak, undergoes a Shemitah once every 7,000 years. In other words, the world exists for 6,000 years, and in the year and the 7,000th year, ultimately, like we have Yachol is like the Shemitah, universal Shemitah, where everything is reset. So it's interesting, by the way, that we often think that possible that Hashem will be established by himself. Well, it's more reference to the Messianic era. The Gemara understands that the Levada refers after the 6,000 years of this world and everything is reset. There'll only be after the Baruch Hu in the universe for that 1,000-year period. V'omer Mizmor Shir Yom HaShabbos Liyom Shekul Shabbos. Incredible. What's the Yom Shekul Shabbos? Apparently, again, that 1,000 years that follows the 6,000 years of this world. Incredible. V'omer Ki Hashem Beinech Hakom Esmo Ki Avar Tan Ve'Elio Shes Alafim Shana Havi Almo. The world will exist for 6,000 years. The Gemara says Shnei Havi Almo Shnei Alpayim Tovavo. So now, how are those 6,000 years broken up? For the first 6,000 years, for the first 2,000 years of the world, most of this is retrospective now, right? For the first 2,000 years, it was Tovavo. Now, what is in this Tovavo? The Torah wasn't given. But for the first 2,000 years, the Torah was not given in the world. Okay, Shnei Apayim, Shnei Alafim, Torah. So ultimately, the next 2,000 years are the years of Torah. Ushnei Alafim Yos Mashiach. And the last 2,000 of the 6,000 are Yos Mashiach. You must say now, like, that's us. That would put us, right? That would put us. We're in the last 2,000, and there's no Mashiach yet. Sadi Zayin of 97, or Babalosenu, Sherabu, Yatsu Mehem Mashiach. We'll say this is a profound statement. But because we messed up, Yatsu Mehem Mashiach. When you say, when I don't do what's right in life, when I make poor decisions, do you know what happens? Yatsu Mehem Mashiach. What comes out of your decisions is what comes out of your decisions. So many times in life we find ourselves in bad times and we wonder, how did we get here? How did we get here? It's not that complicated how I got here. I made a series of poor decisions. Some of them acutely poor, some of them nuanced poor, and that's what got me where I got to. It's not rocket science. The good news is the same bad decisions that got me into the spot where I am, hopefully, if I change my decision-making processes, can get me out of it. Maybe not fully out of it, because often in life you can't reverse a lot of the damage that you've done. But at least hopefully I could choose wisely, I could choose differently going. So again, that's the way the world's supposed to work. 2,000 years without Torah, 2,000 years with Torah, and then 2,000 years, the last 2,000 of the 6,000 were supposed to be Moshe. That's what it was supposed to be. But because of our sinful behavior, Yatsu Mehen Mashiach. Incredible. Amar Lo Eli Yod Rav Yehuda, Achot Ala Chasida. This is incredible. This is Eli Ravi talking. That is Eli Ravi. And Ravi says to Yehuda, the world will not exist for less than 85 years. In the last global cycle, that's when Mashiach. Yehuda says, does Mashiach come at the beginning or the end of that global cycle? And Yehuda says, I don't know. Is the global cycle finished or not? Elio says, I don't know. By the way, this is so profound. Why is it so profound? Elio, he's the one who announces the arrival of Mashiach. So we'll say, Elio says, I don't know. In other words, there are certain things about this whole Geula that no one knows except the Ribono Shel Olam, which is why, by the Rebbe, why we go back to the statement ultimately again of Rabbi Zera, that maybe our avoda is not to focus so much on when, but to focus so much more on what. When is Mashiach going to come? I don't know. So, and the truth is, here's the good news. I'm in good company. Who else doesn't know? Who else doesn't know? Eliyahu doesn't know either. So if Eliyahu doesn't know, I'm certainly not going to figure out. So if I can't figure out the when, then what I need to be hyper-focused on is the what. What do I need to do to bring about the What do I need to do to bring about Mashiach? What do I need to do in my personal life to try to fix my personal mistakes and the mistakes of the crowd? It's incredible. So Mark goes right there. No. Ravashi, Adhaka lo tistahi, le'imkan ve'ilach tistahi, Adhaka lo tistahi, le'jola acheron lo titzatalos. So what Eliyahu was trying to tell Yehuda was listening. I don't know exactly when Mashiach is coming. The only thing is clear is no point in waiting for him for that last Yovel. If that last Yovel comes, then it's our listening again. But at one point, that is something amazing. These Gemaras reflect the mindset that there is a predetermined for Mashiach. And that's what you do, what you don't is a predetermined time. There's another school of that says there is no predetermined time. There may be a what's the word? Like a defined ending. Mashiach must come by this date. But it doesn't necessarily preclude the possibility of advancing his arrival through our spiritually meritorious behavior. One was like the Shalach, like Rav Chanan Tachliba Rav Yosef. So Rav Chanan Rav Yosef. Masasi Adonach, listen to this. Listen to this, crazy. So Rav Chanan Tachliba said like this: I found this guy. This guy had a scroll. The scroll was written in Ashuris, and it said, "V'amarti lo minayin lo zu." From where, right? So Amarti lo zu minayin lo. Where do you have the scroll from? Amrali lechayalos shoromi nistarti. You know, I traveled with the Roman soldiers. And I found this scroll amongst the pilfered treasures of Rome. Rome took this from Klal Yisrael. I found this in the treasures. Because of and I found this following message. So listen to this. The following in the scroll. After 4,000, right? After 4,000 after 4,191 years, Ha'olam Yiton, the world will cease to exist. Okay? Mehen, Zimar says, Mehen Milchamos Tanim. Some of those years will be wars of great sea creatures. Mehen Milchamas Gog Magog. Some of them will be Gog Magog. Ushar Yimos Mashiach. And the rest of the years of the world will be Yimos Mashiach. HaKadosh Baruch Hu Mahadish Esalomo Ela Achar Shivas Alpayim Shana. HaKadosh Baruch Hu only restarts the world after 7,000 years. Remember again, it seems to go with the motif of 6,000 active creation, 1,000 of Tov Avo, and then a restart of the universe. After 5,000 years, so the Gemara says, Tanya Rabbi Nassan Omer Rabbi Nassan says, Mikrazeh Noked V'Yored Askahom. The following pasuk ultimately again literally pierces the world until the depth. What's the pasuk? Ki od chazon lamoed, the yafach l'kates v'lo yichazeh. Im yisimameh chakyalo, ki bo yovo lo ya'aker lo ya'aker. So I say so again. This is an incredible pasuk from Habakkuk. So I'll say, let's translate the pasuk and then we'll interpret it. Ki od chazon lamoed, there will be a vision for the future, for the appointed time. The end will come, and you will not be deceived. If he's delayed, wait for him. He will come, and he will not be delayed. Here we go, we'll say. It's not like the Rabbanon who say, not like the Rabbanon, that Mashiach will only come at a defined time. Rashi says over here, Ad Idan Ibn Palak Ibn Idan Hagalosh Shalasai Bahanadal Beis Ibn Chesmios Hani Days Mios of Palak Idan Vesachakol. So we'll say, it's not like the Rabbanon will say that somehow Messianic redemption is based on the calculation of a previous dollars. Velo Krabi Smala Shaidosh Hechaltem Lachdima. And that's my Lord. Now, what the Rabbi Rashi says over here, those are what is referring to over here is another Rabbanon, right? The Rabbanon themselves and the Bismalai, they came up with defined amounts of time until Mashiach comes. That Halacha doesn't follow any of them. V'lo Rabbi Akiva, Shahar Dorish Od Achas Ma'ati. So as I saw ultimately again, and it's not Rabbi Akiva either. Right? Rabbi Akiva also gives a calculation. Ella Malchus Rishon Shelem Shana, Malchus Shnia Chamishim Ushtayim, Umalchus Ben Koziva Shtei Shanim Umechza. So as I saw, what is this? Rather, what's the proper calculation? Malchus Rishon, now what this sounds like is the first base of Mikdash was 70 years. Second base of Mikdash Malchus Shnia 52 years, and Malchus ben Koziva, what we just learned about, is 2.5 years. So I say, what does that mean? So the Gemara seems to be saying is as follows. The Gemara seems to be saying that Halacha l'maisa, we don't know when Mashiach's going to come. We have no idea when Mashiach's going to come. And what happens most of the time between now and Mashiach is filled with incredible tumultuous activity. But there are periods of tranquility. There are periods of calmness. So that's what he's saying over here. During the third space of Mikdash, ultimately again, there's 70 years. Well, that seems to refer to Galus itself. Second base of Mikdash, ultimately 52 years. And then there is the 2.5-year reign of Bar Kokhba. Now, the 2.5-year reign of Bar Kokhba was actually a relatively good time for Tzad Yisrael, right? We were on top. So the idea is the world is filled with difficulties. The world is filled with turbulent times. There are periods of tranquility. What we believe is at some point in time, Mashiach is going to come. But do not lose yourself in the calculation. Those who try to understand when it's going to come, because often those calculations are not correct. Literally, again, the bones should break or become swollen of those who try to calculate when the Mashiach is going to come. As Rabbi said, there is an exercise in futility to try to figure out when the Mashiach is going to come. Because what happens for those who go ahead and try to calculate when the Mashiach is going to arrive? What happens? They calculate, they come up with a time, and then when Mashiach doesn't come, what do they say? What do they say? You see, he's not coming. It's dangerous to calculate the date of Messianic arrival. Ella, we'll say Ella, Chakelo. What is our avodah by Mashiach? What's our avodah? Wait. That is our avodah to wait. Shneimar, Im Yismameh Chakelo. Even if he's delayed, just Shema Tamar. Maybe ultimately again that we wait, but he doesn't wait. No, we're waiting. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is waiting. Everybody's waiting. So again, if we're waiting for Mashiach, and Mashiach is waiting to come, so why doesn't he just come? Who's holding me back? Midas Hadin. So say ultimately again, Midas Hadin. In other words, that the attribute of strict justice, Klal Yisrael is not yet this ring of Mashiach. So the Gemara says, but if strict justice is preventing Mashiach from coming, then why are we waiting? Then obviously it is in futility, because he can't come, Mashiach's not going to let him go. The Gemara says, the Kabbalah Schar. Because ultimately, again, there is reward for waiting. Shneimar Ashrei Kol Chol Pelo. What are we going to stop today? But what does this mean that there's reward? First of all, tremendous nechama. We're waiting for Mashiach. Mashiach is waiting to come. He probably wants some Mashiach. But the mitzvah that then the strict attribute of divine justice says it's not yet time. So then why wait if we know that our waiting is not going to make a difference? Because there is reward for waiting. What kind of arbus? Because when you wait for something and you want it badly, it builds up that anticipatory excitement. And the greater anticipatory excitement, the more I am ready, decisive action to make things happen. Waiting is not an end. Waiting to push myself to do more, to be more, to bring about that which more than anything. Coming of Mashiach and here at the Amin. Okay, Mosai Shkoyach. All right, let's say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our annual Talmud sponsor for Tafshin Pei, the Listen Mishpacha, for dedicating all the Sherman drug shows this year as is a chus from the Solar Talmud sponsors for the month of Adar, Terry and Steve Zinn, in loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, C. Hirsch Ben Yosef HaKohen, the Ziv Levin and Berman family's memory of Mr. Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael. The learning sponsors, Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of Judy Goldman, Yehudis Esther Bas, Roger Zechon Rafa, and our Gatloni sponsors for today, Matt and Diane Marks, in memory of Matt's father, Charles Marks, Helman Ben Mordechai, and the marriage of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Slavina, the families in the Chama, all those who shall and kill Kol Chol Yisrael, wishing the Eretz Hashem brings home all hostages, and all these soldiers should be successful. The Chol Maaseh Day. Well, with that, let us begin, and a special welcome back. And we're fortunate David Schwartz. Baruch haba, Baruch haba, Mishpach Hashem, Hashem continues to give you refuah. And Yetz Hashem, we missed you. We missed you. It's great to have you back. I was just saying, with that, let us begin. We have a lot to say, Baruch Hashem. Again, wait, this is it. So we get this is Baruch Hashem. This is beautiful. Gemara after Gemara. I got it to stories and messages. Everything rolled into one. We're going to have some halacha as well. So let us begin. Today, Daf is Tzaddik Vav, 9 on the bottom of Tzaddik K on the base 95B. And also, he's not here today, but we have to wish a mazel tov to our beloved Chaver. And our Dafyomi member, Reb Avron Elbaum, our Gabbai, our Dafyomi pillar. I'm talking over here, like longingly, like you would normally be sitting right over there. He's marrying off his daughter today, Baruch Hashem, B'Shato, Mitzvah, Mazel Tov to the Elbaum, Mishpacha. Incredible. Let's begin. So we are picking up on the bottom of today's episode, Tzaddik Vav 96. We are picking up on Tzaddik K base 95B. And we left off 4 lines up on the bottom. I'm going to be able. The Bible says as follows. So Molly Mikmakosa, we have some. Had the pasuk not said it, you couldn't have said it yourself. Yigalach Hashem B'Tara Hashira B'Nar B'Melech Ashur Shalosh Usar Raglayim V'Gamarim Tispa. So what says the more close to the pasuk? The pasuk says on that day, like Yachol, the Ribono Shalom will get a haircut. He'll cut the beard, he'll cut the hair of the king of Ashur. So what is this talking about? So the Gemara says also Kuchel Bichol. The Ibn make a Gavra Abba. So let's say, remember again, Sancheriv is being defeated. So that story already. Right? Suffered a humiliating defeat, not even at the hands of Chizkiah. Remember again, he suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of Baruch, which is this ridiculous event that wiped out his army overnight. He now has to go back home, face his constituents. So the Baruch marries to him as an old man. Let me make a Gavra Saba. Amalei, he also took up Malchus Mizrach. Malchus Mizrach Amayra. My arm is low. So the old man, right, comes to Sancheir. This is Sancheir when you have to go back home and you have to talk to all the kings. Remember again, Sancheir raised a huge army. Those were armies from neighboring kingdoms as well. So you have to go back home and face all of those kings whose son you convinced to come out and do battle with you. And now those sons are dead. What are you going to say to them? What are you going to say to them? So Sancheir says, you know what? I'm afraid. I don't know. I too have that fear about what am I going to say. So Sancheir says to the old man, what should I do? They want to say, of course, you know what's so interesting about this is, remember again, fascinating how things change. Sancheir was this general in charge of everyone, confident. And now what happens? He's asking an old guy he just met, right? He has no idea who this person is. And he's asking this old man for advice. What should I do? Amalei. So ultimately, again, it's incredible. So the old man says to Sancheir, listen to this. Amalei, Zil Yishani Nafshach. You should really change. You should really change. So it's fascinating. So the old man says to Sancheir, you know what you should do? You should change yourself enough that nobody recognizes you. They say when you go home, no one's going to bother you. All right, the May Ishni. So how should I change? Go get a pair of scissors. I'll give you a haircut. We'll change your appearance. I just want to point out before we go on, profound Gemara, and this is such a meaning of this is incredible. It's almost Elul, and really like have to and how like it is so important to be able to get into the mindset of change. So look what happens over here. So Sancheir is in trouble. What does Sancheir realize? Sancheir realizes the way I'm living right now, right, what I'm doing is not the way I need to be focusing. I will say, we all have those epiphanical moments, right, when I realize that what I'm doing this is not the way it should be. It's just not the way it should be. I know that I could be more. So Sancheir has that epiphanical moment. And he says, right, so he goes to the old man. The old man says, you should change yourself. You can change whatever you want about yourself, whatever you want. You should change. And let's see, you know what so often happens when it comes to change? Sancheir says, you know what, that's a great idea. It's a great idea. And how should I change? Oh, you know what, take a haircut. Let's say, sometimes in life, we have like these moments of clarity where I recognize that I need to change. And then instead of expecting real change, we affect cosmetic change. It's kind of a change. Oh, you know, I really should change. You're like, that hairstyle, I really should change a little bit, right? it's the wrong muscle for me, but you understand, right? Like, in other words, you just, instead of focusing on real change, cathartic change, personalistic change, we just content ourselves with cosmetic change. And that moment that could have been so transformative simply goes by with little or nothing concrete to show for it. Such a metaphor. Anyway, I will say, by that, I just want to point out, that's what's happening with Sankhirov over here, so we're going to see this come out a little bit more. Sankhirov suffers this humiliating defeat. So I said, there's nothing that gets you to think about change more life than humiliating defeat. We've all had it, we've all experienced it, and those are moments we're often the most open to anything and everything. Okay, so get a haircut. I'm a late Isis, so the Sankhirov says, no man, where am I supposed to get a pair of scissors from? I'm a late. Oh, so the Isis. So what happened? So instead of Sankhirov, look, there's a house over there. Go in there, get a pair of scissors from there. So as Sankhirov goes in, he finds scissors. Also, Malachim charts the ignorant Gabri. So it says, this is a tremendous setup over here. Malachim come into that house, and they appear like people. They were grinding kashes. So actually says over here, Garine Timorin. It was date seeds. So they were grinding this up. So Amalei, how about this far? So here it says, can I buy a pair of scissors? Amalei, to call the Chad Guriya the kashes, everything they call. So they said here, there's no such thing like just free scissors, right? So you want scissors? Grind the Guriya of date pits with us. Okay, work a little bit and we'll give you these scissors. Chad Guriya. Gotcha. So Sankhirov ground up the dates, right? And the game is also another tremendous Musar skill. This is Sankhirov, right? Commander of the largest army in the civilized world at the time. And I must say, it's incredible, like desperation. Failure humbles you, and desperation, when a person is desperate, you do whatever you have to do to get the job done. Isn't that incredible? When we're riding high, so there are certain things that I believe things that I'm not going to do. When I'm in trouble, we recognize whatever you have to do in order to get the job done. So Sankhirov now is afraid to face people back home. He needs to get a haircut, he needs a pair of scissors, he's got to grind date pits. You're going to do what you got to do in order to get the job done. All right? So good. So the Gemara says, so by the time Sankhirov got back with the scissors, so the old man already became dark. Now the old man said, the old man is perplexed. He says, listen, I can't get a haircut in the dark. Bring me a fire. So the Gemara says, I see Nura, so what happened? So as Sankhirov was bringing back the fire, his beard caught fire a little bit. It turned out it ended up singeing his beard. But then the old man ends up cutting off his beard and his hair. People say, this apparently birthed the famous adage. Rashi says, if you go ahead and you set fire to an Aramean and he likes it, you can also go ahead and singe his beard, and it will be an unending source of entertainment. Okay, you can make that what you want, right? I don't have anything on it. Right? So like I said, the idea over here, let's say, it's talking about also, I think the takeaway from this entire Gemara, in a serious sense, is life change so dramatically. And we experience this in different ways. That a person could be on the top of the world one moment and literally again the bottom of the bottom the next. And what's so profoundly important, and again, to Sankhiriv's, I think to Sankhiriv's credit a little bit, you have to be able to roll with it. You have to be able to pivot. You have to be able to know what to do when you're the commander of the army, and you have to know what to do when you're a humble, defeated individual. And if you know this again, it's just a Sankhirov, get a haircut, get a haircut, whatever you need to do. Listen, there are some people in life, when life doesn't go their way, doesn't materialize, they simply get paralyzed. And they don't know what to do. They're stuck. They can't get over the fact that life didn't have materialized the way that I wanted, and they don't understand the power of the pivot. And I think you see this starts out here to his credit. You don't become the commander of the largest army in the civilized world by just being a regular guy. So here it must have had a piece of his cocoa. Kokos. Part of those Kokos is the power of the pivot. You gotta be able to listen to whatever life throws at you and recognize that whatever it is, figure it out. Also, Ashka, Rafa, he says enough. I won't say it's incredible. So he finds incredible stories. He finds a plank from Noah's table. From Noah's table, I will say that way, geographically we know that. Remember again, the table kind of, what's the word? Landy, what is it? Dock? I don't know if it's dock per se. Grounded. But it seems like a Russian, like when it washes ashore, whatever. Dock, grounded, it stopped, right? On Hare Arat, right? Which actually, by the way, interesting enough, geographically, works along this idea as he's heading back to our shore. See, he finds a place from Noah's table. What is that? This is incredible. Like, can you imagine, again, just to understand, this is quite a day for Sancheriv. He ran into HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and I want to point out, the Ribono Shel Olam of Kirib. Do you see what that means? Do you want to see what that means? Because again, Sancheriv, interestingly enough, remember, it goes on to we saw last week. Sancheriv was on a divine mission. His mistake was that he lied. That was his mistake. That was out of bounds. He defied divine mandate. He was a shaliach of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, but he overstepped. You don't become a shaliach of Hashem without possessing some type of personal greatness. HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He met the Ribono Shel Olam. Next, he finds life from Noah's table. Amar. So Azza Ashka Dafa Mitigus Amar. Hainu Elokar Rabba. This is the Noach's Mitifuna. And he said, oh, this is the great God who saved Noah from the flood. Amar Izar Gavra Matla. Makrab Lahu the trained Benoi. So Sancheriv says, if I go on successful, in other words, if I go on ultimately I'm able to survive and I'll reclaim my former greatness, I will offer up my 2 sons as a sacrifice to the God of Noah. The God of Noah. Interesting, I will say, it seems to be that he's ascribing some type of divine power to the actual plank itself. In any event, he pledges to go and offer up his 2 sons. Well, as one can imagine, Shmuel Benoi, his sons heard about this and weren't overly excited about this promise, and therefore the Katlu, they killed him. Sancheriv is assassinated by his own sons. Sancheriv is worshipping his beauty, and as he's worshipping his Avodah Zarah, his own sons go ahead and kill him. I will say, by the way, it's also interesting, when you think about this imagery, Sancheriv is trying to hold on to a plank from Noach's teva. So listen, the Medrash tells us who else held on to Noach's teva and was saved. Og. The Medrash says that Og Melech HaBashan, right, was held on to the table and was saved. They will say in times of distress, everyone's trying to hold on to something. The issue is in life, you have to make sure that you're holding on to the right thing. You see, even here, Sancheriv is always the tragedy of Sancheriv. Let's try it. You don't have to go back here. The tragedy of his mission is so often he's so close to turning things around, but just never manages together. In other words, this idea that finds the plank of the table, and he's like, you know what? The Ribono Shel Olam, you could be my lifeline. Like I could hold on to you and turn this around. And when you see this comes to a little bit, but yeah. Then he brings up offering his sons. It's always as if he misses it, just by a few steps. So close to being able to affect that real change, being able to turn things around, but always missing it by not being able to put the pieces directly together. It's incredible. So it's about So the Pasuk says, I want to say, switching gears here for just a moment, this is Admonimu. Now this is in the spring relations. Remember again, it was the battle of the four kings against the 5. The 4 defeat the 5, Adam goes to war against the 4. So the Pasuk says, literally again, the literal translation is, they split the night, Avram and his servants, and they smote the 4 kings. Also, there was actually an angel who was helping Aaron to fight this battle, and the angel's name was Shneimar B'Halayla Amar together. Rabbi Nafka says, Sha'as Imo Maisa Laila. But ultimately, what it means is that the Rashi points out the stars, like the stars actually fought on behalf of Aaron. They actually did battle on behalf of them. They fought together alongside Aaron. Shneimar in Shamayim Nilchamu HaKochavim Nimsirasam Nilcha in Sisra. Orish Lakish Tava Nafka Midibar Nafka. The words of the Nafka of the blacksmith for Yitzchak are better than the words of Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan is known in Shas sometimes as Barna. So the words of the blacksmith are better than the words of the son of the blacksmith. Okay, so ultimately, because I start with against the 4 kings. We've mentioned this many times on our journey in Shas. Why does the Gemara need to call it Yitzchak Nafka? Okay, so simple answer is because there is more than one. There's more than one Yitzchak. The deeper message is a lot of times in life we think that if we have a profession, that's my becoming an outstanding Tamkachim, a Torah. So what does everyone call the mercy? By the way, you could be a blacksmith in Torah. You could be a blacksmith yourself, a place on the age of Shas. You all have to go for a living. That's just the way that it is. The career exempts you from achieving excellence in Torah. We have an obligation to be professions, and we have an obligation, if not a greater obligation, to be excellent in Torah as well. There's no telling what we could become, even though we all have day jobs. The year of Dan, so let's remember again, the Pasuk said that Amavinu pursued them, the 4 kings, up until Dan. So what happened in Dan? So when Amavinu was pursuing the kings, when he got to the area of Dan, suddenly again his strength was diminished. Why? Because he saw prophetically that his descendants would worship Avodah Zarah in Dan. So because the Amavinu's spiritual strength was weakened, as soon as they got to Dan, Shneimar, they must say, what happened in Dan? Shneimar, Bayasa Yisrael, Bas Nasan B'dan. He's actually referring to Yeravam ben Nevat. We spoke about this last week. About the first king over the split kingdom, Yehuda Yisrael, installed 2 idols, like 2 calves, 2 golden calves. And one of them was put in the tribal area of It's incredible. So even though this wasn't going to happen until centuries later, nevertheless, Amavinu's strength was diminished when he got to the future site of Avodah Zarah of his children. So to again, Nebuchadnezzar, the Buzara also, we're not got to done Shneimar, Midan, Nishma, Nechlas, Susab. Amazira. Afagab the Shalach, Rabbi Yonah, and Zidim, and what's the Gary for this? So this the Amazira said the following message was given by Yehuda ben Sarah. Hizara b'zakin sheshachach temudah machmason. It will say, be careful with the Talmid Chacham who lost his learning because of extenuating circumstances. Or it will say sometimes in life a person gets old, they forget their learning, whether it's because of something like dementia or Alzheimer's, whether again it's just part of getting old in life. Be careful with a Talmid Chacham who forgot his learning, even though he doesn't necessarily have the recall that learning is still a part of who and what he is, and therefore there is an option to go ahead and respect it. This also teaches us a tremendous life lesson as well. The power that Torah has upon us is not just that we retain. And this is a very important source of chizuk, especially for us, Daf Yomi Chevra. And a lot of times, one of the most beautiful things about Daf Yomi is you see so much in one day. The most difficult things about Daf Yomi is come the next day, you have no idea what I learned. Right. But sometimes that's very frustrating for us because, like, what am I doing? What am I doing? So let's say, of course, now, again, the answer to that is, what's the answer to that? The answer to that is Chazara. That's why a person has to conjure the Daf. We know that. But let's say, in addition to that, the real power of Torah is what it does to you as a person, what it does to you in your Shama, and then nothing to do with retention. It is entirely experiential. The act of sitting and learning Torah fundamentally changed me as a person. Even if I don't remember one, I am still a changed human being. As Gemara says, you have a Talmid Chacham, person who forgot his learning, you think that because of it,
This
therefore
shit
again, it's
sucks.
the Torah impacts him any less. He's still the same holy Jew because Torah has imprinted on his neshama, fundamentally changed it. Furthermore, the Zara Bavri also be careful with the opinion. It was interesting how I learned from the last cycle in Kulan, when you shecht the birds, you shecht ophos, there's a blood vessel that runs next to the esophagus. Focus as to whether or not that artery you cut as part of Shabbat. Said you should be careful to do it. That allows the animal to bleed out faster and drain the animal of blood faster. That's called the bleeding. The Gemara says, "This good Yehuda." Let's say, watch this. Be careful with the children of ignorant people. Shemehen Tei Torah. Because from them, from the children of Amei Haaretz, ultimately again, that's where Torah will come from. And I'll say, this is an astounding Gemara. Take a look at Rashi for just a moment. It's the last Rashi on the right side. He's our Me'am Haaretz. He's talking about over here, children who grow up who are children of Amei Haaretz, who are children of ignorant people. And I will say, by the way, in this context, Amei Haaretz is not used in a disparaging way. It's used in a factual way. Right? A person grows up in a home where his parents are ignorant. Right? But ignorant doesn't have to mean they're not ignorant, it just means they don't know Torah. They don't learn Torah per se. So Rashi says, and those children who grow up in a home of Amei Haaretz become Talmidei Chachamim. Lasos Lam Kavod. Make sure to give those Talmidei Chachamim whose parents are Amei Haaretz. Make sure give them the greatest amount of kavod. Why? Shenehem Teitzei Torah Yisrael. Because those that are going to create and affect the greatest change on Yisrael. Sha'arei Yatzu Shmaya Ba'atan Neymar. So we'll see examples. So we'll say, what's the pshat? That is the children of Amei Haaretz who make the greatest impact to Klal Yisrael. Not the children, the children whose mothers are coming to come and grab on me. What's the pshat? Well, I think it's a very simple yisod. When a person grows up in a home of Amei Haaretz and decides to become a Talmid Chacham, they have to work 10 times harder. They have to work 10 times harder. Sometimes they have to work against parentals. Certainly, again, they have to learn a whole new body of things that perhaps they did not receive growing up. The push, right, and the commitment and the resilience that those Talmid Chachamim have, sometimes people who grew up with it don't necessarily have the same thing. And therefore, ultimately, the contribution that those Talmidei Chachamim will make, ultimately, again, is tenfold over what others. It's an incredible idea. So, and again, if you notice over here, the Gemara says, be careful. Now, if you have to tell someone to be careful, what does that mean? Right? That people generally, again, are not careful with this. Right? Why? Because we'll say it's so interesting. In the world, it's so interesting. In the world, we put so much primacy and importance on yichus. Yichus, right? This one has yichus, and this one has yichus. And yichus is wonderful. Yichus is wonderful. Right? Yichus is beautiful. It's fantastic. We all have beautiful yichus. You come out of the best yichus in the world. We put so much on. So Chazal telling us, good, yichus. But just understand, it's often those who do not have the distinguished pedigree, but then decide to make something magnificent of themselves. Those are the agents of change. Those are the people, ultimately, again, who make the most dramatic and tremendous difference. The ones who society says, somebody was telling me the other day that a certain yeshiva, really didn't saw its same standing anymore. And this year, post why this was the last. It's filled with outs. Like, wow. Flip out. There's someone maybe grew up, like a little bit more modern, or maybe not, and then became much more gorgeous. Flip out. So first of all, I said, so you mean like people like we want to emulate, right? When you say flip out, you mean so people who started with some and then decided to get more. That's a good. It's so warped. It's so warped that like in the world somehow people started with less and chose more. That person is a tzaddik shebet tzaddikim, right? That person goes on a pedestal. A person who made a choice to do more to accomplish more, even though they didn't have it growing up, even though perhaps again maybe their parents did like it, don't like it, are supportive, aren't supportive, has whatever it is, but they decide they want more. It's just so interesting that sometimes you have such a warped view of where actual greatness really comes from. It's very nice if you come from a family of righteous people. That's fantastic. Zafisa, incredible. But that does absolutely nothing for you except start you off at a higher place. So you still have to accomplish yourself. Are we throwing fishes over here? Did I just see that? Oh, okay. All right. And we'll say, so that's what the Gemara has to say. Hizaru, be careful with Amei Aretz, which means that the belt is not. But sometimes, again, the say the greatest people in this world are the ones who aren't born with the spiritual silver spoon in their mouth and they try to accomplish things on their own and make it. Those are the people who affect change. Incredible. It says, Ha Nusa Module. Sadik Ata Hashem. Shalom Kobog de Shalom Kobog de Bagat, Nitatan Gam Sharshal, Yelkugam also for Yakis. Was the shocking this passage. So this is Eov. No, sorry, Yirmiyahu. So Yirmiyahu here is asking, the part of this puzzle we're going to focus on over here. The part of this puzzle we're going to focus on over here is that why is it Derech Hashem that the wicked seem to go ahead and prosper? So you might be like this. Mashallah Adam. Sorry. Maya Hajjulay. What was answering back to Yirmiyahu Navi? She asked like lying in a Rata Sabi al-Ufa, the eight his Kara as Hasusin Ba'aret Shalom Atabotea. What does this mean? Mashallah Adam Echad. Shalom Yokal and Yularut Gil Parasol Tabei Hasusin. So don't say he's a mashal. Listen to this. What's a guy? The guy claimed that he could run faster. He could even run faster than horses. I could run 3 parasols. I won't say parasols a lot of area. I could run 3 parasols before, right? And I could even outrun horses. Right? I could even run in swamps. Obviously, much harder to run in a swamp. So what happened? So now he was racing against the human runner. Raglim is a runner. And this human runner, outpaced him 3 even, which is a much lesser distance, and the Abasha on royal land. So the Gemara says, Amalei, Malif ne Ragli Kach, Lifnei Susis, Alakas Kamo. And we say to this guy, if you can't beat the human runner, you certainly can't outpace horses. If you can't beat the runner for 3 million, you certainly can't go ahead and you outpace him for the parasol. So the Gemara says, and if you can't outpace him on dry land, you certainly can't outpace anything on the swamp. So so to you, Yirmiyahu. So Yirmiyahu. So what does this mean? What does it mean? At the end of the day, what they're telling Yirmiyahu is that you don't understand the ways of HaKadosh. That's simply it. You think you can understand, you think that you can see, you think that you know, but at the end of the day you don't. In just a moment. So you're bothered by the fact that I went ahead and I made this, I allowed Nebuchadnezzar successful in such a dramatic way. But just you should see, Nebuchadnezzar got the reward of 4 steps. We'll see the story of those 4 steps in today. So if you see all of the reward that Nebuchadnezzar got for taking 4 steps, then again, you're going to be overwhelmed. When I reward Avram, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, so Nebuchadnezzar took 4 steps and was rewarded. You'll be overwhelmed when you see the reward. Ultimately, Avram, Yitzchak, and Yaakov who ran before me like horses. Again, we'll see that story in just a little bit. You might say sorry, what do you mean? When did Nebuchadnezzar walk with 4 steps? What's that story? The most incredible story. Merudach Beladon Melech Babel Sfarim. So it happened that Merudach Beladon, that was his name, Ben Beladon, son of Beladon, right, who was the king of Babel, sent a letter. Now the rest of the pasuk is he sent a letter to Chizkiyahu because he heard that Chizkiyahu was ill and then he was healed. Okay, so the Gemara says, so the Gemara says, because so this king, the king of Baladon, sent a letter and he gave to Chizkiyahu and went over here. Here's the Gemara, Midrash es Mofes. Yes, because Baladon was because he said when Chizkiyahu was healed, a miracle occurred. He was overwhelmed by this miracle, and he said, I gotta find out about this guy Chizkiyahu's story. What was the miracle? Listen to this. Now, I'm going to be open. Let's see, by the way, I know we're going quickly at some point. So you have to remember what's a very good idea. So maybe Shavuos night this year, we're going to do Parak HaChelek. That's going to be our topic for this year. Man was just like, then I think it's a whatever. So what happened? All of a sudden, you know, Achaz. The day that Achaz died. Who was Achaz? On the day that Achaz died, Shtei Sha'os Chaya, dramatically, caused me to set after 2 hours. Now, why did he do that? He did not want Achaz to be eulogized, and he did not want Achaz to be properly. So he dramatically went ahead and caused the sun to set prematurely. So what happened? So the Gemara says, and it was incredible. When Chizkiyahu was healed, so ultimately, again, HaKadosh Baruch Hu returned those healed. They were 10 hours of daylight in that day. Isn't that incredible? So the day was prolonged. Obviously, again, the day was by everyone. So Berodach, and I keep getting his name, Berodach Baladon saw this 10 extra daylight. It's like, what's going on over here? The Gemara says, so Lana Chazashani, he later said, he made Mishi Malos, Achal Yisham Shapolis, as well as the Deshiv Hashemish, as well as the Malos and Yarda. I'm going to my height. So Berodach Baladon said, what is this? Amalei Chizkiyahu, so told Chizkiyahu was ill, he became healed, and Abba Hashem Rosham gave him back 10 hours of daylight. All right, so this Amar, Ika Gavra Ki Hai, Shalma, so it's incredible. So listen, and there is a man like this who gets 10. How can I not write a letter and say a Shalom? Right? I mean, you got to get to this. So the Gemara says, come to this. So here is the letter that Merodach sent to Chizkiyahu. So here it is. So the Gemara says, peace to you, King Chizkiyahu. Shalom lekarta Yerushalayim. Right? Peace unto Yerushalayim. Shalom le'elokar Rabbo. Peace unto the great God. Peace unto the great God. So the Gemara says, so Nebuchadnezzar, now I'm going to say this, when Nebuchadnezzar was young, so what was his job? He was the scribe of the king. He was the scribe of Merodach Baladon. So the Gemara says, listen to this. So apparently Nebuchadnezzar wasn't there when Merodach Baladon wrote this letter. He was on break, so he comes back, he finds out that Merodach Baladon wrote this letter. Well, tell me, what was the letter that was used? They told him the letter. So Nebuchadnezzar says something. Nebuchadnezzar says the letter makes no sense. He says, you call the God of the Jews great, but you put him last. You say, Shalom Aleichem, great King Chizkiyahu. Shalom Aleichem, great King Yerushalayim. Shalom Aleichem, great. Nebuchadnezzar says, doesn't make any sense. If it's great, then where to see the law? All the way in front. But this is Nebuchadnezzar. All right, Allah Shalom Aleichem, Shalom Aleichem, Shalom Aleichem. So Nebuchadnezzar says, the height right it. Shalom Aleichem to great God. Shalom Aleichem to Chizkiyahu. Shalom Aleichem to Yerushalayim. So it says, so right, can you imagine? But everybody's one of these moments. Nebuchadnezzar's like, guys, I left for 5 minutes. Right? And you can't get the letter right. Set in. Kind of digarta. So I said this expression before that literally again. Kind of digarta literally means he who reads the letter should be the one who goes ahead and delivers it. The idea being that sometimes if you have the good idea, execute. You have the good idea, execute. Don't come, basket full of good ideas. You have good ideas, execute them as well. So the letter is in transit. You think that it should be redone? Okay, go after the courier and get it. So let's listen to this. Rabbi says, so let's listen to this. To his credit. Nebuchadnezzar runs after the courier. Roy Basrei, Kidiroy Abba Psios, as he took 4 steps, Asa Gabriel opened. Gabriel stopped him. So I'm going to be open. The Mole Lobo Gabriel Bamidu Lohaya Takara Listening Shade. Let's listen to this. Because what was Nebuchadnezzar doing? Nebuchadnezzar was running after the courier because Nebuchadnezzar was concerned about the covet of the Ribono Shalom. Gabriel stopped him. Had Nebuchadnezzar run further, there was no way to stop his future against Klal Yisrael. We saw before in the Arab seals, the 4 steps of Nebuchadnezzar running after the courier because the letter was not written in unified enough way to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That gave Nebuchadnezzar ultimately again tremendous power over Klal Yisrael. And had the Malach Gabriel not stopped where he was, who knows what the carnage would have been. We'll say absolutely amazing. So I just point out it's amazing. Sometimes it's always interesting to see what makes people great. How do overwhelmingly successful people become successful? So the Gemara tells us these stories so that there's something learned. So what do you see in this over here from the Nebuchadnezzar? So let's say just on the most basic level, the willingness to take an idea and to implement it. A lot of times in life, we're chock full of ideas, and it's great. I'm willing to take all of my ideas, I'll alphabetize them, categorize them, anything you want, and then I'm ready to give them over to someone else. And then as long as someone else does the execution, what makes great people great is they have beautiful ideas and they are willing to put in effort to implement. They don't delegate. They do what has to get done in order to get the job done. And if Nebuchadnezzar has this insight, it's not just, okay, Chevron, who wants to run after the courier? Again, if he's the sofer to the king, by the way, that's a pretty important position. He could have gotten someone else to run after the courier, but instead he decides to do it himself. Because great people recognize that they believe in something enough, roll up your sleeves and get it done. Don't wait for someone else to do the thing, do the job yourself. Incredible. You goes like, by the way, my baladon. So he goes back over here to this king. I must point out over here, this king is the king of Baba before Nebuchadnezzar. So now his name was Meroda Baladon ben Baladon. That's a pretty strange name. Meroda, what does it mean Baladon ben Baladon? Listen to this. We'll say, Amri, Baladon was his father. Baladon, the father, was king. What happened? And he had some type of illness. His face looked like a dog, transformed into a dog. Right? Again, I know the dog caucus is going to say, beautiful, so beautiful, so wonderful. Okay, good. You clearly see how Chazal feel about dogs. Okay, good. So anyway, so the says over here, he looked like a dog. His face became deformed. He can't be king. That is the bubble. He can't be king with a deformed face. So he abdicated the throne. So his son Meroda becomes king. It's actually very. So his son Balaam becomes king. Part of the way that his son gave their covenant is he took his name as his own. So it's being Meroda ben Baladon, he became Meroda Baladon ben Baladon. This was covered to his father who was still alive. So the Gemara says, "Hani d'chsev ben yechamidav ve'eved adonav." Someone say this is what it means when it says a son will honor a father and a servant his master. Ben yechamidav hada aman. Someone say, by the way, it's actually pretty striking. It's just interesting to see that the example that Chazal want to bring on this pasuk of Ben Yechabidav, which is from Malachi, the Gemara quotes it. The example it gives ultimately again is Merodach Baladon Ben Baladon. There are a lot of other examples of Kibbutz Avos, but it's interesting to see that they choose this one. The Gemara says, "Eved Adonav." What's the Eved Adonav? B'chsiv u'b'chodesh hachamishi b'Yisrael l'chodesh yishnas sha'as yishon l'melech Nebuchadnezzar ba melech v'zorn ravat habachim amar l'fnei melech b'Yisrael b'Yushalayim as beis Hashem as beis. So let's listen to this. So the example, who is the example of the servant who revered his master, the servant who revered his master was Nebuchadnezzar. Now we're transitioning back. Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babel, was his top general. Now Nebuchadnezzar, a cruel and bloodthirsty man, he's given the appellation Rab HaTabachim, chief butcher. The chief butcher. In fact, we speak about Nebuchadnezzar in the funeral in Tisha B'Av, and we speak specifically about Nebuchadnezzar's bloodthirst for children, the cruelty that he exhibited towards children. So the Gemara says here, so the miracle is the passage that says that Nebuchadnezzar goes ahead, he burns the house of HaKadosh and the palace of the king. The passage said that Nebuchadnezzar was standing before HaKadosh, was standing before Nebuchadnezzar, his master. He wants to say, I'm a base. Tell Nebuchadnezzar Yerushalayim. So I said, now let's just get the job right over here. Zaran is in Yerushalayim. He's just destroyed the base HaMikdash. He's destroyed ultimately against the king of Babel. But Nebuchadnezzar was never in Yerushalayim. The Gemara says, Nebuchadnezzar Yerushalayim was Nebuchadnezzar in Yerushalayim, Baksiv. Vayalu also Melech Babel, Rivlasa. So Nebuchadnezzar was never in Eretz Yisrael. He was in Antioch. Right, that's what he was. So how does it say? How does it say that Nebuchadnezzar stood before Nebuchadnezzar? Let's say Tzadik on page 96 feet 3 lines down. The most beautiful that Nebuchadnezzar had such covet for his king that he had an image of Nebuchadnezzar literally engraved on his chariot. So he felt like he was always before his king. The Chadamar Ein Yisera Haisalom Mimenu. Or the much reverence for Nebuchadnezzar, so much reverence that it was as if he was standing before the king at all times. Incredible. So the Gemara Rava says as follows. So I'm going to say back a little bit. So the initial attack on Yerushalayim. The Gemara says, "Trust Mea Kundaisa Nargod the Parzalon." The Shah Parzalon. So Nebuchadnezzar had sent Nebuchadnezzar wagon loads of 300 of the sharpest axes that were so sharp that the metal could cut through metal. All right, the Shah Parzalon. And all the axes broke, trying to break down the gateway of Yerushalayim. Omar, Mr. Loli Abdubi, so it says easy to this. Nebuchadnezzar to turn back. Now why is Nebuchadnezzar to turn back? Because remember again, it wasn't so long beforehand that what happened? Sancheriv, right? So in other words, everybody knows the story of Sancheriv, the massive defeat that has been brought. So now you have 300 of the sharpest axes, metal that can cut through metal, and all of them break on one door in Yerushalayim. This does not look like a good home. So Nebuchadnezzar is ready to turn around, go back home. Nakakala ba'amar, Shavar bar Shavar. So Basko came out. Terrible. Basko came Shavar. And I was like, Shavar bar Shavar literally means a jumper. Someone who jumped. Rashi says, okay, Shavar bar Shavar is on the right hand column of Rashi, about 10 lines into the short lines. Dolik bar Dolik, Hum Bakash Yushalai. And the Nebuchadnezzar in Kalmar. So it's like, this is interesting. So apparently, so the Gemara says, so apparently that we called him the jumper because interestingly enough, Nebuchadnezzar was part of Sancheriv's campaign as well. And interestingly enough, let's remember again, what was Sancheriv's mistake? He missed the window. Apparently, Nebuchadnezzar was the one who was urging Sancheriv, attack now. That's why it's called the jumper. Right? He was to leap into battle, to jump into battle. So the Bastel comes up and says, jumper, don't abandon your player. So the Gemara says, Shavar bar Shavar the Mezigna the Mikdash Shacharit the Heichel Mikle. So ultimately again it is time for the Mikdash to be destroyed. I will say, by the way, I just want to point out that these bars are very profound. Because a lot of times when we suffer misfortune at the hands of the nations of the world, what's compounded is the notion of a feeling of abandonment by a Kadosh Baruch Hu. Now, what's interesting to us is Chazal always tell us nothing ever happens to us unless the Ribono Shel Olam wants it to happen. And even when there's pain, and even when there's suffering, even when there's loss, it only comes from Kadosh Baruch Hu. Now, on one hand, it's painful because why does Kadosh Baruch Hu do this to us? On the other hand, there is, interesting enough, or ironically enough, a certain element of nechama. Because I know it's not something that someone else is doing to me, it's something that Baruch Hu is doing to me. Which means that the Rebbe Shalom is choreographing even this overwhelming, painful situation, which is difficult as it is, but not haphazard. I know it's random, I know it's coming from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So Vasco comes out and says, Zaron, don't abandon ship, don't abandon ship. It is time for the Beis HaMikdash to be destroyed. So watch this. Pashlei Chad Narga. There was one axe left. One axe left. Asa Maki Bekupe Be'ifda. So everyone says, now there's one axe left. So now, this is interesting. So Zaron is a very smart man. So Zaron realizes now that he's at a very, very dangerous crossroads. Am I going to be like Sancheriv and be wiped out by Hashem, or am I going to be the agents of Hashem? So what does he do? He takes the last axe. He goes over to the gate of Yerushalayim. He doesn't hit the gate. With the sharp part. He hits the gate with the handle, the blunt, the dull part. Why? What's his logic? His logic is like this. If the Torah Kadosh Baruch Hu, if the Marshal wants him to destroy the Beis HaMikdash, the gate will open even with the blunt part. So the Gemara says, and sure enough, he knocked against the gate with the dull part, and the gate fell down. Shneimar, Yodei K'nei L'mayla B'Sach It Hadumos Havakato V'Azi Adamata L'Hayit Amei. So let's say, so now, this is a tragically overwhelming story. The Rizal Rav Tabachim, the chief butcher, knocks down the gate of Yerushalayim, and he's literally again killing everyone in sight until he gets to the Beis HaMikdash. Adlik Bei Nila. He sets the Beis HaMikdash. He sets the Beis HaMikdash on fire. I would say this is the overwhelming Gemara. Gava Heichalim. As Zoran lights the Beis HaMikdash on fire, the Beis HaMikdash itself begins to ascend heavenward, almost as if the Beis HaMikdash is trying to save itself from what is occurring. When you imagine the Beis HaMikdash uproots itself and begins to go and literally ascend heavenward. And what happened? Darku Bei Min Shemayim. Almost pushed it back down. The Beis HaMikdash itself is trying to escape itself. It's trying to say, you know what, like, sometimes even with the hostages and everything that happened, and the Beis HaMikdash wants to remove itself on this. Which Beis HaMikdash doesn't want to says, enough. Shechina says, there's a plan, but whatever the plan is, there's a plan. So the Shechina itself takes its hand, pushes the Beis HaMikdash back down. Overwhelming. Shneimar, Gat Darach Hashem B'Rasulah HaSirudah. So one can imagine at this point in time, he's feeling a little bit arrogant. He's met with ridiculous success, right? Burning down the house of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Nak Kabas Kava Amralei Amakatila Katlas Heichel Kalyas Kimcha Tachina Tachinas Nibuzar. Calm down. You killed a dead nation. You destroyed buildings, ground up wheat that was already flour. No, Trump was telling the results. You didn't do anything. I did this. I did this. You're carrying out my will. Don't you for a moment that this is your success, right? That this is your accomplishment. Everything that you're doing is only occurring because I'm allowing it to occur. Here at Chaim V'Tach Mikema, the Parshli Tubal Gali Shot Avinaros. Chitim Lo Nemar Amekema. It doesn't say anything about wheat, rather it says again flour. The same way that becoming you grind flour that's already flour, not doing anything. So you've already destroyed people. You've destroyed buildings. That's an incredible story. Chaza Dami B'Zachari Davi Karasa. Okay, so this is Navi Zachariah. This is a tragic story. So many tragic stories. Overwhelming. So so Navi Zachariah had Yosef to Kal Yisrael saying that they have to do tshuva or they're going to be destroyed. How did Kal Yisrael deal with this message? They killed Zachariah. Zachariah in the Beis HaMikdash itself. So what? So Nebuchadnezzar is standing in the Beis HaMikdash, and he sees Chazar Dami B'Kav. He sees that there's blood that's boiling, literally bubbling blood in the Beis HaMikdash. So my high, so Zachariah said, people, Jews in the Beis HaMikdash, what is this? Don't say the one about that. That's just sacrificial blood that's spilled. So the Buzarni says that doesn't make any sense. What does he do? I see Damukasi. So ultimately, one of these does, he shechts an animal, takes the blood from the shechted animal, compares it to this blood that's running this, but it doesn't seem kind of blood. It doesn't look the same kind of blood. I think you're lying to me. He says, the Mr. Paris law. So the Mizar says, either tell me what this is, or literally I will peel the skin off your body with iron combs. Someday, High Kohen V'Navihu. This is the blood of a man who was both a Kohen and the Navi. He prophesied to the Jewish people about the destruction of the Mikdash, and the Klal Yisrael, we killed him. We killed him because we didn't like his message. So the Zara says, okay, I will appease. I'll appease him. I see Abanon, Kadol, Iludia, Blona. Whereas I'll avenge Chizkiyahu's blood, son of blood. So what does he do? He gathers up the rabbinic leadership. He kills them all. Blood didn't stop boiling, bubbling. I see died the key to Deva. He brought the school children. Kadol, he slaughtered below Nach, and the blood did not stop. I see Pirkei Kahuna, Kadol. He brought young Kohanim, killed them, and the blood did not stop bubbling. Until he slaughtered 940,000 people below Nach, and ultimately again the blood did not stop bubbling. So the Vudzar goes over to the blood and he says, Zechariah, Tovim Shebahem Ibarik. So it's only Gemara. So when the Vudzar says, Zechariah, literally again I've slaughtered the best of Klal Yisrael. Should I kill more? Miyad, no. In that moment again, so the blood of Zechariah stopped bubbling. We should just know, by historical accounts, it's interesting to know, over close to 1 million Jews were slaughtered when the Beis Hamikdash fell. It was destroyed. So it's interesting. A lot of times, like Gemara, sometimes numbers are hyperbolic. It's interesting, the 940,000 number is, again, close to 1 million people fell. That's why when you think about destruction of the base, I think you have to think about just the destruction of the structure. If you forget about just of life, over almost 1 million people. So the Gemara says, so now so literally the Budzana says, what else killed it up on it? The children. I killed the Kahuna. I killed the Klal Yisrael. You want more blood? More bloodshed? And then the blood stopped bubbling. So we'll say, stop here and just one. The Gemara says, here's Tshuva B'day. So this is one of the most amazing happened, which is, so the Zara says, as they say, like, Mashu lo normal, right? This is not normal. This is not a normal Zach over here, right? And he has thoughts of Tshuva. What are thoughts of Tshuva? He says, Haim Shalo Igdu Elanech Achas, Kach, Gavra Mate Heavy Alei. So it was us. Klal Yisrael was held to such a degree of accountability because they killed one person, they killed Zechariah. So the Musa says, what's going to happen to me? I killed almost 1 million people. What's going to be with me? Arak, Shade Portisa Levese, Vaisgaya. Crazy. The Zaran sends a letter to his house saying, Chevra, I'm not coming home. And he goes off and he converts. He converts. So we'll say absolutely overwhelming. Even the Zara, and again, Rabbi Kabachim, the chief butcher, has this overwhelming moment of here what Shuvah. I just want to point out over here, the Russian over here is here the Shuvah. You know, the Russian that I'm a Milk Shuvah. Okay, what's this one? I'll just tell you this very quickly. The Russian I'm Milk Shuvah, Halacha Aleph, is Kiyasat Shuvah. So it's interesting that when Kishiyas Shuvah, what is that Russian Kishiyas Shuvah? The gifter of Shiva has a beautiful sefer called Hirurei Shuvah. The gifter writes, but this other Jewish has this idea as well, that the first step of Shuvah is Hirah. What's Hirah? Hirah is a thought. Before you even do anything concrete, before I change anything about my life, the first step in Shuvah is that thought. What that thought? That thought is, I can't go on the way things are. The first step in Shuvah is this level of cognition. Things just can't be different. How was where that remains to be seen. But I know that the way now should not be the way they go. Has that moment of here, right? As he's standing there with blood of precious Jews in his hands, staring at the Beis Hamikdash that is going up in flames, has this cathartic moment up here, says, you know what? I don't know what I'm going to do, but I know that I can't think straight. Runs away from everything, gives up everything, and goes on to become a Ger, goes on to become a member of Klal Yisrael. I will say, the story's not over, but we're going to stop here for today. The rest of Levu Zoran's story and the story of other great Gerim we have to tomorrow's daf. Want to start taking one side? Shkoya. All right, Trevor, was another great day.
It looks fucking great, but the product is shit. It's just like so not true. I watched the UFC card. It was fucking awesome. I loved it. Yeah, Luke was saying the fights are really good on this. I didn't watch it. I did win some money. Yeah, Jesus Christ. The legend hit. Tease tell. This makes sense because that was actually funny. Okay, so Brendan Chops slammed UFC event at the Sphere. Brendan Chop got caught plagiarizing a tweet. Reinforced campaign. So he just I should have seen that coming. He's the goat of stealing shit, dude. He's the Michael Jordan of taking takes. Okay, so here we go. I didn't actually line these ones up, so I might be like come back to it later. But plus my air pumper, if you're over 25 at Burning Man Grow Up, is something he's in the bucket, and it's just real quick showing him being a grown man. You know what I mean? Straws, right? It's soy boy, right? You know no problem with right? He's in. If you're at 25 Burning Man, grow up like this. He should be like this, right? Yeah. I see what you're doing here. No, I completely agree. Yeah, it's my takeaway too. But grow up like this. Yeah, you know, do the right, be a man. Yeah, if you reach a certain age, you're over 25. Fucking, that's the kind of shit. Like how bleach, like an adult man will do. But bleach your hair white. Get a copy of the T-ball game. You know, grow up, dude. Where are you gonna put your stuff if you don't have a copy of your stuff?
What is this bullshit? Oh, this says verify your age. I'm throwing fists.
So it's very long. We can cut it out.
Look at this. Let it.
People make fun of you drinking ham. Yeah. Drinking here. Every shot do 3 drills a day. Hammer right, you know. That's the bulk of the clip right there. Okay. But then they just have an intervention for chicks. Sorry for burping, but that's disgusting. Jeff, you said you stopped drinking a while ago. Is it still sober? Still sober. 11 months. You checked in your head. Jeff, what's on my head? Because he said you felt way better.
All right, Joel said, good morning, Chodesh. It's supposed to be able to begin the new month together. We're going to set it. So I can begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. We have a lot of sponsors this morning. To thank. Okay. To thank Steve and Terry Zinn for dedicating all the shiurim in this month of Cheshvan. Loving memory of Steve's father, Albert Zinn, C. Ben Chaim Zichron Yevracha on the yahrzeit. To thank our week of learning sponsor, in person for a few days to learn. There is no shir no chevra like our chev in belated honor of David's remarkable Siyum HaTorah. That's the only sponsor of today, Baruch Hashem, has last nation of today's 54th yahrzeit for more Sandler, Moshe Yehuda Ben Avram HaKohen Zichron Yevracha, as well as for the upcoming 13th yahrzeit for Sheldon Berman, Shmuel Yosef Ben Shalom Tuvia Zichron Yevracha on the 6th of Cheshvan. And that film today is sponsored by the Tusk Children, to our Papa. We and are always rooting for all over the world. Yes. Absolutely beautiful. I didn't read anything at the time. All right, so let's say good morning. Let's begin. We have a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. Can I Okay, today's daf is Lamed Tes. We are picking up in Eretz Hashem on Lamed Tes on the base, way up top. Way up top, but it's okay. It really is roughing flows quickly. Says the Gemara, Tanya. So we left off lot 38 at the two dots, 2, 4, 5, 6 lines down from the top. 6 lines on the top. Tanya. Yaakov says, remember again, such our same fundamental machlokes Mishnah, which was again, what is the minimum number of hazot that you need in order to head and allow a carbon to be effective? The halacha is, by general kabbalah, halacha is what we call an halacha. We call halacha achos shishtayim. Well, as in the case ultimately of chatos, the Shana says you require 2. Shtayim shein arba. Beisil says even by chatos, ultimately again it is 1. It is 1. Okay. So the Rebbe says something like that. Time now, right? That's Rabbi Eliezer Yaakov. The Shana shtei matara shebechatos, the achos shebechol hazloch. So the Shana says as follows. The Shammai says, so again, in general, 2 matanos when it comes to a chatos. Remember again, that's Shtayim shein arba. So you need 2 blood applications by a chatos and 1 blood application by all other karbanos. And that does 2 things. Number 1, matiros. Matiros means that allows the carbon to be effective, and mefaglos means you could render it pegel. So in other words, a chatos can only be rendered pegel according to the Shammai is if you have an invalidating intent during both 2 of the zritos, right? By regular karbanos, even by one of the zritos. Beisil says no. Beisil only achos shebechatos v'achos shebechol hazlochim materes u'mifagyalas. Beisil says no. Both by chatos as well as by general karbanos. The halacha is materes u'mifagyalas, which is that halacha l'maisa, 1 blood application allows the carbon to be effective, and therefore with 1 blood application, ultimately a carbon can become pegel. So we'll say this is fascinating. Maskei Raboshia came listening a gabi kuli b'shan v'chumei b'silah. Hold up. This should be part of the list of the kulas of Beishamai and the kulas of Beisilal, right? The stringencies of Beishamai. Right? And the means of Beisilal. Why was? Because again, remember, Beishamai ultimately again is being natal. How is it being natal? Because according to him, a chatas only becomes pegel if you have 2 zrikas, right? If you have an invalidating intent by 2 of the azos, by 2 of the blood applications. Beisilal says even by 1. So Beisilal is being mahmir, Beishamai is being natal. So why not add this to the source of items that the Shammai is makel on and the Silo is machmir on? Incredible. To which the Gemara says, Rashi says over here, listen ye, lahach plugya be'edios, gavikula b'Shammai shekula nistru b'mishka edios. I will say, remember again, many of you asked this, in Shas, so edios is often in the same volume as haris. Right, interestingly enough, right, Egos, because Egos is really only Mishnayos, is not part of the Daf Yomi set. But interestingly enough, in the sentence Egos, ultimately again, this list of the chumras of Beisilal, the kulas of Beishamai, included yet this doesn't show up. So this is so interesting. I'm going to no. Ki itchel had Taylor itchel, the holiday Beishamai chumra. No. When the Shiloh was asked, so interesting. When the Shiloh was asked, under what circumstances are you permitted to consume the meat? Take a look at that for just a moment. We have here, it's like a cross and that's about 10 lines, 7, 6, 5, maybe 4. It's somewhere in 4 or 8 lines down. You might say, we have here, it's still the Indian heter habasar va'imurin miba. Listen to this. Show me that shaw's a shaw. The way this question was asked in the video was in the following way. If you did 1 application by a chatas and then the rest of the sacrificial blood spilled. So what's Hadam Asilmar says, or low, can you eat the meat and can you offer up the sacrifice or not? And what's that law? So Beishamai is no. Ultimately, again, it's possible. It's possible because remember, Beishamai has 2 blood applications. Ultimately, again, chatas. And therefore, Beishamai says, no, you can't eat the meat. Beisilal says, Yes, you can eat the meat. Why? Because you only need one blood application. So from the perspective that the question was asked, right, Beis Shammai was the machmir, because Beis Shammai says you can't eat the meat because you need 2 blood applications, you only had 1. And Beis Hillel was the Nikel because they said you could eat it. Incredible. I'll say, what a Musar Haskell. What a Musar Haskell. That it's not just about what you say, but it is about how you say it. My children know if there's one thing my wife always says over and over. So even as adults, she says to me, it's never just what you say, it is always how you say it. Tone and facial expressions, everything makes a difference. So this is incredible. Same question, but asked from a different perspective. So from one perspective, Beis Shammai is the Nagel, Beis Hillel is the machmir. From the other perspective, no. Beis Shammai is the machmir, Beis Hillel. Or how, not just what you say, but always how you say it. Incredible. Let's go back to it. However, you're going, Shalosh Mantana Shebechatos, Einam Balas Balayos. Let's listen to this. So now, just to understand, by chatos, generally by chatos, there are 4 blood applications, 4 hazos, 4 sprinklings. Now, the machlokes of Shammai is how many of those are necessary? Beis Hillel, 1, Beis Shammai, 2. Now, this humor is going to operate under the assumption that we're going like Beis Hillel. That by a chatos, ultimately, again, really, you must have 1 blood application. Obviously, the goal is how many should you have? 4, right? You should have 4 because that's the man, right? You should have 4, right? You should always have 4. That's the ideal. That's the ideal. But halacha l'maisa, you need at least 1. That's. So I'm just pointing this out. You know, I was operating under the assumption that we constantly like this. So we'll see whether or not that's true. So let's go. I'm going to be open. Shalosh Matana Shebechatos, the 3 blood applications. Now what that means is, what's the 3? After you do what we'll call the first primary one, which is the one that essentially allows the to be established. The 3. What's their status? So the Gemara says, Einon Balas Balayos. But the Gemara is essentially, let me just face outside for just a second. The Gemara is going to show us like this. Since remaining 3 are not as quote-unquote as necessary. I'm sure of that because of course it's necessary for mandates it. But since it's not necessary in the same way as the first, to a certain degree, the last 3 are treated a little bit differently than there are certain similarities they have to the first and certain differences they have to the first. So here we go. So the Gemara says like this. So what 8 balls balayla cannot be done at night, you can sprinkle it at night. But this is very interesting. Let's say Reuven is bringing a chatos, right? Reuven is bringing a chatos. So Reuven is offering it up. And after the first sprinkling, Reuven died. So the halacha, if you do the rest of the sprinklings, contrast that with, let's say, the chef of the carbon, and then Reuven died before the first act of Judah, you could not do it. You could not carry with the carbon. But once the plate is done, you can even do the subsequent ones. But if you do these others outside of the Beis Hamikdash, ultimately again you will be chayiv. Okay, incredible. Rav says, it's true. The last 3 hazos are like the first one, and in certain respects they're more lenient. Literally, they're like they're more lenient. What does this mean? So on one hand, so on one hand, again, you can't do it outside of the Beis Hamikdash. You can't. It requires a color. These are all the last 3. Like please, it requires a service. Karen the etzba. Ultimately, it's applied on the corners of the mizbeach with the finger of the kohen. Kibus, laundering, right? Laundering. We'll say in just a moment. V'shirayim, the leftover blood. Kitchas. In all of these areas, the last 3 sprinklings are like the first. And let's say that. Just let's look specifically at the last couple. What does this mean? Kibus. If you look at Rashi chutz, if you actually go into the wide lines, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 lines into the wide lines. It's the middle of a Rashi, 3 words from the end of the line. The kibus. What's the case of kibus? What's the case of laundering? This is fascinating. In mitas medana chatas ala beged, the asher shenasim menatana achas, tone kibus. I will say it's blood splatters on the clothing of the kohen. After he did the first act of sprinkling, sometime during the last 3, the halacha is that his clothing requires laundering. Kilunitas kodem lakol, aval nosen komat noseh ve'achar kach nitas min hashirayim ein ton kibus kidamin It's just an interesting fact. The halacha is that if blood splatters on the Kohen's clothing, anytime doing any of this use, ultimately the Kohen requires kibbutz, requires laundering. If, let's say, blood splatters after the sprinkling, let's say it's pouring out the remnants of the blood, and then it does not require laundering. In this respect, the last three are like the first one. Has a status totally at a practical level. What it means is that halacha l'maisa, any leftover blood can't just discard it summarily, but rather again it must be out drained by the base, which we'll talk about that. So these are all ways in which the last three sprinklings are like the first. On the other hand, Nisa, lo shayu v'lo mefagla. On the other hand, right, ultimately again, when it comes to Nisa, Rashi says, Bos l'chata la'achar Nisa v'dam ala'el, lo shayu v'lo ma'agla, v'lo ayri l'gavai kisofan. On the other hand, it'll say the halacha, so the last three can be brought even after the death of the owner. Right, so remember again, if the owner dies, the proving dies before the first act of sprinkling, can't bring the carbon. If he dies after the first, but during the last three, can't bring it. Right, lo sharia v'lo mefagla. The last three do not permit the carbon, right? They're not the matir, and also the carbon cannot become piggled through an erroneous intent. And ultimately, again, they cannot be brought inside. Again, we'll see exactly. We'll see what it means, but Pashas, what that means is, if you have a chatas sachito, which is a chatas offered on the outside, and you bring the blood inside of the Beis Hamikdash and sprinkle it there, that does not invalidate the carbon. In all of these cases, kisofar. So in these last categories, the last three sprinklings ultimately again are kind of reckoned on their own. So we'll say, so again, so fascinatingly enough, Rav Papa says, here's what we're doing. Operating with the idea like Pesilo, the first act of sprinkling is the determinant of the effectiveness of the carbon. Obviously, it's a mitzvah to do the remaining three, but Allah again, in certain respects, the first three are like the first one, and they're different than the first one. How are they like the first one? One more time. You can't do it outside of the Beis Hamikdash, can't do it at night, requires a kohen, requires a kisharis, done with the finger of the kohen is sprinkled on the corner. If blood splatters on the kohen's clothing, he requires kibbutz, laundering. Leftovers are poured out by the yisod, by the base of the mizbeach. In this respect, the last three are just like the first one. How are they different? Number one, last three can be done even after the death of the owner. That's Misa. No Sharia, they do not permit the carbon. Last three can't make the carbon piggle, right? Ultimately, again, if they are brought inside the Beis, they do not go ahead and make the carbon. Incredible. I'm not Papa, I mean, alone. So Papa says, where do I know this? Now, Papa specifically, right? The halacha, if any of the blood during any of the sprinklings, specifically even the last three, splatters on the clothing of the Kohen, ultimately, again, there's a din kibbutz, he has to launder. So Papa says, where do I know this? From this time, we learned on this nan, Nitas minat sabra alabagin ain't no tongue kibbutz. Very interesting. When the Kohen did the shita, the blood splattered from the neck onto the clothing of the Kohen. Ultimately, again, there is no din of laundering. He doesn't have to launder, which is very interesting, right? Because why? Which makes sense. It's not sacrificial blood yet. Remember, when does it become sacrificial blood? When? Only once it comes into a kisharis. Mina karen in there. So, Tan Kiva Simi again. Let's say the Kohen is going ahead and sprinkling on his beah, and there's splashback, right? He goes ahead and he's sprinkling it, and it splatters back on his clothing. Also, this does not require kibbutz. What do you see from here? Hamin haloi karen talam kibbutz. But any blood that is fit to be applied on his beah, ultimately, again, if it gets on the Kohen's clothing, does require laundering. So therefore, what? Any of the sprinklings that is blood that is fit to go on in his beah, and again, requires kibbutz. I uleta'ameh mina yesod eno ta'on kibbutz. You must be very pleasing this logic. It's blood splashback, let's say he's pouring it down by the yesod facing in his beah. And so if it's splashed based on what you said, you're not blood that is fit to go on the corners. So the Gemara says, Minharoim, we use Torah Kibos. Again, but yet we know that's not halacha. Halacha is if there is splashback from blood being poured out by the Yisod. It does require laundering. Gemara says, you're right. Asher Yazik Sid, Prat was that Shekbar Kiza. Ultimately, again, it comes to exclude blood that was already sprinkled. So blood that was already sprinkled, ultimately, again, does not require Kibos. The Gemara says, Hamarim, whose opinion does this reflect? Whose opinion does this reflect? The Gemara said, Rabbi Nechemia. He said, Rabbi Nechemia Omer, Shiyari Hadam Shehikrivan B'chortz Chayu. So let's say this is very interesting. So Halacha L'Maisa, Rabbi Nechemia says that Shirayim, remember, what's Shirayim? Shirayim is leftover blood. Leftover blood. Generally, we're going to see leftover blood is dealt with in different ways, but one thing is usually clear, which is it's being poured down in some directed way in the base of brush. So Rabbi Nechemia says, very Adam, leftover blood shekipos that was offered up outside the base of Mikdash, Chai. One is liable for that, which is quite interesting. Take a look at Rashi, just the Shiyari Hadam, last two lines in the Gemara, second to last line, and then Rashi, sorry, Afshel Chatao Sakitzono Shekriban Bakot, Chai, Alma Dam Kachash. So what do you see there? Rabbi Nechemia holds that there's liability even for offering up Shirayim blood outside of the base of Mikdash. What does that show you? That Shirayim blood has the status of sacrificial. Quite interesting. So the Gemara says, "Emer d'sham Rabbi Nechemia le'in ha'alaw." So when does Rabbi Nechemia say that? That's in terms of like offering it up. And the Gemara says, however, midi dehavi varva pidarim, because in that respect, the blood is no different than sacrificial limbs. Just like sacrificial limbs, again, one of the things we've already learned is at what point in time does it become effective? What point in time? Zikah. Right? Now again, but yet, still there's a mitzvah to burn the sacrificial parts. I understand sacrificing, offering that blood makes sense. It's like Ivar Bidar, laying in Kibos Nishamis. Like Rabbi Nechemia say, but Kibos, the Gemara is trying to suggest over here, Rabbi Nechemia would say that if Shirayim lashes back on the Kohen's clothing, then he should require Kibos. The problem just is, the limud we were saying before says that, let me take one step back. The Gemara said only blood that is fit to be applied on the corners, which essentially means sacrificial blood. If that gets on the Kohen's clothing, he's obligated to launder. That would exclude blood that, let's say, is being poured on the base, being poured out Shirayim, and then splashes back. But yet the Brisa says that even if Shirayim blood gets on the Kohen's clothing, he does have to be keepers. Which means, it must be Rabbi Nechemia. Because Rabbi Nechemia essentially holds that halacha l'maisa Shirayim blood still has the same status as carbon blood. Where do we see that from? Because halacha l'maisa Rabbi Nechemia says that if you offer up Shirayim blood outside of the base of Mikdash, ultimately, again, there's liability. To which the Gemara says, hold up. The Gemara says, Le'inyan kibos mishamis. I don't understand. Just because Rabbi Nechemia says that if you offer up Shirayim blood outside of the base of Mikdash Yechayir, how do you know that means that he holds that if it gets on the Kohen's clothing, that there's a din of kibos? To which the Gemara says, the Gemara says, mishamis le'in. Yes, actually, that is what Rabbi Nechemia holds. Top of the desk. But Tanya, you also again remember that Tanya, we've seen this right throughout Chas. That Tanya can mean one of two things in Gemara, right? It can mean ultimately again a question, right? How can you say this? V'has Tanya, or it can be a support. How do you know the difference? How do you know the difference? Baruch Hashem for Rashi. Rashi almost always, it seems to me, almost always makes the same comment. You look at the first Rashi, the Hashanya Benichusa. Benichusa means as a support. I'm almost positive that like 9 out of 10 times when the Hashanya is a support, Rashi always gives that one word. That one word. So important. Halakas are tough to Rashi. With Rashi, Rashi managing my life, right? It's just incredible. Just again, I always marvel. Can you imagine? Can you imagine being Gemara, right? Obviously, you're learning without Rashi. You're learning with Rashi, right? No Rashi, right? No art scroll, no shines out, no Koren, no nothing. Like just the sheer genius, to be able to take a piece of text like this and analyze it and understand it. I mean, I don't know. It's the sheer genius of it is absolutely mind blowing. Incredible. Okay, Vatanya, we learned. So this is the support. We learned. So Vatanya, Dalan Hatunin, you sold Tunin Kibos. Yeah, I know. And he made wine. Right? Right. For sure, not Moscato. For sure, not Moscato. No, it's fine. Gemara says follows. Vatanya, Dalan Hatunin, you sold Tunin Kibos. Gemara says that blood that requires kibus, which means any blood that has to be poured out by the base of an mizbeach, if it gets on the clothing of the kohen, ultimately requires laundering. And ultimately again machshava. Now also this is very interesting. If halacha l'maisa, when you out the blood, you had to eat the carbon outside the minute time, that has the ability to invalidate the carbon, which is pretty wild. And ultimately, again, one offers it up outside the base of English, he's going to be liable. It's fine. So we'll say so again. So we're going to point this out, by the way, this is something also going to learn. If you notice over here, so this is the first category of shirar. This category of shirar, which is blood that is poured out by the base of the mizbeach, is a drain by the base of the mizbeach. So that's the first category of blood. So this blood, obviously, shirayim is clearly treated. That there is a requirement that if you have a pin intention, or I should say an erroneous intention, it renders it invalid. Not going to use the word pigel, but rather puzzle. And ultimately, if you offer it up outside of something that you are chayiv. What about blood that is poured out? Amal literally means a channel. They will say, now what does it mean? So remember, there was a channel of water that ran through the base of the flesh. So again, this is there's so much midrashic literature about this channel and what it's going to become during the Moshe Mashiach. So there's a channel of water that runs through the base of the flesh. We will say so again. What about blood that's poured out into this channel that runs through the base of the flesh? Now Rashi points out over here, blood is poured out into the channel. Rashi says, also receiving Sheba Azara, Hamotz Kidron. The interesting about the is what blood was poured into the channel, blood that became invalidated through a variety of different things, right? So invalidated. So again, carbonic blood was poured out by the base of the mizbeach. Invalidated blood was emptied into the channel that washed it into Nachal Kidron Valley. Okay, so that blood ain't only behind kibus. If that blood splashes back, there's no din of kibus. And an erroneous mindset will not invalidate the carbon. And one who goes ahead and offers it up outside of the base of Mikdash, ultimately again will be potter. Okay, incredible. So Gemara says, well, now remember, we're focused not on the second category, we're focused on the first category, right? So we're focused on blood that is poured out by the soul, that is poured out by the base of the mizbeach. That's what we're focusing on. And now, also, what does the Brisa say? The Brisa says explicitly that if there's splashback from the left over by the base, there's a din of kibus. Ultimately, again, there is a din ultimately of lawyers. It says the Gemara, ultimately, again, who says that if you go ahead and you offer, that if you take Shirah Mikdash, that you are chai, that Nechemia and ultimately, Rabbi Nechemia is the opinion who says that if you offer up leftover sacrificial blood outside of this, you're liable. And that same, whoever the author of this is, also holds that what? That splashback from Shirayim requires kibus. So therefore, what do you see from here? And therefore, Rabbi Nechemia is the opinion that holds that halacha l'maisa, if there is splashback from leftover sacrificial blood from Shirayim, ultimately again there is a din kibus. There is a law of law. It's incredible. Now, once I machshava, man, everyone say now, perhaps, and all of this was this idea that if you have this mindset when pouring out the leftover blood, that can invalidate the carbon. Remember again, both say, when are you pouring out Shirai? When is that happening? What have you done already? All of this week, right? Just one, like you've done all this week. So, like, the sacrificial service is over. So the notion that an invalidating thought by the point out of the Shirai to invalidate the carbon is pretty wild. That is pretty wild. Is that true? But we learned Yotsu Shirai Vakara Simurish in Finas kapara. She'ein makshava mo'eles bohen. Rabbi said, you know, he said that's what? That ultimately shirayim, right, pouring out of leftover blood, hatamurin, the burning of the sacrificial limbs, where these items are not necessary for kapara. Right? In other words, we go ahead and we effect atonement ultimately again without these items. Therefore, because they are not necessary for atonement, ultimately again, an erroneous mindset does not invalidate. It's not invalidate the carbon. So this contradicts the Brisa, because the Brisa said that if you have an erroneous mindset during pouring out to the shrine, that invalidates the carbon. What's going on over there? This Brisa says, hold on. No. What was that referring to? When it said shirayim, that if you have an erroneous mindset during shirayim, it can invalidate the carbon. Which shirayim was it talking about? It was talking about the last 3 blood applications of kratos. It was just calling it shirayim. Why was it calling it shirayim? Because the first blood application, is the necessary one to create effectiveness of the carbon. Therefore, the remaining 3 are called shirayim. Oh, okay. Now, what the Gemara is saying is, if a person goes ahead and has an erroneous mindset during and pouring of the final 3, ultimately, again, it can invalidate the carbon. That makes a lot of sense. If that's the case, Unim is sold, carrying austin. So if that's the case, and then why does it say the blood is poured out by the base? It's not the case. Blood applications of the chas are done by the horns of the mizbeach, to which the Gemara says, Unim is sold. Ultimately, again, what it means is they will ultimately require being poured out by the yisod. Fascinating. Now, let's go back. So now, what you're telling me is that if one has an erroneous mindset, the remaining 3, we'll call the last 3 sprinklings of that can invalidate the carbon. Is that true? Is that statement true? We learn the difference. It's so fun. Remember, in the listing that we had on the Festival Days about the way the last 3 are like the first and the ways that the last 3 are separate. One of the ways in which the last 3 are distinct is that they can't make the erroneous mindset by the last 3 sprinklings that doesn't invalidate the carbon. So what are you talking about? You're right. The other one is the Brisa referring to blood that was offered up on the inside of the base of the brush. If you look at Rashi for just a moment, Rashi is a little bit above us. Like if you go to the right, about 8 lines up in Rashi, listen to this. The Olam B'Shirayim, Ukimandam Alakaman Shirayim Apnimim Ma'akvi, Hilchach Hashivi V'Fagala Inyan Chos V'Inyan Kipos. So this is very interesting. What the Gemara is going to suggest over here is as follows. That, remember, we've already spoken about this, we're going to speak about it more today. There are 2 different types of chatos offering. There's a chatos offering, there's many different types of chatos offering, but categorically there's what's called the chatos hachitzon, an outer chatos, and a chatos communion, inner chatos. Now the real fundamental distinction between them is where the blood applications are done, right? Chatos hachitzon, outer chatos, blood applications are done on the large mizbeach. The chatos, ultimately blood applications are done inside of the heichal, the sexual building of the base hamidrash. So the Gemara wants to make a suggestion. One of the ways in which these 2 categories are different is when it comes to shirayim. The shirayim chatas hachitzon, which is what we did up until now, we don't have an impact on the carbon. Obviously, you're supposed to pour that out by the base of the mizbeach. But if you mess it up, if you don't do it, if you do it, you have an erroneous mindset, it doesn't impact the carbon. For the shirayim of a chatas hachitzon, shirayim of inner chatas ultimately are required for kapara. That's the most suggestion. We haven't even done in the Gemara, but that's what the Gemara is floating over. Therefore, when the Brisa said before that if you have an erroneous mindset pouring out of shirayim, that is a tool in inner chatos. But again, if you have a lot of an external chatos, what's the halacha? Pater. Ultimately, your pater doesn't do anything. If that's the case, if that's the case, then in the Brisa, remember again, I will say the Brisa had 2 categories. It had a category of blood poured out by the Yisod of the Mizbeach, and what was category number 2? Blood poured into the channel. Gemara says, instead, why don't you leave out that second category? So instead, go ahead and focus on the first category. When is this so? When is what so? When is it so that if you have an erroneous mindset, ultimately invalidates the carbon? That's the that's blood of an inner chatos. However, the blood of an outer chatos, ultimately again erroneous mindset, won't do anything. To which the just fundamentally divide that case, and those are all cases of chatos blood that is poured out by the soul of the mizbeach. To which the Gemara says, "You're right, money in the Nechemia." So Nechemia was in the the Amr Shiori as she even machutz chayim. Ultimately, again, Nechemia holds that leftover blood that was offered up outside of the base and does ultimately again is chayim. Although must be right. Must be like plus a tree with 100 plus safety defect. And ultimately, again, when it ultimately again to cases, he did not go ahead and quote when it comes to Shiyari Dem Shachatos quote ahead three cases of Thor by he did not list three cases of liability corresponding to three cases of Torah. Okay, Ravina Amar, Mina Karen Manik, Mina Yesod, Mina Royal Yesod. So as the Ravina comes on, Ravina refers, and Ravina says like this. Okay, Dashina Amar, Hajaparach Kamek Mina Yesod, who in Taon Kibos, Hamina Royal, Ravina says, when we speak what type of blood requires laundering, Ravina says again, Ravina Amar, Mina Karen Mamish, Mina Karen Mamish, Mina Yesod, Royal Yesod. Ultimately, again, Karen, that literally means blood from the horn of the Mizbeach. When it has been sold from the base, it means any blood that is fit to be poured on the base. What that means is if any of this type of blood splatters on the clothing of the Kohen, it requires two. Only have to leave by God's Lavino. Why do you have to say it's literally blood from the horn? Why not just say both of it refers to blood that is fit? Blood that is fit to be sprinkled on the corner of the mizbeach, blood that is fit to be poured on the base. To which the Gemara says, "Hi, Mai." Gemara says, "Hi, Mai." So it says, so ultimately, again, if Allah if you blood that is fit, ultimately, again, for the carrots, right? And obviously, if the blood is not fit to be part of the so we even have a havlina that it would generate an obligation ultimately for people. Allah, mina karen manish, min hayisrael. Therefore, Rabina says, I believe that the right interpretation is it is blood literally from the corner which splashes back. That's the blood that requires kibbutz, and ultimately, blood that halach l'maisa get to be poured on the base. That is blood that requires as well. Incredible. The most says, so halach l'maisa ends over here. So first of all, what's fascinating to see is there is this din. Ultimately, again, that if blood, sacrificial blood splatters on the clothing of the Kohen, ultimately is obligated to launder. What's the machlokes? The machlokes is what buys as that type of blood. Is it any blood used to this of the patient, even the pouring out remnants or not? So that's clearly our machlokes. Also, I will say another machlokes which is quite fascinating is what is the status of shrine? What is this leftover sacrificial blood? And Nehemiah clearly holds that leftover sacrificial blood still the status of sacrificial. Everyone else seems to be arguing on that. Let's go a little bit back there. Much to say about Shiraim also. We have a couple of minutes at the end on that. So let's say, the Pasuk says, the Asal Lakar, Kasha Asal Lakar Achatos, Kenya Salo, the Chiba Makoim. So we'll say context over here. This is talking about Har Ha'alam Davar Mirat Suba, which means again, remember we spent feels like almost Harius on this. This is where the Sanhedrin makes an erroneous ruling, and the Kalisol acts upon this ruling. So there is a specific power, specific katas that is brought. That's this concept. So again, what is it coming to teach us? Let's fall the Hazal. It's coming to tell us ultimately Allah Kalamaisa, the need is to God and do Hazals. It teaches us ultimately again by this point, I want to point out something interesting. The power ultimately again of the power of Param Dominant Tzibor, ultimately again Halacha L'Maisa, is a Chatas Hakimi. It's Chatas offered up inside of the base of the Mikdash. Remember again, as we saw before, and already as we've seen, clearly, although it's also called the Chatas, it is treated differently. So in one case again, the obligated is to do all of the Azos. We'll discuss what that means. And ultimately, if you miss any of the blood applications, the carbon itself is invalid. Amy Elamatan Sheva. So Shema Akons before Mako. Matan Dalid email. Ultimately, I don't know about the seven bar. Now, what's the seven bar application? So this goes back to yesterday's daf, right? The matzvah. This is talking about when they're calling the little flick of his hand, direction of the cover and of the curtain of the Kodesh HaKadosh. Right, that's where it starts high, keeps going lower, not as much premeditated spacing, but starts high, just keeps going lower. So I understand ultimately again that you need all seven there. What about again Matan Dalim Minayim? How do I know about the four blood applications? Rabbi Rashi says, "Shein matan arba, shein makos b'chata sakita b'damin alael, v'shem makos b'kabalos hapnimi." Rabbi say, interestingly enough, even if chatas pnimi is still going to have blood applications outside as well. So how do I know that halacha l'maisa by chatas pnimi? Ultimately, again, the blood applications for the outside. So this is one of the ways in which the chatas hachitzon and chatas hapnimi are different. In outer chatas, we've just spent a significant amount of time establishing that what? But halacha l'maisa, really what you need is the first one, and the rest, you should have it, but if you don't, you're covered in sweat. That's chatas hachitzon. By chatas hapnimi, you have all of the blood inside and outside. The Gemara says, so matan dalar minayin. Now, what we're saying is like this. It goes without saying that, of course, you're going to require seven interior blood applications. Why? Because those are unique to chatas hapnimi. Of course, you're going to need it. How do I know that even the four blood applications, which are not unique to hapnimi, right? The chatas has it also, but by chatas hitzon, all you need is the first. It's not running base, but yet by chatas hitzon, have all of them. The pasuk says, so it shall be done. This is how it has to be done. Lipar, what does that mean? We're just worried about the pasuk. What does it mean, Lipar? Zepar Yom Kippur. This refers to the power of Yom Kippur, right? So ultimately again, and it's equating the power of Yom Kippur to the power of Helen Dominat Tzibor. On the base, all right, we got this, right? Kasher Asa Lipar, right? This same as you did for the power. What does that refer to? Zepar Koin Mashiach. This refers to so again, remember what's power Koin Mashiach? This is if the Kohen Gadol issues an erroneous ruling. So you see what's happening over here? What Gemara is doing is it's darshing and it's equating all of these other karbanos with the par ha'elam davar minat tzibor. So what's happening over here is the par ha'elam davar minat tzibor is like the paradigmatic example of chatas pnimi, of inner mizbeach. And then what the pasuk is doing is it's slowly linking all of these other karbanos with par ha'elam davar minat tzibor. So we're adding over here the par of Yom Kippur, like par ha'elam davar minat tzibor. Next we're adding par koin Mashiach, like par davar minat tzibor. Chatas. What does chatas include? Once again, to this. This refers ultimately again to the phrase for Avon Bizarre. This is communal Azar. Right? If there's communal Azar, ultimately again gives an inner chatas. That's what. Shani Marda, Sire Haradalim, Usire Roche Chadar. Right? And by the way, not on first day of Rosh Chodesh, which is technically last day of Tishrei, day of Rosh Chodesh Kashva. Quickly, because right there, you understand, just like kids in the Moshe HaSkil, we're just learning about Shirayim, the leftovers, right? One of my favorite parts from the Baal Shem Tov HaKadosh. We say every day in Yishtadach, Haboker b'shirei zimra. Haboker b'shirei zimra. Again, what does it mean? Hashem loves the songs of His children. The Baal Shem Tov says, Shirei differently as shiare, leftovers, like leftovers all that long. Hashbach who loves leftovers. What does that mean? That when we have a spiritual experience, ultimately, Hashbach who says, take it with you. Take the leftovers. Don't let the inspiration out. Don't let it go away. Just whatever, harness it. hold it, model it, and take it with you. Havocha v'shiyos, and Hashem loves shirayim. And I will say how incredible it is that on Rosh Chodesh Cheshvan, which is a month that is bereft of an organized Yom Tov. Do you know what happens when you have a month that is bereft of an organized Yom Tov? You make every day. If there's no organized Yom Tov, make every day a Yom Tov. In the leftovers, ultimately, I guess, of Chodesh Tishrei, with us into Rosh Chodesh says, you can do this. Vaharaya, I'm giving you Rosh Chodesh. I'm giving you what are the chances? Middle of Zvachim, running behind. That's the Klaus one that know me, right? And at least we get to that line. Okay, Adat Rosh Chodesh and Cheshvan. I both say, we often say, right? We say Mar Cheshvan. There's the whole discussion why it's called Mar Cheshvan. Is that the name of the month? Mar Cheshvan, Barach Shivan. Yeah, things they know. The most people. All you need to do is change around the order of the letters. And Mar becomes Ram, means the highest of the high. So it's a choice. If you do Mar Cheshvan, or if you're willing to take the leftovers, ultimately again of Tishrei with us, it becomes Yom Cheshvan. It can become Dish Kadashim. Sometimes when you have a split Yom Tov, it's power to make every day Yom Tov. One, they're going to stop. I might have thought that we should also include in this list. Ultimately, again, the goats, right? The sin offerings of Rosh Chodesh and of the Regalim. But the pasuk says, what does lo mean? Lo means not in this category, but not the sin offerings of the Regalim and Rosh Chodesh. Let's stop over here for today. We're doing great. It's shortcut in the head. Let's say we'll catch up tomorrow. Next Hashem, Shkach everyone. A good and focused. We should all be so for next Hashem. Cheshvan.
Oh, well, that was great. That was fun, dude. How'd you like today's episode? Amazing, great clips. No suggestions. Yeah, if you guys can, please subscribe to my YouTube channel. I'm doing some streaming over there on YouTube. Sub to his channel. Have a good week. Bye. Welcome back to Tim Does the Shop. As always, join the Patreon, join the Discord, Reddit, all that stuff. On the Patreon, we recently reviewed Adam Sandler's special, pretty good. And it was good stuff. We didn't do it because we did a live stream of a political debate. All intro, which is available on our YouTube Live. We go live Wednesday nights at around 8 p.m. Pacific Seattle time, dude. Yeah, but that's not why they're here. No, but I got a show on Thursday in Oceanside at the Jazzy Wishbone. Shout out Kyle Dean. Great place, never been, never heard of him, but a great guy. Oceanside, California. Check that out in California. But like I was saying, yes. Now why they're here? What are they here to do? They're all here to watch Tim Does the Shop, right? Right. So start the timer. Play the jam clip. All right. Well, we got a lot of clips to play. It's all disorganized this week because it's so much chaos with the truck giveaway. Oh yeah. According to Chang's, according to Bob, it went down perfectly fine. And guess what, dude? What? I got inside information. He's 100% right about that. Yeah. I wonder which narrative is more painted, right? You always have to ask yourself that question. Is it Chang's or Shop? I mean, that's the age-old debate. What came first? The Shop, post from Trevor Orver. Wake up, babe. New Elephant Graveyard just dropped. And I already messaged the man himself. I said, you know what, dude? You got a solid trilogy that just happened. The 3 videos about David Lucas. Netflix. Yeah. I mean, Elephant Graveyard's got a big dick on him. But I beg, and I fucking plead to the universe to make it a quadrilogy, dude. I want to have a 4th video about a quadrilogy. Yeah. I like that. Yeah, no, I mean, I can't get enough. All the David Lucas content is great. Yeah. I mean, the video is epic. Go check it out. It's too long to watch here. He also has a little bit of skits and bits at the beginning about Joe Rogan possibly killing one of his employees. Have you seen it yet? No. The fuck? What kind of planet do you live on, dude? This one's posted by Chill Smith. It might get a kadoosh because of the music stuff. It's called Meet the Shops. Check it out. Of course. The Star Wars spoiler, I assumed it was common knowledge. If you're balls deep in Star Wars, you would have seen it already. What happened in 2015, dude? Man, so he gave a spoiled Star Wars fur, and then he said he didn't, or it doesn't matter because you should have known already. Yeah. I mean, that sounds like something you would do. Yeah, you can't just be busy and balls deep in Star Wars. You have to be balls deep in Star Wars and watch it as it comes out all the time. No accountability, dude. But your time is expired. You should put a spoiler warning. Cause there ain't no way you're stopping me. I think we should copy me. I'm bringing all the white dads out for a photo obviously. Like keep this clear. You ain't all that sharp point. You're in the tip of the spear. Like a bullet to the president. You're just a nick in the ear. I'll take a shot while you're slipping the spear. Drive fast on gas, let me stick it in gear. Beat the shops. Dear Bob, I heard you listening to truck. The wheels you wearing too wheels fast on it. Should've left your ass stuck. I felt with no help and no seatbelt. Like fucking man, I guess you just shit out of love. Here's what the facts is. Always acting so redundant. You sold your soul to Rogan. Look at all the good that did. You never read the comments, but you're always on your Instagram. You ran a foot race and drove both your quads. Like it's a man. Like this fun, I think you got some things to figure out. And work the hand, why don't you take a different route? Try changing up your views. But that's way too many views to count. He says some now shit and Papa Rogan had to rinse him out. Wow, you a bitch, you a line stepper. That may sound a bit softer, but of course this is fine pepper. Always lying, now you're stepping into my sector. It's time that I got years off the reason I don't listen to you. I love to see us now. Our checks and the pharmacist recommends you take some notes. Whatever they do, they better be getting out bags. The bon voyage, you see, getting out of reach. Out of the garage, yeah, sometimes, like, these shop clips make an argument that AI is actually good. Like that one, because most of the time when I see AI stuff, I'm not really a big fan. Yeah. But the him looking all fat and funny, that's pretty good. Oh, yeah. I'm always here for fat and funny, dude. You can practice the shit that you preach. Not on fashion week, you're killing me. They get TNT, pussy, and trailer shit. Oh my god, too much to hide. Because you lied about the NFL, you lied about your comedy. I'm exposing all your lies, you idolize, and ain't no stopping me. You lied about the ACT, you lied about your comic books. You really yourself to stand up, but this isn't how a comic looks. You lied about your loyalty, you lied about just everything. How many times you think this man has gone and hit his wedding ring? You can beat my ass, you cheating ass, but you couldn't even ask for a weekend pass. You grinded like your feet on grass. Spend some time off the beaten path. I could spend a week in class trying to teach you ass, but you never learn to read the facts. You said your side piece, I see creeping past. I smell gasoline and it's leaking fast. I think it's time to leave the past. So let's meet up at the Starbucks. Let's lock it in. You can call your girl and tell your family to box me in. Forget about this safety in a world that's full of crazies. Forget about your babies in the backseat of the Mercedes. Then I can get some shady shit that might go have your baby, yo. You gotta check all that anger you got inside you. Be glad that it didn't all come to an end in that drive-thru. You are creeping up behind you. The sounds. That's so why. Damn shit. How the hell you think I'm telling you that? That's not your name, dog. Respect yourself, don't fall for that. Wish I called, man, but you never should have called him back. But it's too late for that. I'm breaking out the moment. And look, you're 45 and still ain't figured out that internet. That's why these fucking guys that always got you in a sweat. I know the pay is low, you're keeping it so full. If you get a job in IT, if you ever learn how to go around, tell me something, how come you can't keep a girl, son? It's just a question, I'm just keeping it real, son. We're back to Texas, go ahead and get you a real gun. I bet he dumps the body space down in a steel drum. Get right, you must be sick of all the lying. That's why you flipped a crowder, that's what you get for trying. Wake up, always crying about your boy Dalia. But as soon as he was down, it was sign or a CM. See, I knew you weren't expecting me, so I tried to say this respectfully. But you assaulted multiple women sexually. What is it that you stand for? You never sit next to me, but it seems the fighter in the can is just the recipe. So don't be testing me, cause I went and got the best of them. You shake that ass, Mexican. Look up yourself, Puig, and all the rest of them. Go ahead and post another thirst trap. You've been over for pictures, just like she got her hurt. I guess the only thing you care about is your wealth. You find with being a trophy wife and on the shelf. They say that BBLs ain't all that good for your health. So next time your husband's out, I'll come to Calabasas and you are myself. I think that's it. Love it. Yeah, so shout out to that guy making that song parody. You know, we're big fans of song parodies, right? I heard that and we love Florida Nuts. I mean, he really nailed the cadence, right? And he put a lot of effort into coming up with all those lyrics, right? And he went over pretty much everything. Yeah. Everything. Yeah, I mean, all facets covered. Great job. You know what I mean? Could have been longer if you ask me. Right. While I was playing, I was thinking about, like, driving around in my car listening to it. Have I just become that guy? If I could download this and the Funny French Cliff song by Zegner and Crack a Miko, yeah, just like you, if I rolled in my window, it's like, hey, listen to Meet the Shaw. Yeah, it could be me. How would Brendan respond? To or Lil Browns or somebody? Oh, you mean like a clap back? Yeah, like the rap? Oh, that would be amazing. Lil Browns, I mean, you're getting called out, dude. You gotta come up with a song, Brendan, dude. Yeah, where are you at? I don't hear you. It's not even a request, it's like kind of a demand at this point. I mean, if they stand on business, and they're trying to scoop up their bag, they gotta do it. Okay, so let's get into this truck giveaway. This was posted by OKG7332. It's the winner of the truck giveaway owns a truck customizing business in Colorado. What are the odds? So, this is the phone call Brendan gave. 888 Will Stombaugh. Right, this is his page. And this is Custom Willie's fabrication business. This is his Custom Willie's fabrication business page. It is sketchy to me because, let's look at this number right here, 270. Yeah. 270 followers, dude. You know what I mean? Business is failing, right? 68 posts, 270 followers. That's a problem, right? Interesting. So keep talking. While you're looking. So, let's see, how does he do this? He has an intern or schnoz or somebody look up random truck businesses that might not have a lot of followers and reach out to them to see if they want to be the one secretly selected to, like, help you out, How you come with me, I'll show you my favorite shoe. You get a truck, and then we can make a guy. And it's the best because it's their drive fast. I'll get it. So my hat says truck on it. Two-town. He still says it's not two-town anymore. I always forget. And that's my fault. That's the team's fault, actually. So do you want to guess how many followers he has now? 1,000. 279. Oh, fuck, dude. They only got 9, dude. Where we at? Cats follow this guy. Come on, dude. And he started following one person since this post. But maybe the shop bump was 200. he only had 70 followers. The shop bump was 200. That's the best thing. Hands down, the best thing ever happened to Custom Willies. Custom Willies. We should get the Custom Willies sticker, dude. Oh, fuck yeah. That's a good idea. Let's do it. Alright, so this was very funny. Do you know Tim Heidecker at all? Yeah. What is he known for? Eric? Tim and Eric's? Yeah. Okay. That's the only way I know Tim Heidecker, but this is a great video, dude. Posted by Mountain Dew 52. It's called Tim Heidecker's take on Tony Hinchcliffe. You ready for this? Let's spill the beans on it. It's like the landscape has changed so much. This Tony, a big Tony Hinchcliffe fan. How do people talk about this man? I don't even know what the fuck hell this is. He's a goat. So you see the kids Tony there? There's the fucking goat. It's all comedy. It's fun. You're done. It's crazy sarcasm. Tony Hinchcliffe. I would rather try to I don't know who this guy is. Every time we go on tour, somebody will be like, comedian would kill Tony. Never said that. You should find a dumb clip of it. I would love to watch it. He's like a Rogan, hamster. I'm just saying, he talks like this, but he's not gay. He's like, hey, that's our bit. Hey, Tim, wait, watch it. Be cool. That's what we say. That's if everyone does this. I'm going to spell the beans on you, Tim. So, Tim, this is my first and only warning to you. So, moms are so low. I like your balls, but you don't fuck. Like, you can't make girls come. Who's his name? Like, friends. They'll have comedians. And this guy's got 50 million fans. Oh, he's arenas. It's like, remember when that band Kiss was popular? And you're like, why are they so popular? They're so bad. They're making bad music. They look like fools. They're no makeup on. But they've got arenas full of dodos. Like, I love it. You gotta aim for the 12-year-old boy from Kids. Sorry, guys. It's all been there. Well, I was in the Kiss when I was like 7. And then you gotta watch that. Hear real music. Pretty good. Yeah, dude. Funny stuff. Great guy. Never met him. Tim Heidecker. Yeah. Hell yeah. I like this public conditioning of anyone involved. Yeah, I like watching. I'll be honest. I like watching Tony Hinchcliffe get made fun of by almost anybody. Oh yeah. It bothers me a little bit that one guy pretends to not know who Tony Hinchcliffe is. Yeah. I don't think he doesn't know who he is. Yeah. I gotta just call that out. I mean, he's on Rogan every other week. You know. I mean, he's a hungry wolf. You can't just ignore a hungry wolf. I think if you're really on. You can't give a hungry wolf a chance, really. Yeah. That's what he's not giving a hungry wolf a chance. But if you're on tour all the time and people ask you, well, what is Kill Tony? You're not ever looking it up to find out. I find that to be a pain in the narrative, my friend. Yeah, both things can't be true, dude. This one's supposed to be, oh my gosh, Sancho Villa, 88. It's dicey. It's a post from Shop's wife. It's marriage is just a nice word for adopting a fully grown man who can't take care of himself. Joe being a man, dude. Yeah, fuck. Wow, I hope my, significant other never says something like that about me online. And then also, sorry, not sorry, just to top it off at the end there. Sorry, not sorry is like the quintessential dumb person, like when saying it without being, ironic. Like, sorry, not sorry. Pretty dumb. So, yeah, I like to post sorry, not sorry, dude. Alright, so this one's posted by Inspector Crib. It's called My Face When I Win the Truck Walk Truck. This is the face of a young man who has driven all fast, no gas his whole life. Think boy till the end, wait for my prize, like. Who is this? You know who it is, don't you? Is it? Because that was my first thought, but it does not look like her. It is, dude. Come on. For your post, big gulp. Alright, I wonder if she drinks big gulps too. Dude, you're in the Shaw household? It's a problem. You don't got a big gulp. They all have their own big gulp. Yeah, that's awesome. That's usually kind of usually. I want to do that. Family get one of their own big gulp. This is what I look like without my favorite shoe, dude. If I don't have my favorite shoe, I'm just like lost in life, I mean, honestly, I think I look bad. So, like, if my face looked like this, I'd probably be a woman. So, never mind. Life would be great. That would be so much funnier. You know. Anything else? No. Okay, so this was posted by Dazzling Rapid 633. It's called Drug Winner Used to Race at Mid 400 to kind of like the CEO of DFAG Interest. So I guess somebody was able to follow his account. What a crazy week! 160 miles of racing at the mid 400. So they met at the mid 400 and they thought of the scheme there. I mean, that's your painted narrative, you know. Well, I'm not saying that's what happened, but this is what that's suggesting, right? Wow, yeah. What do you think? What is your over-under on that being the truth? Honestly, it's probably like 50-50 at this point. Yeah, but, I mean, this is the biggest intrigue that mid 400 is at, probably, right? Oh, yeah, for that. What else has happened at that thing besides this? They saw multiple hundreds of percentage uptick when Shop showed them. Right. I mean, I'm going next year. I'm use your Corolla. Yeah, it's a mid 400. This one's posted by Booth of Fed. It's called The Diddler Makes an Appearance on Rare Insults subreddit. Oh, yeah, I saw this one. He looks like the crow if he died of liver disease instead of being. Look at that. That's just, I mean, that chest piece is, it's hilarious that he has multiple hawks on his body. There's one here, one there. There's probably another hawk on his body. Right? Probably. He's just trying to, he's trying to get in, but we won't let him in, I don't think. Yeah, what came first, his tattoos or our show, right? Yeah, definitely our show. Yeah. But, he's a tweeting. But El Gallo, it's called Defect Contest Winner Announced. And this is the guy, William. Does he ring a bell? I mean, here's the thing. The low effort put into this is what wins me over. Because sometimes that's on one of my James posts. I get somebody who are like, I love how little effort was put into this, but it actually makes it funny. That's this post. Yeah. Very good. All you need to make a good post is a good premise. This, my friend, is a good premise. Yeah, great spicy dish, dude. Next one is, okay, now we're in some video clips here. Now this is where I'm talking about disorganization. I didn't organize things to be chronological or anything, so we're just gonna, soak it all in. Yeah. You know what, you can just say Bahama. I went Bahama, we're picking clips this week, and it's, this one's posted by Busy Middle 8108. It's called The Audacity to Ridicule Another Comedian's Ticket Sales, let alone his best friends, is truly remarkable. That's good. Same.
Talk to Sonny and Dallas. Dallas Cowboys, and even though you guys showed up and played on it, I really appreciate it. On Sunday. Sunday was so late. It was that's about pretty cool.
I got videos from fans. I think that's true. Then how do we not get videos, dude? Yeah, and he got videos from fans, like they were sending him just a shot to say, hey, look, Matt Callan sucks, or were they just like, hey, I'm Matt Callan show, I'm so happy to be here. And Sean's like, not many people do. I forgot there's an asterisk to post and ghost. It's post and ghost asterisk. And if you want to go to the bottom of the page, it says, unless people are sending you videos of your friends shows and there's nobody there. I like your impression of Sean getting a DM from a fan. I'm making fun of him on our show now. I counted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 9, 10, 20 after that. Nobody, yeah. When he thinks he has a joke, it's the worst. Yeah. I mean, it's funny for us, but it's always the same. He's doing like that with his face. What happened? Boy, that bad. It's like, who's laughing at that? Yeah. I mean, people that fuck my name up are laughing at that. Quack, dude. That's for sure. Actually, I'm laughing at it, so. You fuck my name all the time. No, that and this. I realize I'm just lying and I am laughing literally at this.
Now, Friday.
What the worst? I don't even know. I don't know why it's so quiet this week, but I kind of like it that way too. Yeah. So what do you think? Who's telling the truth here? 3/4 full or less than 3/4? Well, it's surprising that anyone would go to a Brian Callen show at all, but he is a famous person. And if I'm like, who lies more, it's definitely Shop. So I see Brian Calendar band, 3/4 full.
It makes sense though too, because this is the same show. It's like you don't want to go in person. Audio's king.
You sure? Yeah.
Maybe if there's some sort of audio companion piece you could listen to outside the doors, maybe that's what was happening.
Why milk the cow when you can get the meat for free?
Yeah. Yeah, why pick the udders when you can poke the eyeballs? You know what I mean? What? That's what they say, right? Look for the stars and land on my face, dude.
Okay. Or lodge.
Two or two, I mean, let's see here. This one's called, or posted by I Down Vote King Days. It's called Brian asks Papa if he was in Colorado last weekend for the truck stuff. Dicey. I haven't seen this one.
Yeah, neither. Well, I was in Denver. You were for the truck stuff? No, for the championship. That's right. How'd that go? We got it. See family? Oh, yeah. Papa, Nubby.
What if Nubby is just like his childhood friend that had a nub and he's like, your name Nubby?
Could be. That sounds like what it is. Yeah, 100%.
What about Tarek?
I don't know. They haven't talked about Tarek in a long time. Yeah, don't worry about my guy.
Yeah. I wonder if Tarek is pregnant still.
Maybe he's in Denver, dude.
Tarek on the truck.
Stacks. Stacks. Trying to stack my neck. Come on. Trying to stack my nub. I don't know what that means. I don't know what stacking human being. What does that mean? Yeah.
Stack my nub is kind of pause-worthy, dude.
That shirt isn't what are we doing here? I think it's the worst. That's the worst defect shirt I've seen.
The camo shirt?
Yeah, it's horrible. It says like DFG here. Like, what would you? It's very childish. Yeah, that I think. Who was buying that?
Have they used the acronym yet, or is that just a pure Chang's acronym?
Well, they haven't said DAFG, but I think that shirt said DFG.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Damn, I closed the link, but I'll look into it later. Do your research and just have your politics.
Yeah, don't just get the vaccine.
Yeah. Okay, so this is the actual truck winning video, I believe. Confidence search 8648. Truck winner is from Colorado. You know what? This is the post, but let me go ahead and talk to the audience real quick, and I'm going to pull up his Instagram.
Okay. In that clip that where he does the winner, he has on the famous yellow hat. We were saying before that we thought maybe Joanna's making the clothes, and that's why he's so weird. You know, maybe it's just like he's a good husband. That could be a huge stretch, though. You never know. If I won the truck, which I guess I officially and now not won the truck,
I feel bad for you, bro.
I would fucking, I don't know. Part of me is like, well, you know what? I don't think I would sell it. I think I would use it for the show. We would do bids in the truck. Maybe have some sort of weird promo thing at the beginning of 10 minutes to shop in a truck.
I agree. I wish we could shoot a Timos in the truck. That would be amazing. Maybe we can hit up Willie.
Me winning the truck, though, that means the shop is accepted as well.
Yeah.
Because I didn't, like, you know, he'd call me.
I'll offer him at least. Alright, so let's check this out, dude. Let's see. This is the actual video of the truck giveaway.
Will, what's up, brother? Brendan Shaw. Hey, man, how are you? I'm alright. How are you this morning? Where am I calling you at? Where are you located? I'm here in Montrose, Colorado. Montrose, Colorado. You're a Colorado boy. Yeah, born and raised. Dude. Well, you want the truck, man? Dude, awesome. That's so cool. Sweet. I was excited for the shirts, but now I'm really excited.
I was excited for the shirts. No way. Already, he ordered like 100 shirts. He has like a room full of Drive Festival gas merch.
He bought a bunch of shirts. He's like, man, I hope I don't win the truck. I bought a lot of merch, dude.
He's happy that, no, I think he's happy he got the truck because now he has someplace to put the merch. Put in the bag.
He's like, no, I just need a driveway. He needs a house.
Well, yeah, man. Tell me you're going to use this thing for what it was built for, man. Tell me. Yes. There's so many trails around here, and, you know, there's a lot of off-road series that I want to jump into, and yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'm so excited. I'm pumped. Whether the team will be in contact, we'll figure out the logistics with the truck.
The team, I don't know. I want to put the team on something that's important.
Yeah.
I think it'd be funny if it was like read that the guy was crazy. That would be funny if he was like, I'm just so happy that I won this because it gives me the opportunity to talk about, the Jews and the vaccine and what they're making our kids vaccine. Brandon,
I'm gonna drive to New York and figure out what happened with Building 7.
yeah, he's like, now I don't even have to tell you this, that 9/11 was orchestrated by It's not how they told us. And another thing.
He wins Alex Jones' truck too. Alex Jones doing the truck giveaway.
No way.
Oh yeah.
Oh fuck.
I don't know if it's another post on Chains, but yeah, he's giving away a truck now. As soon as they give away this one, Alex Jones is giving away a truck.
I bet Alex Jones' truck thing is more successful.
Oh, probably. Yeah. You gotta buy Alpha Pro and stuff.
Oh yeah, how do you win
40x entries?
How would you win an Alex Jones truck giveaway?
I don't know. We can look into it, but let's see.
Oh, and this is gonna be fun, man.
You got a great point though. Why give it to the team when the team keeps fucking up, dude? That's a big responsibility.
The team flipped your truck. Yeah, what do you think? This is really a bad move.
Yeah. And I can't thank you enough for participating and could have picked a better winner. It's insane.
Couldn't have picked a better winner.
Oh, fuck. I didn't pick up on that.
He also doesn't know English, so let's not take him for his word.
Yeah, it may just be messed up. He messed up words.
Yeah, we're up in there like always.
But it's funny they said I couldn't have picked a better winner than Brent and Brian, and the other one was like the truck stuff when he said Denver. What's that?
Oh, so you got the truck stuff, right? The stuff you thought you were, being 100% legit about, but really you're just giving it out just to Denver.
Yeah,
that stuff. Yeah. Couldn't have picked a better winner. Very strange verbiage.
Colorado, man. It's awesome. I love you. Touch. Later, man.
Wait, can I check out this word?
Yes! Go, dude! Hey, he's gonna use it properly. Let's go.
So there. What are your thoughts, Brendan?
Definitely see it could be a fake phone call, yeah. Watching that, it doesn't seem like the realest, most authentic phone call. But who knows?
And like we'll see in another post, the comments were probably a lot of comments getting deleted, dude. A lot of comments getting gadooshed by Zuck. You know what I mean? No shit. Maybe Zuck's behind the giveaway, dude.
Well, they are good friends.
Yeah. First biggest comment on here on Chang's is Grand Bullfrog. Well, the guy on the phone sounds like he's been caught completely off guard and is super fucking excited to talk to his doors talk about it after entry around. To his truck does not sound like they discussed this conversation beforehand. Joe is told.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah. Anyways, painted narrative, if you ask me. Let's see what else we got. Okay, let's take a little break from the Papa stuff, dude. And watch Tony, I think, annihilated in the comments. But, that's a painted narrative. He's annihilating somebody in this clip, so let's see.
I went off on this one guy on a super black show one night. I knew Michael Jackson, Final Joe, and some guy with a grill, and just gave a picture. Stands up and goes, "You don't make fun of Michael Jackson, you homie." And I go, "Fuck you, you broke bitch." And I just start going in on him in the crowd. I'm smashing this guy.
Destroying him. He's like, oh my god, he was like, you know how he's black? He was just as afraid of me as he would have been the cops. Boom, is joking, all directed towards this one guy. I'm smashing this guy.
I go, "Look at your tinfoil bitch-ass grill. Sit down, you fucking broke-ass bitch. You spent all your money on the outfit you wore out tonight." The crowd's just roaring. And they were roaring a little bit too loud, but I didn't really notice why. I didn't think anything of it. And I'm running late to my spot at the Comedy Store. I get a call from my manager, and I take it. I go, "What's up? I just had a fun set at the Black Show."
At the Black Show. Yeah, so this is the funniest part to me is when he's talking on the phone with his manager.
Right, the real conversation that happened. I just destroyed Tupac.
Yeah. Now, like, when I call you, I go, "What's up? I just finished uploading an episode that was very successful."
You want, and his manager is the same voice as him. Oh my god, Tony, you won't believe who it was they were making fun of.
Tony, you're tall. That's in the comments. You're so tall and handsome, Tony. The guy you were making fun of was not a celebrity. And you fucking annihilated his whole career.
I gotta keep my eye on you, hungry wolf. Yeah. So let's see.
And he goes,
Yeah, did you just completely annihilate the
You just completely.
I want my agents to talk to me like that.
Yeah.
It's like, Brenda, did you just completely annihilate that flapper show? Yes.
Turbo, did you just completely annihilate that whole can of baked beans?
Yeah, you fart, motherfucker.
I've had a baked beans renaissance, dude. Let's see.
ASAP Rocky?
Try them.
Okay, let's get into the comment. Let's see here. Nobody's more proud of Tony Hinchcliffe than Tony Hinchcliffe. Imagine unknowingly roast a millionaire by calling him broke and thinking you annihilated him as crazy work. Yeah, all he said was that he's broke. That's it.
Yeah, like, what's more about it? He's a millionaire.
Yeah. Let's see. I'm gonna turn off the music for this. Tom Segura's face is salivating at the pain of the port. And then everyone clapped as story. Straight roasting like a 12-year-old fresh out of homeschooling. Something tells me his manager did not say, did you annihilate ASAP Rocky? I'm in a line competition, but my opponent is having his It says, Tony, you're my most handsome and masculine client. I am so happy to represent you. Did you just change all of comedy by making fun of ASAP Rocky? Never heard of it, and Rocky's still winning. I don't know what that means. Oh, ASAP Rocky. A super black show. From that point on, I can't take anything goes in serious. Sounds like a great chapter of things that ever happened. Still want this footage. Completely annihilate. Yeah, nowadays, now when the way this was said, at the black show sounding absolutely bizarre, he's so proud of himself. Well, I learned who Tony is. Never heard of him till now. Now everyone is a worldwide household name. Tony loves Tony. Manager called Tony to tell him to stop calling shows with something. Right. Anyways, we get it.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts, dude?
I mean, that was pretty funny. I got some pretty funny people in the comments. Tony is ridiculous, as usual. I don't think that happened.
No, not a chance, dude. There's so many stories that are going to come back, and people are dissecting them as we speak, dude, of Tony just lying. Okay. This is how it all starts, dude. Next thing you know, there's a Chang's knocking on his door, dude. He's going to be getting wartime CEOs. He's going to get regular CEOs and stuff in charge of it. He didn't even hire them. You know, they're not calling him tall and handsome. They're calling him stupid and small, you know.
Right. T-Mont. That's a Tony coming soon.
Yeah, right. I mean, if that's something you guys want, please comment below. I don't know how much longer I can do 10 minutes of other comedians, but
I mean, he's bigger than Shop. He's almost bigger than Shop now, right?
Plus 80% he's bigger than Shop, right?
So, yeah. Could happen. I'm surprised there's not. Well, there's the Kill Tony segment, but there are they fans?
Yeah, he has an army of just redacted supporters, dude. You know, but we'll see what happens. I love shitting on David Lucas. This one's posted by Don't Know Who to Axe. It's called Wartime CEO Dropping Catnip on the Biggest Hater of All. Ariel Helwani, from being banned in Las Vegas to on the Venetian Vegas marquee. Not bad for a little web show, dare I say. See you Friday.
Whoa, congrats, dude. That's awesome.
Yes.
Good for you, dude. Having a show go. Pretty good, actually.
How to driving around Vegas go, dude. Yeah, imagine being in there, your brand new Hummer, seeing that Ariel Helwani face, bumping just like his driving.
He'd probably be happier, Ariel Helwani, though, if he could, like, do all that in hand, wear the big boy jersey. He can't do that now. That's something that he'll have to live with. These things that he gets on the way to success is like a little empty.
Yeah. No, I'm waiting for that Boppa to drop where he's like, grown men, wish we could be friends. Sucks. We're not. It's all good. What else you got, Chin?
Yeah.
I love Ariel Helwani, dude. I'm not even that much into fighting, but I can listen to him talk for days.
He's a good broadcaster.
Yeah. Let's see here. This one's posted by Important Controller 67. Big name. The comments on the Insta giveaway post are Chef's Kiss. Congrats, can you replace the smushed hat you sent me now? Yours came in a bashed up to it, shake my head. 100% sent message on here and to customer service with the big button crickets. Yeah, super cheap shit. So, do you want to say your story with that?
That's a painted narrative. This is the best hat I've ever owned.
Oh, you mean 100% for real?
It's a shitty hat.
I mean, I've been seeing you wear it all the time.
I wear it to work and when I'm talking to my staff because I want them to respect me.
Yeah.
But no, really, it's not very good quality. Nothing we've ever ordered from shop is good quality. Wow. You know, it's just kind of shit stuff.
Dude, let's not do that on the podcast or anything. That's gonna fucking overstart it. Like, you talking shit about.
I'm sorry that Fitch hit you with that trophy all the time.
That ain't the truth, kid. Fucking go out the front door right now, dude. That's not the truth.
You're right.
If you're like, dude, come on. Are you the fucking Lewis Green on the Shepherd? You know what I mean? You're not the smartest tool in the shed, so I wouldn't be taking
This shirt from Diet Starts Monday also sucks ass.
Oh, God, dude, just chill, dude, chill.
The only thing good on me right now is this fucking Nicholas hat made. I didn't make it.
You're like, shut up, my girlfriend, let's see here. More comments. Is it just me, or did he not sound that happy? I'd been through the roof. Talking about the guy that won the truck.
Yeah.
Got a hat, will never wear it. Better quality at the Dollar Tree, money wasted. Will not enter the next one. Fraud. Paid actor, he seems like he's real excited. Enough. Let's get the fuck out. Or one going so I can. Let's get the second one going so I can. Has that loud car. Okay, this is a real thing where I heard Johnny Hollywood.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, I like the name though, dude. Hollywood. Like that, you know, WOULD, that's pretty dope.
Yeah, best brains.
Best brains. The truck is getting sold ASAP. I would sell that truck. Dude owns a fabrication shop in your home state, dicey. Oh, went a little too far. Seems like a setup. Probably one of Brendan's friends from Colorado. What a coincidence, the winner is from his home state. Knew it was just a big old gimmick to sell merch. He doesn't seem stoked. A guy who once owns a fabrication shop and also races in the mint. I mean, the evidence is mounting against him.
Yeah, there's a lot of pages of evidence in this one.
Yeah. Any other thoughts? Do you think there's a chance that it was some sort of, flubbing up the giveaway? It's a scam, right?
I still think, it could be a scam, but I don't know. I never know anything with things, as always. See both ways.
You know why I think it might be a scam, dude? Is because he never really talks about lawyers and stuff until he's, trying to get away with something. You know what I mean? He, front-loaded all the hate by being like, we got a lawyer doing the stuff and this and that. And the amount of times he says it makes me think, I don't feel like you're doing it that way,
Yeah, saying it at all is kind of weird, right? When's the last time you heard of a giveaway where the announcing is someone talking about how they hired a lawyer to make sure everything is right?
Yeah, all you hear is about the winner.
Yeah. Because, who would be... I've honestly never thought of a giveaway as a scam until now.
Yeah.
I'm sure there are plenty that are scams, but that's not been something I've ever really considered. And I think that I consider it now as a shop. Yeah. And he talks about it outside.
I pray it wasn't a scam, but if it was, I wouldn't be surprised. You know what I mean?
I'm just happy with the hat. I'm glad I have a hat.
Yeah. You would have bought that regardless. Yeah. So, no harm, no foul. I was going to try to figure out how to fuck that up, but it's hard. This one's called It's a Problem, posted by It's Ya Boy Reginald. We will be soon announcing the winner.
6 days ago. Man, that's not like a day.
I wasn't even trying to bring that one on the show, but I did. This one's posted by Ray Nurky. Feels like a slur. It's called Looks Like Jason Got Hit by the Old Shop Shutdown. So I'm not quite sure what the point is here, but these are my Instagram comments. Got that Humvee hitter from Jimmy Nack's Experience. Looks like a Mad Max gif. Jason James 11, can I please get my order? I ordered a shirt with John LA and have yet to receive it. I have sent emails to Lex. Wow. But I have yet to hear anything back. These stickies are really hard for them to type. Yeah,
Well, they're probably, they probably had to steal their kid's iPad and do it.
All thick boys, iPad dads, dude.
Yeah, I think so.
Fish trucks, iPads, dude. Okay, so this was posted by Busy Metal 8108. This has to be up there with the most egregious lie Bubba has ever told the water. Even if he did race the Baja 500 race, you know full well it'd be plastered all over his socials, seeing as he runs his social medias himself now. And there would be a 7-minute video on Toontown about it. Look at this pathological lie. Let's see here. No, okay.
I drove to Tijuana from Harvard. And it's dicey as fuck.
You think that's where the lie starts? Yeah, he didn't. There's not a chance he crosses the border without a camera on. Well, there's not a chance he does it anyways. But yes, definitely did. But when I was just as he was saying that, my lie meter was like, ding. Like when it starts, it just starts right there. Yeah, I wish you had the cowbell so you could hit it every time you lie. So the cowbell's in there. Let's see. No, okay.
I drove to Tijuana for car parts. It's dicey as fuck. So you don't have anything to worry about, bro. It's crazy. My body, I off-roaded the Law 500 this past year. There were 3 dead guys in the course. Let's straight to kept going. They put 3 more dead guys in the course. And then finally, locals like, hey, dumbass, this is cartel territory. This is their warning. Don't go do it. So they had to reroute everything and go around the mountain.
Oh, God, you're dealing with the dude. Here's
Also, go to Hawaii.
dealing with the cartel must be so annoying. But so he's saying that when he was driving the race, he saw a dead body on the track. Yeah. He dead body. Wow, redacted in the hood. No, I mean boys in the redacted hood. Yeah, we're stand by me. Just know, yeah, that's wild. I don't think he raced it. I don't think he went to Tijuana. A lot of this episode is like, that's not true. If he didn't record a trip to Tijuana, he was going to Hong Kong. Dude, let's be honest. Yeah, let's see. He was going to get a Roman Tug. Yeah. At the famous Roman Tug Club. Let's see, this one's Confidence 8648. It's called Time That Was Scam. I didn't watch it. I was intrigued by the title. So let's see.
The truck giveaway, Drive Fast, all gas, that goes live July 8th. To merge the lead win is either by just buying $5 or buying any merch and get more trees. That way, truck is done. I can't wait for you guys to see it. So stressful as well, getting it all locked in with the merch, the website, shop here. I built the ultimate badass truck. If you like rapid art, that's cool. This is one-on-one. We'll see another one like it. Guess what? I'm giving it away. Look at this. The giveaway truck is live.
You know what I would do? If I won it, I'd flip it. I'd find a way to flip it. Maybe, I think I would risk my life to flip it. Like, I'd film it, and I'd try to do it. I would. But I would, if I the people in my life would probably talk me out of actually being in the truck. But I'd pay, or I'd figure out a way, I'm a hawk, and I'll risk my life. I'd pay to flip it, and then I'd have me in it, and I'd do that content. That's what I would do. It's like, boom, that's not what you're here for. You're here for 10 minutes of shop, and then you start the ship. I just flipped my truck. Fuck that fucking. That's funny. I feel like he's wearing the shirt twice in 2 different episodes. It's like, Papa, you got a wardrobe?
It's live, man. It's amazing.
Oh, same here, Daddy. Yeah, true. I mean, I've worn the shirt so many times.
Tidy. Drive fast. It's drive fast, all gas.
That's one of my favorite ones he has. We should get that. He doesn't know that it's upside down. He's like, it's different.
I'm calm. Can't thank you guys enough for all the support. This is going better than I thought. Less than 2 weeks, man. Drive fast, all gas. I'm sick of promoting this freaking truck. The next one we do, which will probably be in November. The tickets, winner of the truck will be announced this week. Or is it Thursday? We never had the goddamn name. It's the third party that selects it, so we're waiting. Where do you want you at? Where are you located? I'm here in Montrose, Colorado. Montrose, Colorado. You're a Colorado boy. Yeah,
All right, so we'll say good morning. Let's begin. Beautiful daf today. Today's daf is Mem Aleph 41. We are picking up on Mem Aleph Amud Aleph at the 2 dots, which is 2, 4, 6, 7 lines down, right 2 dots. Remember again, we're still in the middle of the pasuk. I par ha'elam davar min hatzibur. We using it in yesterday's that ultimately to teach us the halachos concerning how the necessity ultimately again for the blood applications by other forms. Today we're going to expound it and ultimately use it to dash in a number of additional things. It says as follows: Yimar Lepar. So the pasuk says Lepar is Vayikra Dalet Chav. Va'asa Lepar kasher asa Lepar hachatos kenyi asa lo v'chiper aleihem hakoin v'nislach lohem. Fine. Now the Gemara dashes Lepar. So what do I do with that word Lepar? Lepar. Zeh par helam davar shel tzibur. What's that? This ultimately refers to what? This refers to the par helam davar shel tzibur. The par that's brought when the Sanhedrin issues an erroneous ruling and the populace acts on that ruling. But Tzibur Gufei Ksiv. But I don't understand. Why would that Lepar ultimately go ahead and refer to Par Halam Davar Minat Tzibur? At the end of the day, the pasuk itself is referring to Par Halam Davar Minat Tzibur. So why in a pasuk that refers to Par Halam Davar Minat Tzibur would I need another reference to the par? To which the Gemara says, but Tzibur Gufei Ksiv. So we'll say Rapapa comes along and actually the following idea, which is quite interesting. Rapapa says, Mishum Giboy Aguri, Har Ha'elam Davar Shal Tzibur, V'yoseres U'shtei Klayos, L'sire Avodos Tochav. So listen to this. There's an interesting halacha called V'yoseres of the kidneys, V'yoseres of the animal. The over here is by certain kavanos, the kidneys and the diaphragm are offered on the Mizbeach. So the Papa says what we heard the following. The Papa says that we learn out from Par Halam Davar Shel Tzibur that just as by Par Halam Davar Minat Tzibur, the Klayos, the two kidneys, as well as the diaphragm are offered up on the Mizbeach, so too by Seiri Avodas Kochavim, so too by the goat offerings for Avodah Zarah. So ultimately, again, they are also offered up. So again, the Gemara says, Agmuri Par Halam Davar Shel Tzibur, V'yoseres U'shtei Klayos, L'siri Avodas Kochavim. We learn from the fact that the Par Halam Davar Minat Tzibur has the Osiris and the Kurdab, the Osiris and the U'shtei Klayos offered, that the Seiri Avodah Kochavim also have them offered up. So the Gemara says, furthermore, Har Ha'elam Davar Shel Tzibur B'Gufei Lo Ksiv, that Keishas, and here's the issue. The issue is that the Torah does not explicitly say that the Shtei Klayos and the Osiris are offered up by the Har Ha'elam Davar Shel Tzibur. That is not explicitly written in the Pasuk. That Keishas, that one of the ways in which we out is through a hekesh, is through a comparison. Here's the problem we'll say. The problem now is we're telling you that we learn out to follow the stream of blood for just a moment. We go ahead and we learn out the Shtei Klayos and the Osiris, the diet and the kidneys, are offered us by Seir of Avodah Zarah, and we learn that out from its comparison to Par Halam Davar Shel Tzibur. Where do we learn out Par Halam Davar Shel Tzibur that the Osiris, the Shtei Klayos, are offered up? The Gemara says we're learning out of the heck to see exactly what that heck is. The problem is, meaning that halacha explicitly written by Halam Davar Minat Tzibur. It's also learned out by a heck. Parable says as follows: is in general, we try to avoid double hecation. What does that mean? That if something is learned out by a hekesh, generally I'm going to use it as a source to teach something else. So I know that I'm learning out the Osiris and Shtei Klayos by the Seir Avodah Zarah, ultimately from Par Halam Davar Minat Tzibur. The problem is, it appears that Par Halam Davar Minat Tzibur itself is learned out from a hekesh. Therefore, I have a problem. What do I do? How do I remedy this? Therefore, it's to the par. Lemehavi Kiman Kiksiv Baby Gufei. Therefore, I will say naturally extra hard in the pasuk in explaining his word in the pasuk to teach me what halacha, to teach that the Osiris and the Shtei Klayos are ultimately offered up on the Mizbeach, and therefore, as a result, now I'm learning out that mandate from Lepar, and therefore again I'm learning out the halacha of the Osiris and Shtei Klayos from Par Halam and from the hekesh. Therefore, the Lamed Behekish, closer Lamed Behekish. Therefore, once I'm able to avoid, the issue, something which itself is learned out from a Hekish, then else through a Hekish. So as I saw, an interesting little bit rounded out meaning. So that Papa understands that the extra Lakar in the puzzle teaches me that we offer up the Osiris and the Shekars, the diaphragm, and the two kidneys of the animal on the Mizbeach. On the Mizbeach. So we'll say, why do I need that limud? After all, again, I already have another Hekish. It's a comparison between Hara and the Tzibur, and typically that your Shekars are offered up. Here's the problem. Parallel and David and Tzibur teach you that just as power, the Shekars of power on the Mizbeach, so to the Osiris and Shekars of Seba Zara are also offered up on the Mizbeach. The problem is power is learned out through a Hekish. Then something that is learned out from a Hekish can't or should not serve as a source of limud for a second Hekish. Therefore, also, how do I avoid that problem? By learning the halacha of the Osiris and Shtei Klayos by power, not from a Hekish, but rather by what? From the actual pasuk. How do I learn out from the pasuk? The extra word of the power. Let's take a look at Rashi for just a moment. It's the fourth to last short line. So Amrat before the line is the line Rashi. Amrat Papa, I am the power to moki that you shall the parhalam, Mishum Zolakaman, but not Agmuri parhalam, the Osiris, I cover the Shtei Klayos. The Siri Avodas Kochavim the Hekisha, the Chatos, some al Shigidasam. So also we're going to see this limud on the views. Later on, we're going to compare parhalam Davar Shal Tzibur to Siri Avodas Kochavim. As a teaching, that just as parhalam Davar Shal Tzibur, the kidneys and the diaphragm are offered up on the Mizbeach, so too, by the Kochavim, they're offered up on the Mizbeach. So the Gemara says, the parhalam Bifufei Siri Osiris to Shtei Klayos. It means that by power itself, the Torah doesn't make mention that the kidneys and the diaphragm are offered up. The Eskol Bo Yimenu. All the pasuk says is that you go in and you offer up chelas, you go in and you offer fats. Ubeakesha lahaykra gamaru will be parkoin Mashiach. Dichsidi day. So it's like, really, the way it's actually very interesting. Really, I learned out that the Osiris and Shtei Klayos, the diet and the kidneys of the power of the Tzibur, that those are offered up on the Mizbeach is to listen to the power of Mashiach, to the power of the Kohen. Yechsid, Lahach, Yechsidei. Lachi, Itzvich, Lachar Yisera, Lachar Helam, Kisha Shmiya. Yahabalar Hafi, Iskish, the Haitra, Bakdei, Uksiv, Kasha, Asa, Laparzeh, Parkoin Mashiach. The Chazar Bekapa Ba'asir Repar Zepar Helam, Lichpo Behekich, or the Lame Bimene Yoseres, the Rehabe Haikishin, the Makum Siva Bedufa, the Lame Habi Dabar Halam Bekish, Chozum Malai Behek. So we'll say so again, so one more time. So if that Papa understands as follows. We're going to see later on the days, we're working a little bit backwards, and we're going to make a comparison between the Siyah Davar Zara and the Parhalam Davar Tzibur. Teach me what? That just this parhalam of the Tzibur, the Osiris and the Shtei Klayos, the diet from the two kings were offered up on the Mizbeach. So too by the Tzir Avodas Kochavim, the diaphragm and the kidneys were offered up on the Mizbeach. The problem is that it would appear that parhalam of the Tzibur itself, the halacha that the diaphragm and the kidneys are offered up, seem to be burnt out the Hekish to Kohen Mashiach. So as in general, and there's a logic to this, in general we say something that is learned out from the Hekish in a comparison cannot serve as the source for a second comparison. Therefore, the issue over here is that if Parhalam Davar Tzibur is learned out from a Hekish to Par Kohen Mashiach, then it can't really serve as the source that the diaphragm and the kidneys for the Siyah Zara is burned in the data. How do we remedy this? By ultimately garshing the extra pasuk in the phrase in the pasuk of Parhalam Davar Tzibur, that extra lakar teaches me that what? That the Osiris and the Shtei Klayos, the kidney diaphragm, are burned in the data. Therefore, it turns out that I can make the limud that pasuk is learned out not from the Haggadah, but rather from the pasuk itself. If it's not from the pasuk itself, then what? Then there's no problem if we serve as the source of the Haggish, the Siyah Avodas Zara. Perfect. So since the Gemara is weiter. Tanya Kavasi Drat Papa. We have a right, so that's the question of Papa. What does the Gemara say? What does it say? The Asa Kasha Asa. What's the number again? That's the shorthand version of quoting this puzzle that we're focusing on. The Asa Latar Kasha Asa Parachatos, Ni Aselo, the Israel. So the Gemara says it's also about other Kasha Asa. Now Talmud Lomar Lepar. Why does it have to say Lepar? Lefi Shem He'emar, Vehem U.S. Karbanam Ishem, as the pasuk says, they shall bring their carbon a fire offering to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Therefore, most of us analyze this. So we're going to discuss this pasuk extensively on our case. But the pasuk says, "Vehem U.S. Karbanam Ishem Hashem Dechatasam Dechatasam L'Smei Hashem Al Shigidasam." So it says the Gemara. Watch this. Chatasam. What is Chatasam refer to? Eilu Seir Avodas Kochavim. This refers to the seir offering for Avodah Zarah, for worship Avodah Zarah. Shigigasam, the community worship Avodah Zarah. Shigigasam is what is in the Shkaga. Zet Har Halam Yavarashal Tzibur. So this refers ultimately again to the Har Halam Davar Tzibur. So ultimately again, what we see over here is as follows. Is as follows. The Seiri Avodah, right? So the offering for Avodah Zarah is the same pasuk as Har Halam Davar Minasi. So look at Rashi for just one moment. The Heinedias Karban, Rashi says, the Parshas Karbanos Avodah Kochavim. Remember, this pasuk is written in the section of Avodah Zarah. The Shlach V'Chomer was Russia. The Malo lifts of those who nislach lahem yishvei. Benedias Kavanam lift up nislach lahem v'nishtok el mishum debayit u'shel si'ur avolavim v'mishtayvek the parhelam las inuim. Okay, the Sif Kavanam is supposed to listen to this. Bochel myself. This pasuk that we just spoke is an extraneous pasuk. The entire purpose or necessity of the pasuk is to create a linkage between Seiri Avodas Kochavim and Har Ha'elam Davar Min HaTzibur. That is the purpose of that pasuk. So what's the linkage? What does the linkage teach me? So the Gemara says, Chatasam al Shigigasam. So the pasuk links Chatasam al Shigigasam. What's the connection there? Amra Torah. Torah teaches me as follows. Chatasam Harechi L'chot Kishigigasam. Ultimately, again, it will say Chatasam refers to the Seiri Avodah Zarah. Teach me that the Chatas is just like the Shkaga. The Shkaga refers to what? Har Ha'elam Davar Min HaTzibur. So it's coming to link Seiri Avodas Kochavim to the Har Ha'elam Davar Min HaTzibur. We'll say, what is the linkage? So the Gemara says, so B'Pashtos, what the linkage is just as the kidneys and the diaphragm of the Har Ha'elam Davar Min HaTzibur is burned on the Mizbeach, constantly. So that same halakha applies to the Seiri Avodah Zarah as well. Shigigasam mechan lamarka. So where do I know that by Har Ha'elam Min HaTzibur we burn the seres and the shkei coils, they burn the diaphragm and the two kidneys. After all, the davar halam tehekish, chozu umalamet tehekish. After all, the Gemara says we just said before, we're just reviewing that which the Papa said before. But here's the problem: isn't the halacha that we burn the diaphragm and the two kidneys with the Har Ha'elam Min HaTzibur, isn't that itself out from a hekish to what? To ultimately point Mashiach. If that's the case, how could something going out from a hekish serve as then the proof for a hekish? Rather, what do you have? Talmud Lomar, Lazet Har Ha'elam Davar Shal. That ultimately again is the Har Ha'elam Davar Shal Tzibur. Lipar is the Par Klai Mashiach. So we'll say, so interestingly enough, Lipar, that refers to Par Klai Mashiach. So we'll say, so bottom line is it turns out that Halach Lamaisa, that Papa suggests that we are not learning out. We're not really learning out the obligation to burn the kidneys and the diaphragm from the hekish as much as learning out from what possible. So once I'm learning out that by a Har Ha'elam Davar Shal Tzibur, I burn the kidneys and the diaphragm on Mizbeach, fine. I'm learning that out from the word Lipar. Now again, I can use that for a hekish. Now also remember the pasuk itself links Chatasam Shigigasam, compares the Seiri Avodah Zarah to the Har Ha'elam Davar Shal Tzibur. What's the nature of that comparison? To say just as by Har Ha'elam Davar Shal Tzibur, the kidneys and the diaphragm are burned in the Mizbeach, so too by Seiri Avodah Zarah, the kidneys and the diaphragm are burned on the Mizbeach. Beautiful. So it's this more good right here. The Gemara goes right here. Amar Mar. Good. So Amar, Chatos Sam, supposed to now we're going to go back and analyze that right here just a little bit. So Amar, Chatos Sam, Ilusia, Baluskokam. So we just said before that what? When the pasuk refers to Chatos Sam, that refers to Sigire Avodaskokam. Right, that refers to the sin offering for Avodah Zarah. Tikokle Mikra Kamo. So why don't they learn it out ultimately again from the previous pasuk? I'm going to look at Rashi just a moment. This is Rashi 5 lines up from the bottom. Tikokle. Rashi says Yoseres Hakadesh the Sigiri Avodas Kohanim. So why don't you learn out ultimately again the obligation to offer up the Yoseres Hakadesh to the Siyavot for Sigiri? Sorry. Why don't you go ahead and learn out the obligation to offer up the Yoseres Hakadesh for the Siyavot Kohanim? Why don't you learn it out from the previous passage? The Gemara says Damar Hachatos the Rabbos Sigiri. Then what's when the pasuk goes ahead and that refers to the siyah. Damar Chatas Ilsiyavas Kuhavim. Lama Risu Hach the Chatasah Shilivasam. So I will say if that's the case of the previous pasuk refers to Siyavas Kuhavim, then what do I need the Chatasam for? But that Papa says, I'll tell you why we need it. It's the Saturday, and now watch this. I'm at a thought as follows. Hani Mili has those Sivan Big Buffet. Was there for 40 years. The last Rashi, Sakadai Kani Mili, who say about us with Havim, the Din Karhel, those that Amateur as follows. What is the comparison? See, here's what we know. Chatasam Ashirgasam, I will say the Pasik itself links. Chatasam is a reference to the Seire Avodah Zarah, which is brought for communal idolatry, and it's comparing it to the Parhelam Davar Shal. Right? So Torah is linking those two cups. So obviously what it's telling me is what? Whatever applies, or things that may apply by Parhelam Tzibor, apply also to Seire Avodah Zarah. Now, what we were trying to say is, what does the comparison accomplish? The comparison says that just you have to burn the kidneys and the diaphragm of the Parhelam Davar Tzibor, you also have to burn them by a Seire Avodah Zarah. You can now suggest maybe the comparison teaches me something else. But as follows. It's just Sagadai Kamino, Hanimiri Hazo, Sivan Buffet, with your Rashi, last Shemada, Sagadai Kamina Hani, describe the Siyavot of him, the Din Paralum. I'm going to put the most say. The ultimate hair, Siyavot of him, to Paralum, the Sibor, La Hazo, Sivan Joe. About Yoseres replies low. I'm going to say the comparison is as follows. Just like the Parhelam Davar Shal Tzibor requires blood applications, so to the Seir Avodah Zarah also require blood applications. And I will say, here's the beauty of that comparison. The beauty of that comparison is that those blood applications are written explicitly by the Parhelam Davar Shal Tzibor. So because they're written explicitly, the comparison only applies to those things written explicitly. As we've already seen, the obligation to burn the kidneys and the diaphragm is not written explicitly, but instead simply learned out from the extra word lapar. So I might have thought that the comparison just as the Parhalam Davar Shal Tzibor requires blood applications, so to the Siyavot Zarah requires blood applications other days. Abayoseres ukloyos, ukloyos. The lo ksivan bigufe imalo. But I might have thought that's what? That halacha l'maisa, the burning of the kidneys and the diaphragm, which although we know is a halacha by the Parhalam Davar Shal Tzibor, the comparison between Siyavos Chavos and Parhalam Davar Shal Tzibor doesn't allow me to learn out that you have to burn the kidneys and diaphragm by the Siyavos Zarah for one simple reason. It's not written explicitly by the Parhalam Davar Shal Tzibor. Therefore, the Gemara says, Kamash Maloino. Kamash Maloino says that halacha l'maisa, according to Rav Papa, what we have now established is as follows. The extra word lepar in the pasuk is referring to Parhalam Davar Shal Tzibor. What do we learn out from that extra lepar? We learn out that by the Parhalam Davar Shal Tzibor, like the par coin Mashiach, we burn the kidneys and the diaphragm on the mizbeach. Then the pasuk comes along, Chatasam Shligasam. All right, the Chatasam of Hashem Ashirigasam. Chatasam is a reference to Siyavot Zarah. Shligasam is a reference to Parhalam Davar Shal Tzibor. The Torah is linking these two things. Parhalam Davar Shal Tzibor, Siyavot Zarah. What's the point of the linkage? So now Rav Papa says the point of the linkage is to teach me that just as by Parhalam Davar Shal Tzibor, one has to burn the kidneys and the diaphragm on the yeah. So by the Siyavot Zarah, one burns the kidneys and the diaphragm as well. Beautiful. What's the let's go back to? I'm going to praise Rav Nasa and Rav Papa. What's the name? Gemara goes back to. So Rav Huna praised Rav Nasa said Rav Papa. V'hatana, v'hatana har Yom Kippurim. Omash Amar B'Ti. So what's the name? Let's take this a moment. So Rav Huna praised Rav Nasa. We learned elsewhere that what? That Har Yom Kippurim. L'choma she'inyan she'amar be'inyan she'amar. Let's take a look at Rashi just a moment. So the Gemara says, "V'hatana the rabbis Har Yom Kippurim l'chola inyan kamar Alma kula nosa yolif inyan va'afilu ikuva va'atamrit le'es b'dam u'b'tila." So I say ultimately again, the Gemara says as follows. So Rav Huna Rav Nasa to Rav Papa that we learned out ultimately again. That we out from Har Yom Kippurim. So we learned that from Par Yom Kippur, Par Helam Davar Shotzi, but teach me that everything is in effect by the Par Yom Kippur is in effect by the Par Helam Davar Shotzi, which also means what? Which means that just as by Par Yom Matanos Ma'aklos, it's the proper blood application, the carbon is compromised. So too by Par Helam Davar Shotzi, if you don't have the proper blood application, so the carbon is compromised as well. So the Gemara says tonight, listen, remember again, and yesterday, that end of Mem Omid Aleph Kabam on the page, we made the drushos of S, Dan, and right. We spoke about those various drushos. Ultimately, again, speaking about S, was that even if the coin has a blister on his finger, the hazah is still good. Enough blood, tefillah, you can't scrape it off the side of the key. Has to be enough blood inside the key itself. So now Rav Huna brings Rav Nasa is asking him, Rav Papa, I don't understand. We use the drasha for something else. To which the Gemara says, Tanahi, in reality, Rabbi said there is Hanoi. So Machlokas Tanaim, this is actually a fascinating Machlokas. Tana debate Rav, Marbi Hafi. The Tana of Rav, right, the Yeshiva of Rav, learns it out in the following way. Tana debate Yishmo, Lo Marbi Hafi. The Tana debate Yishmo says, does not learn it out in the same way. Look at Rashi for just a moment. Tana debate, Tanoihi, Tana debate Rav Marbi Hafi. Kol Tana Rabbanon Kari Tana debate Rav. Ayi Mastisim Kamesa. Lo marbi le ela le es kedam utvila. V'ikuba nafkale nichukal. U'rad Yehuda me'in kila chadar. So say, here's what's interesting. What's interesting is that there's general agreement as to the halachos in question here, namely that just as the various parts of the Kabbalic service of Yom Kippur are ma'akiv kapara, right? So to again those same parts of the service are ma'akiv ultimately again in Har Ha'elam Davar Shotzi, right? So we'll say, but at the end of the day, the focus is where we're going to learn it out from. So the Gemara says as follows: that the time of the Rebbe, learn Marbi Hafi. In fact, learns it out like this. Time of the Rebbe, Lo Marbi Hafi. So let's say as follows. So Tana de Rebbe Shmuel, Lo Marbi Hafi. Tana de Rebbe Shmuel. So watch this. So let's read that again. Tonight, Tana de Rabbi, Tana de Yeshiva Rav learns it out this way. I explain each of these in just a moment. Tana de Rebbe Shmuel, Lo Marbi Hafi. Tana de Yeshiva Rabbi Shmuel, but I don't learn it out this way. Tana de Rebbe Shmuel. So Tana de Rebbe Shmuel learns as follows. It's actually a beautiful meaning. Mitneiman ne'em yoseres u'siklayos b'tar koin Mashiach. Below ne'emar b'tar ha'elam davar shotzi. So here's what's interesting. What we established already in the previous limud is what? Is that there is an obligation to go ahead and burn the kidneys and the diaphragm, both by tar ha'elam davar shotzi, as well as by the tar koin davar. Right? We've already established this. What else did we establish? The obligation is written explicitly par koin Mashiach, but it's not at all where by the par halam. Right? That was the whole Joshua of Rav Papa. We learned the answer from the par. Tana Yishmael asks, why not? Why not? If indeed the obligation to burn the kidneys and the diaphragm applies equally to par halam davar shotzi, as it does to the par koin Mashiach, then why not write it explicitly? Why not write it? It's a good shayla. Why not write it explicitly? So the Gemara says again, why is it explicitly writes the obligation to burn the kidneys and the diaphragm by the Mashiach. Below Nehemru, B'Par Ha'elam Davar Shel Tzibor, but yet it's not written by Par Ha'elam Davar Shel Tzibor. We'll say that again, one more time. When we say that it's not written by Par Ha'elam Davar Shel Tzibor, what does that mean? It's not written, although we know that what? There is an album. We know that we do burn the diaphragm of the kidneys by Par Ha'elam Davar Shel Tzibor. We learn how, again, we learn out from the Par. But why isn't it explicitly? Let's listen to this whole idea. Mashal. We'll say, this is as good. I got it. Right, this mashal, like this is. So enjoy this. Mashal, I'm just kidding. Here's what happened. Mashal melech basamadah. This can be compared to earthly king. Shezam al ohavo. Who gets upset? Who gets upset? Who gets upset? The person who loves. Umiate biskuno mitnechito. And ultimately, what do? He goes ahead and minimizes. Literally, again, the musr, literally the degradation that he heaps upon this person because he loves him. Well, it's almost like if the king has someone who he loves, but that person who he loves wronged him in a significant way, the king added his love for the kosher, for the transgressor, will minimize the amount of degradation he heaps upon it. So what's the insult here? Look at Rashi in just a moment. So Rashi understands the mashal, although understanding this mashal is a bit of a machlokas Rishonim. We're just going to focus on Rashi over here. Al ohavav. So Rashi understands in the nimshal, obviously the king is HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The loved one who transgresses is Klal Yisrael, right? We'll say that's a reference to the Par Ha'elam Davar Shel Tzibor. Miyates Bisr, no, Kitze B'Dvar. We'll say this is how beautiful this is. The Par Kohen Mashiach is the sin offering of an individual. The Par Ha'elam Davar Shel Tzibor, we'll say, is where the majority of the Tzibor transgresses. The Nimshal is who is the king, right? So when the king has someone who he loves, who transgresses him, so there's going to be a punishment. But the king limits the amount of degradation he keeps upon his loved one because he loves them. So too, who loves us, Klal Yisrael, when Klal sins as managed by the need to bring the Par Ha'elam Davar Shel Tzibor, so who minimizes the degradation. What's the minimization of the degradation? Torah doesn't explicitly say that you have the kidneys and the diaphragm on the scale. You have to do it, you learn it out. It doesn't explicitly say kind of as a way of minimizing the degradation of Israel. So we'll say an incredible emotion. Even when the Torah said it us, and even if there's something wrong, and even when there's an obligation ultimately again to make amends, the Rebbe Shalom is always there. Even in a very small, nuanced way, he wants to minimize ultimately again the degradation, keep upon Klal Yisrael. An incredibly beautiful idea. We'll say what the Gemara saying is as follows: by going ahead and not explicitly articulating stated the parts of the sacrificial service, the Gemara sees that as a minimizing of the degradation of Klal Yisrael. There's time of the day that Yishmael. We'll say again, Yeshua Yishmael is here as follows. Watch this. Mipnei man ne'emar harochas hakodesh. The Par Kohen Mashiach. So let's listen to this. The pasuk says, "The Kabbalah coin is at ba'obadam." So the coin will go ahead and hit his finger in the blood. The Gemara says, the pasuk says, "V'yiza min adam sheva pamim lifnei Hashem es pnei haroches hakodesh." So let's say, so the pasuk over here says the coin will dip his finger in the blood and he will sprinkle it 7 times on the curtain of the kodesh, right? Which is the curtain that divides between the Kodesh and the Kodesh Kadosh. Watch this. Mipnei man ne'emar haloches hakodesh b'Par Kohen Mashiach. Below ne'emar the Par Ha'elam Davar Shel Tzibor. So we'll say, now watch this. Now the halacha is both karbanos. The Par Kohen Mashiach, as well as the Par Ha'elam Davar Shel Tzibor. We'll say both of them have an obligation of hazah on the curtain. But yet, interestingly enough, the obligation is explicitly stated. Or actually say, it uses the word paroches hakodesh by Par Kohen Mashiach. But that doesn't use that same verbiage by Par Ha'elam Davar Shel Tzibor. Why not? To which the Gemara says, I'll tell you why. Mashal Malach Basar Adam Shesarcha Alav Medina. Also, this can be compared to a human thing, where let's say his constituents rebelled. Right? His Medina rebelled. So what happens? In the Sarcha, if some of them rebelled, it's okay. Because Hamal Yishalom, again, his kingdom is still preserved. His kingdom is still preserved. In Ruba Sircha, we're taking it for the majority of the kingdom rebelled. Then what? In Hamalia Shalom Miskayas. You know, I say what? Then the majority rebelled, and his kingdom is no longer intact. What's the name? So you look at Rashi. Rashi says, "My name." Parochas HaKodesh. Paras beparchei Mashiach Ksiv es Pnei Parochas HaKodesh. Para'ida Ksiv es Kaporos. So we'll say ultimately, against Rashi's points out, by Parchei Mashiach it says Parochas HaKodesh. But yet, by the Parahel keyboard, it just says Pnei Parochas. So what is that? Hamal Yisrael Rashi says, and he says Saburas Asaso. When we have Maskinim Ladaita, Asher Divreis Asher Yisrael Lehem, in Rusarcha. So we'll say if the king's kingdom and the majority of his constituents rebel, in Pamal Yishalo Kayames, his monarchy is not preserved. Arihu Misulat Nikibasam, Umachnisem Bemitzas, then Libo Gaspa into Barishona. So we'll say, furthermore, if the subjects rebel and his kingdom is no longer intact, the king no longer has the warmest feelings towards his constituents. Hakanani, even the first Sarcha, Kiryacha Kedusha. What is actually trying to do? When it's the Parachia, so that's only one person, so to speak, is rebelled, the relationship between the Parach and the Am is still intact. Therefore, you see the Takodesh, or when it's a Parahel and Davish, where what? Where in this case, again, the majority of the Tzibur has done something wrong. So there is a degree of relationship erosion between HaKadosh Baruch Hu and Klal Yisrael. How does that relationship erosion manifest itself? It doesn't say Parochas HaKodesh, it just says Parochas. Almost supposed to say as that lack of a word shows the serious emotional withholding of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The relationship is not the same. And the Klal as a whole, the majority of the Klal sins, even though again, remember, this is an accidental sin. This is not intentional. But at the end of the day, again, when it is national sin, there is a bit of relationship erosion that manifests itself in a little bit of a shorthand version of the pasuk. It doesn't say Parochas HaKodesh, instead it just says Parochas. Masha'inkin, when it's just the Kohen Gadol who has sin, but the nation, the relationship with the nation is still intact, it uses the full verbiage of Parochas HaKodesh. Beautiful. What's this Kavaiter? The Vicha, in Nasan Kulo Ketikna. Therefore, we'll say the pasuk says this also. Remember, now the Gemara is quoting from the Mishnah. Now the Mishnah said, and here we're going to get into a very interesting. I just want to point out, as I mentioned before, I gave you that mashal according to Rashi, right? Marsha, others have a dramatically different interpretation, but we'll save it for the next month. So we'll say, remember again, the Mishnah said as follows. The Mishnah said that we'll say if a person did all of the blood applications, in the right way, there are 4 blood applications. So let's say a person again did all of them correctly, but one of them incorrectly. So what's the halacha? The carbon is possible, but involves. That's the ultimate day. The carbon is possible, but the mice again, so no cars, we need people. So we'll say now watch this. It's actually a fascinating story. It's not becomes remember again, the carbon says 2 parts. There is the comex, which is when the coin takes the flour over the going to 3 little fingers, and then there is the lavona, burning of the frankincense. So let's say again, the coin has Havas people, which means he has to go and let's say eat the carbon outside of the prescribed time, but he only has the machshavas people by the comex, but not by the lavona, or the lavona below the comex. Or we'll say what? Ultimately again in the lavona, but not by the comex. So we'll say, in other words, he only has the machshavas people only by one part of the avodah. So what's the halacha? The Meir Omer Pigel B'chayav and Allah Karis. The Meir says that's enough. Machshavas people by one part of the avodah is enough to what? Is enough to go ahead and make you come and Pigel in your Chayav Karis. The Chum say no. In Bakaris Achi Palga B'chalamati. What's amazing? The Chum say that a carbon could only become Pigel when I was saying only you have a machshavas people called the chol haman. Only if you have machshavas people ultimately by what we call the material, the necessary carbonic steps. Only if you have machshavas people by all of those steps does the carbon become people. If you just have a machshava as one of those steps, that does not make the carbon legal. Also, also saying this is an enormous machlokas, because what you have over Rabbi is as follows: you have Rabbi Meir essentially saying that once you have machshavas by one of the necessary avon steps, that makes the in its entirety, even if you do not have that kavanah subsequently, by the subsequent steps. Comes, in order for a carbon to become legal, there has to be a machshavas legal in all of the permitting steps. All of the permitting steps. So listen, I watch this. Low tema, time grammar, the conservative the following the concept here. I will say, what's Rameir's logic? So Lakish says, don't assume that Rameir's logic, that Chatzimah means that ultimately, again, even if you have Mashavas Pigel, by one of the permitting steps, that's enough. That's not Rabbi Meir's logic. What's Rabbi Meir? Watch this. You don't shenasan as a comments b'machshava v'halavona b'shtika. What's Rabbi Meir's case is as follows: where when doing the kanitza, the Kohen had in mind for Pigel. The Kohen had in mind to eat it 2 days from now. When he offered up the lavona, he had no intent. B'shtika. What does Rabbi Meir hold? Kasavar halahos aldas rishon. Now we'll say, what's Rabbi Meir's logic? Rabbi Meir's logic will say is the halacha l'maisa, when you begin a process with particular das, and then again you don't have any das to the contrary, the first das governs the process in its entirety. Therefore, what? Therefore, halacha l'maisa, if I'm the Kohen and I do the kanitza with machshavas people, I have in mind to cover 2 days from now. And when I subsequently do the lavon, then what? I have no das. Then we assume that the first das that I had by the kanitza governs the rest of the carbonic process. That's why it's what we call kol says al das rishon. Whoever conducts himself in the first das I had, unless of course what at some point in time I have contrary das. Mimai, where do we see this from? Midikani, what did he say? The Vicha in the Kulan Kintikna, Shimon Kintikna Apostle. Remember again, what did the Mishnah say? The Mishnah, if I did all of the azos, all of the locations, Kintikna, in the right way, and it's just the last one that I didn't do in the right way, Apostle. Ultimately, again, the covenant is Apostle, the aim Karis. And I've also said the Karis obligation. What do you see there? Ha'achas shalokitik the kulam kitikna people. So I can infer from the Mishnah that if I were to do right one of them shalokitikna, if I were to do one of them the kulam kitikna, in other words, if I were to do one with machshavas people and the rest of them kitikna. Now what's that kitikna? That's what we're explaining over here means that I'm doing all of them correctly, but still under the same gas as the first one. People, they are making people money. Also, because if you do reflect. If you want to say it's the Rabbanon, in the fact that the Chatimatia, the Rabbanon say the only way a carbon becomes people of Osai's house is if you have Machshavas people with every necessary step of the carbonic process. Ela Rabbi Meir. Rather, it must be Rabbi Meir. So the Gemara says, his logic is what? That you can go ahead and affect people. Even just by having people, even just by having machshavas people in one of the avodos. So the Gemara says, so that's the case ultimately again. And it should become people even in the case of the Mishnah, which the Gemara it must be able to say if Rabbi Meir's logic is this one. When you have an initial das, and that das is never upended by a secondary das, that das governs the entire carbonic process. Even if on the side, I didn't have in mind by the subsequent avodah. Therefore, I will say, if I begin the carbonic process with a machshav people, and again I have shtika, I have no other das with the rest of those avodas. So the holds that makes the people. What is said when a Mishnah says that it is a subsequent avodas kitiknon, it takes some of the people. So what it means is I give them an importance, namely to make it bigger. It does make sense. Also the invocaries, I went ahead and what? I did all of the hazot and one should look at the carbon as possible. There's no michlal, the tikna lakshiru. So it sounds like Rosh tikna ultimately means I'm doing the hazot in the right way. Amar Rava says no. My what does it mean when it says that I do shlokitik? What's the komo? So that ultimately means what? That means that I have kavanah to go ahead and eat the carbon outside of the prescribed area. Ravashi Amar Shalom Shmo. Ravashi says ultimately again I have in mind to Shalom Shmo. Nechlal was now that indicates to me Nechlal Sechilo Avadlo what's the komo? Shalom Shmo Mechayi. If that's what it sounds like that if I don't do the last hazor with intention of chutzlin komo and chutzlin shmo that I would be chayiv. To which the Gemara says if that's the case, I did the generation of people the chayav and alav kares. So what the Gemara says you're right. Rather, we're just trying to preserve the snakes. Since the Reisha says people the chayav and alav kares, therefore the seifa kananami seifa puzzle the ein of kares. Therefore the Mishnah also says use the same symmetry. The same lashon over here says hustle the in both colors. But I was saying at the end of the Gemara says that we don't say osa al das rishono osa. Also, we do not accept the premise that was ascribed to Rabbi Meir, namely that when you begin an odo with a particular machshav, that's machshava governs the. I just want to end off with one key. How do we pass in this machshava? Okay? Again, the Gemara just certified. So the Gemara interpreted the Mishnah, but how do I end off on this machshava? Focus on the Chalav will say. Remember again. The Shiloh over here is what happens if I went ahead and I started in Avodah. For example, I'm offering a couple. I did the Kemitza with Machshavas people, but I didn't burn the Levona with Machshavas people. So there says in that case, as long as you began the sacrifices with the Machshavas people, you didn't have any other dark contrary than what? Carbonous people. There was an Ashta story we described by the is that what? That's when you go ahead and you do something, assuming you only had one das, that das governs the process in its entirety. No, in order for a carbon to become pigul, there has to be machshavas pigul where the chala matir in every step of the carbon. So how do we pass you in that area or say that yes? So the Rambam will say asking the hilchos psuli hamukdash and character and say Allah is chashav machshavas bisman b'shas kmitza. Avalo b'shas blikot halavona, or shechashav machshavas man b'shas blikot halavona, avalo b'shas kmitza. Harei ze psula ve'eno pigo ach yachshav machshavas hazman b'chol hamatir shua kometz im halavona b'shas kmitza sakomet kot halavona or b'shas asina shem kli or b'shas haluk or b'shas yikar. So both says halacha the Rambam passes like the Chachamim, namely that a carbon only becomes pigo when if a person ultimately again has a pigo by ultimately. So both saying in order for the carbon to become people, you have the machshavas people or we call chol hamatir in every step of the carbon, which permits the carbon. So in the case ultimately again of karamincha, that's it is both the kmitza as well as the collection and the bringing of the love. I will say, if the person has a machshavas pigul during only one of those stages, then what? It won't make the carbon pigul, but will make the carbon hustle. So ultimately, I'm also seeing this article, you can become hustle even if you're not pigul. Ultimately, again, Rambam asking like the Chachamim that in order for the carbon to become pigul, one has that machshavas pigul, the chol hamatzir.
He's gone away, sadly. I know, so his progressive career. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he just filed Chapter 11 bankruptcy on his career. Oh, I didn't hear that. No, I haven't said information to you. Oh, okay. And I'm 100% right. Yeah, it was a joke, Cooney. I know, it went over my head. I was doing another joke, but I continue to be Joe Rogan. Keep with me. Oh, don't lose me.
All right, we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning cheer today. Our Torah sponsors for the month of Tishrei B'Av in the Torah. We always are telling the celebration of completing Seder Nezikin and for the Soros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Nathan Carey Smith and the schools covered for the entire Kihila. Our daily learning sponsors, even Mark Gaylor, in memory of Mark's Bobby my favorite, Tila writer, Tehila Sheva Bas Ruven Ari Hakoin Zichron Libracha. So you from here, purchase the Shama having Aliyah and the family in Nechama. Week of Daf Yomi is sponsored by Zevi Daniel. Baruch haba, turn on Zevi. He's back for a couple of days. Excited to be back in person for a few days to learn with our holy Chevra. There is no Chevra like our SOTC Chevra. And belated honor of David Schwartz's remarkable Siyum HaTorah. Beautiful, which was incredible. And also should add in here his remarkable coffee making skills. Let's not he's like a shtickle barista now. He's a shtickle barista now. Right, Mazel Tov on the beautiful accomplishment and Mir Hashem, many more. And of course, we'll say to dedicate our learning in the schools of the two French soldiers who were killed yesterday in attack in Gaza. Medrianit Kula, 26 years old. Sergeant Itayavitz, 20 years old. We hope that our Talmud their precious Nishav and Aliyah, and their fast in the Chama. So with that, let us begin. Mazel Tov upon reaching the new parak. We're very excited. We have a beautiful daf out of us today. So today's daf is on Zayin 37. We are picking up the Mir Hashem at the Mishnah on Lamed Vav on the days 36b, and let's go. The Shammai says, so we are very interesting to go here. Kol ha'nitnin al mizbeach ha'chitzon shenosel lematana achos kiper. Okay, so interesting carbonic information over here, which again, this isn't Sefer Zvachim is no different than any other Masechet in Shas. We've had a lot of times the information we need is not necessarily arranged in a linear fashion, but it goes all over the place. So in Yetz Hashem, we'll see when we do like days, and we'll come with other parts like that. We'll in Yetz Hashem be able to bring like a lot of what we'll call it carbonic information 101, but we'll accumulate it now along the way as well. Take a look at Rashi for just a moment before we go on. So the Shammai says, before we even get to the Shammai, let's look at the first Rashi. The Shammai opens Matana Achas. Zrika Achas Kier. Apapi Sharuban Tunin Shtei Matanos Shein Arba. They're listening in general. Most carbonos, right out of the year, most carbonos require what we call Shtei Matanos Shein Arba, or Mata Achas Shihu Shtei. What does that mean? Generally, we're going to see that Zrika was done by the corner of the Mizbeach. The way you normally wanted to do a Zrika was to do it we do a corner Zrika, that what ends up happening, it ends up essentially the blood splash on two corners of the Mizbeach. That's what it means when it says Matana Achos Shishnai. So by the way, like if you say Eid Koman in the morning, you see that expression all the time. The bus is why would these carbonas, like the nice stand, Matana Achos Shishnai means again a Zrika. So one act that ultimately again ends up Zevi. You just hug everyone now. Let's get that out of the way. Everyone line up, everybody needs a hug. And the love is like beautiful, right? A little distracted. Anyway, so I'm just kidding. Achtos is never distracting at all. So means, so again, one sprinkle, but it goes on two corners. So what the Mishnah is pointing out is in general, most carbonos require what we call shtei zvigos, shtei matanos, shein arba, which means most carbonos require two zvigos, like the two that become four, right? Because again, you're doing two of them on two different corners, which essentially become the splashing of splattering. Is there a better word? Splattering. Sprinkling of blood, so on two corners, which essentially becomes on four sides. Okay, so that's carbonic information 101. Most carbonos require what we call, remember this phrase, shtei matanos, which means two sprinklings, shehin arba, which essentially becomes four sprinklings because on each corner it goes on two sides. Beautiful. They Shammai coming to say. So they are saying in general, kolani tanin al mizbeach hachitzon shenatzon matana achas kiper. So the Shammai says that b'diavad, essentially b'diavad, if halacha l'maisa, you went ahead and you did a sprinkling. You did one sprinkling. Instead of two, you're fine. But yeah, you're fine. That's the point here. And by chatos also need two applications. So the premise is although generally karbanos need shtei matanos shein arba, two applications, two sprinklings. Bidi evet, if you did one, you're good to go. If you to go, but by chatos you always require a minimum of two. Beisila says, Beisila says, no, even by a chatos, although ideally you want shtayim shein arba, if you just had one, bidi evet, you're fine. Good. So we'll say, now why is this a word for us? Remember, we're not done with people yet. So this is very important. So let's say I'm offering a carbon, right? And when I do the first blood application, I do the first zrika, I have in mind to go ahead and eat the carbon chutz lizmano. And then I do the second sprinkling with no kavana or with positive good kavana. What's the halacha? Ultimately, again, actually, sorry, just the opposite. I said it wrong. Just the opposite. I do the first zrika with positive kavana, totally fine. And then the second zrika, ultimately, again with kavana, chutz lizmano. So what's the halacha? Keeper. The carbon is good. What about the fact that I had a pigul mashava? It doesn't impact. Why doesn't it impact? Why? Because since technically the carbon is effective with just one act of zrika, as long as that first zrika, that matana afas shehishtayim, as long as that first one is valid, I'm good to go. Therefore, even if I have an invalidating mindset by the second zrika, it doesn't compromise the carbon. Similarly, the converse case, similarly, interestingly enough, if I do the first zrika with kavana to eat the carbon chutz lizmano, and I do the second zrika with the kavana to go ahead and burn the carbon chutz lizmano, what's the halacha? It's pigul and type cards. What's the novelty there? In order for something to be pigul, what has to happen? The only invalidating machshava you have to be pigul. If you mix in any other invalidating machshavas, usually it's not pigul. It might be possible, but it's not going to be pigul. Over here, it's pigul. Why? Because really we only care about what is said is when? During the first rika. Since the carbon is bidly and effective with the first rika, therefore halacha, we only look at your machshava first rika. So therefore, if your machshava by the first zrika, carbon is good, even if machshava by the second zrika was not good. If your machshava by the first zrika was not good, was, let's say, pigul, then even if you had good positive machshava by the second zrika, or again, a different machshava by the second zrika, the carbon is going to be pigul. Good. So we'll say, that's not the one. So again, just review, right? What do we have? Number one, most carbonos require two blood applications, two that's what we call in halacha, shtayim shein arba, because the zrikos are done at the corners. Right? So because the corners, ultimately, again, it's two that become four. Shammai says, bidi eved, if you just did one zrika, achos, shtayim, ultimately, again, the carbon is effective. The exception to that rule, chatos. Chatos, according to me, is always going to need two zrika. Find all of this afterwards. Disagrees, even chatos b'di eved only needs one. Now that I know that b'di eved a carbon needs, according to the Shema and Beisila, because my focus in the Shema is only in chatos. Now that I know that both according to the Shema and Beisila, really meikra again, b'di eved a carbon only needs one zrika. Achos shehi shtayim. Therefore, when determining whether or not a carbon is pigul, we're only going to look at what the mashava was when? During the first zrika. We don't care. It's very interesting. We actually don't care about what your machshava is during the fall. That's part one of the Mishnah. Next, ultimately, any blood applications that are done on the internet. So we've learned about a lot of these kavanas. For example, par helam dalam atzibar, Sanhedrin pas erroneously, the par for avodah zara, communal idolatry, the offerings of Yom Kippur. All of these are inner kavanos in which the blood application is done on the inner mizbeach. So kol anitana al mizbeach kabini shemchisa achas mikol hamakonos kilo lo kiper. So listen to this. Okay, now this is another category. This other category is as follows. For all inner kavanos, which means all kavanos that have their blood application done on the inner mizbeach, the halacha is they need all of the zrikos in order to be kosher. If you're missing any of the zrikos, only the carbon is invalid. So as opposed to kabbanos in the first part of the Mishnah, which are kabbanos that have their zrika on the exterior mizbeach. All right, okay. I forgot. No, literally like that. Even have a laser phone. All right, it's good. All right, so which I didn't bring. Good, no, it's good. It's good. So let's say, as opposed to kabbanos, all part of the Mishnah, which have their vacations on the exterior mizbeach, all they need is one zrika. All the kabbanos which have their blood applications on the interior mizbeach, all need all of their zrikos, all blood applications, to be effective. And if you're missing any of those blood applications, ultimately the carbon is ineffective. Therefore, leficha, so this yields a very important idea. Leficha, nasan kulan kitikon, va'acha shelo kitikon, psula ve'im bok. Therefore, I will say, in this over here, even if you did, let's say that there are 4 zrikos. Even if you did 4 of them perfectly fine, and then the last one you did with an erroneous machshava, the carbon will be possible. Right? Because since they're all necessary, an invalidating mindset at any stage of that will ultimately make the carbon possible. Look at Rashi Leficha. Rashi says, "Tolil b'kulan matiros." Since by interior carbonos, when I say interior, remember, I understand means the blood application is on the inside of the base hamikdash, the inner mizbeach. Since all of the zrikos are the matra, the perimeters, ein zuma teres below zu, and one zrika doesn't work without the other, the ein zemet ageles below zu, the nasa kulan kitikna b'shtika, achas shelo kitikna, shenasta b'machshavas fulan komo or futlis mano. So therefore, I will say, for example, let's say there are 4 zrikos, shtayim shen arba, right? So let's say again, out of the four, I did 3 appropriately and 1 with an erroneous mindset. What's the halacha? Puzzle, carbon is puzzle. So puzzle shlomita b'rishonos ve'im b'kari she'en achronim mefaglos on the kasava im mefaglos mefagzinatir. So you're both saying, interesting, there's a lot happening over here. So first of all, fact number 1, or piece of information number 1, is that for any carbonos which have their blood application on the inside, all of the applications are necessary in order to affect the total. That's number 1. Therefore, an erroneous mindset by any one of the zrikos will invalidate the carbon. However, the Tana of this Mishnah holds it becomes puzzle. In order to become pigol, you would have to have erroneous mindset by all of the zrikos. Because the Tana of our Mishnah holds that in order for a carbon to become pigol, you have to have a pigol mindset through the entirety of what we call the matir. The matir is the perimeter. That is affected. All other carbonos, what's the matir? The first zrika. By inferior carbonos, what's the matter? All of the zrikos. Or if you have a machavas pigol, by all of the zrikos, the carbon is pigol. But if you have an erroneous machshav by only one of the zrikos, it won't be pigol, but it will be pasul. Incredible. Let's say, hands down, that was a great Mishnah. No, that was a fantastic Mishnah. Might be the best Mishnah so far. Incredible. Says the Gemara. Minayin lenitnin ala mizbeach hachitzon shnasa mamatana achashikiva. So obviously, the Mishnah is operating, and both the Shammai and the Hillel agree with this principle, which is that halacha l'maisa, even generally carbonos, which require 2 blood applications, right? Which is shtayim. Remember, shtayim shein arba, 2 that is 4. Remember, even carbonos did the eved. You are ultimately, again, you'll say with 1 blood application. 1, right? Akashi shtayim. So and by the way, the Shammai himself all agree with that. Where do we know that from? So let's go. So where do we know this from? The right, the pasuk says over here. The pasuk says, "The dam zivachecha yishafei al mizbach Hashem Elokecha." So the blood of your carbonos, the blood of your carbon, yishafei, goes out. So the Gemara says, and therefore, how ultimately again you see it from the Rashi, yishafei. Shvicha achas mash. Shvicha, one act of pouring. So when it says shvicha achas mashma, the local sit savid, those savid the afina mnei shtei matan shein Okay, so we'll see the rest of the structure, but the idea over here is it says V'dam zebachecha yishafeh. The blood of your kavanah shall be poured. It sounds like one act. The Gemara's understanding over here that bring means sprinkling, which we'll question. But since it says yishafeh, one act, what does that mean? That b'di'evad, one act of sprinkling is enough to make the carbon kosher. Incredible. That's the limit. Gemara says, hold on. Is that what that pasuk v'dam comes? So Mersa Hani Baran the Zayin, and that pasuk something else top of Lam Zayin. Minayin is very interesting. Minayin the Chalad Damim, Shetuunin, Matan, Dam Risos. How do I know? We actually mentioned this in yesterday's daf also. How do I know that all karbanos require sprinkling by the base of the mizbeach? We're going to see on both sides. And when we get into the no, don't bring it. I'm just looking longingly. That's my general yearning for the base. And no, it's my general yearning for the base of English. No. That's it. I'm done. I'm gonna stare at people hugging Zeppi. I'm just gonna stare at people hugging Zeppi. It's the color. The Kohanim wanted they send fish more than me. So let's say if you over here, all right, Chevron Zuno, if this is helpful for you or not. If you over here, all right, I'll bring the emotions that we got me over. So let's say if you notice over here, so remember this is the outer Mizbeach. And if you notice over here, there is something called. This, by the way, this is the same image that I put on the chat a couple of days ago. So if you notice over here, if you come and you look at this drawing, you'll notice that there is there's a ledge. I'll call it a ledge, a yisod or a base that goes around the mizbeach. Now it doesn't go around the entirety of the mizbeach; it only goes around two sides. What we're going to see is that zrika was done by the area by the yisod. Now, not on the base. It depends. Remember again. Because along the mizbeach, you can't see that from here. There was a sikra, there was a red line. Some zrikos are done above the red line. Some zrikos are done below the red line. But generally, wherever zrika is done, it's done on a part of the mizbeach that is opposite the yisod. Okay, so now the Gemara says as follows: how do you know in general that whenever there's a blood application, you do it on a part of the mizbeach that has this ledge? How do you know that? The pasuk says, ultimately again, you should pour the blood of your karbanos. If you think of Rashi, Rashi says on Minayin, Shekala Damim Shakala Karbanos Shetuuni Matan Dam Yisod, Kemisha Min Adam Bekli Va'achar Shezar Shtima Tarosav, Shezar Shofel Yisod, the Apapi Shlonemar Shlich Hashem El Bechatas. So let's say, so this is interesting. So the way Rashi's understanding this over here is also a different idea, which is that whenever there's leftover blood, the leftover blood is poured out along the ledge. We're going to see there's a drainage system there as well. How do I know that? Because it says, Talmud Omar, okay, point over here is that Allah Maisa, remember, the Gemara is looking for a source. One thing we're looking for a source, so the Mishnah spouts that everyone agrees with, which is that although generally Kabbalah need Shtei Matanos Shein Arba, if you have Matana Afas, Shishtayim, that's good. The Gemara says, where that from? It's called the Pasuk Zebachacha Yishafeh. The Gemara says, 1 second, we'll use that Pasuk. The Gemara says, you're right, not Galei Rebbe. So we learn it from Rebbe, Bisanyo. Rebbe says, Banjar Bidam, Bishar Badam, Yimay al Yisol Kamizbeh. Will be again the leftover blood. Ultimately, again, will be poured by the base of the mizbeach. Shekalom badam. It doesn't need to say badam. Shekalom badam. Why does it say badam? Lefi shalola manu elchanin matan dalit shetuunin matan damin yisod. I only know about blood applications, right? Karbanos that require 4 applications. So that's, for example, like a chatos, because that's actually what the pasuk is talking about. So I know that by a chatos, I pour the leftover blood ultimately by the yisod. The Gemara says, "Shar Minayin." How do I know that applies to blood as well? Talmud Lomar, "V'hanishar badam yimatzei." She'ein Talmud Lomar badam. It doesn't have to say badam. Ultimately, again, it teaches me that in general, Rabbi said two halachos. Number one, that blood applications are done by the base, and that also leftover blood is poured out by the base of the mizbeach. Point of the Rabbi say is we once again freed up that pasuk of the dam zivachecha yishafek. Remember again, let's stay laser focused. What are we trying to figure out? I'm looking for a biblical proof to the concept espoused in me that although karbanos generally require two applications that are forged, all karbanos, made up with the exception of chatas, that's Machlokes Hashem Beisilo, are yotze with one blood application that's two. Where do I know that from? The Gemara quoted the pasuk. The Gemara now said that pasuk is used for something else. The Gemara now showed that that proposed Gemara is actually learned that from the secondary pasuk, which once again frees up the dam zivachecha yishafech. How did that keep that one blood application is good enough? How do I know that? Where do I know that from? Because the lashon of yishafech pour is a singular act, which teaches me that halacha a big yevet of the blood application, one cup is going to be enough. Okay, so we're back on track. Bakati. But still, does it come to teach me that one act of zrika b'diavad is enough for the carbons? After all, the Gemara says, I need it for a different reason. Here we go. This is very interesting. How do I know? We're not zrika, right? So how we done? So quite we're going to call it like a sprinkling, right? Like so. And again, we're actually going to talk about the mechanics of zrika, right? What is zrika done with? How is it done? But the pashtos, whether it's by hand or by something, it's done with like a flick of the wrist. Something the other. Then if I didn't do zrika, but instead I did shlicha, I poured the blood on the mizbeach. Now, by the way, when I say on the mizbeach, I don't mean on the mizbeach, I mean on the sides of the mizbeach, right? If I went ahead at Moshe David, I forgot the pointer at the point. I'm not gonna lie, I took it when I was playing with it a little bit, right? So it's Baltimore. There's nothing to do after 9 o'clock. I'm just saying, So when I say I apologize, I forgot it at home. I'm gonna bring it back tomorrow. So when I say this follow, so when I said, how do I get the Evan if I didn't sprinkle it, but instead I poured it? How do I know that halacha l'maisa is still yours? So it says, Tamalomar, the dam zivachecha yishafeh. Because the pasuk says, pour the blood of your opponent, which indicates to me that shlicha, obviously, lechatchila wants zrika, but the but I can do shlicha. So that's what the pasuk for. So once I say, remember, if the pasuk of the dam zivachecha yishafeh is teaching me that the shlicha, pouring is good, that means it's not free to do the halakha. That is the evidence one act of zrika, to which the Gemara says, Samla Kari Akiva. Our time of Akiva is the Amar, listen to this. Lo zrika klas shvika, lo shvika the klas zrika. Not true. Rabbi Akiva disagrees with this. Rabbi Akiva holds the halacha l'maisa, not true. Zrika is not included in pouring. Right? Sprinkling is in pouring, and pouring is not in sprinkling, which means technically there are two distinct acts, and if something requires zrika, if something requires shlicha, you cannot discharge your obligation with zrika. This none, where do we know this? So listen to this. This is so fascinating. I want to show you how this is. A lot of times as we do the Yom Tovim, right, and especially as we come into the month of Cheshvan, so there's a little bit of a sadness that's there because there's a runway so we get to our biblical Yom, right? Obviously, Hashem, we have a lot ahead of us here. Hanukkah, Tu B'Shvat, right? There's a lot of Hashem, but Pesach is the next big Yom for the ahead of us. And how incredible is it that on Erev Rosh Chodesh Cheshvan, who gives us a Pesach Gemara. Right? It's incredible. Right? Pesach is almost here. Just hold on. Right? Pesach is almost still. Don't share that with your wife. Right? Do not say that to any Jewish woman. Right? Correct. Yeah. So, but Pesach is almost here. And I will say, I think it's just such a beautiful fortune. As Baruch is telling us, there's so much good and so much told and so much beauty that is contained in the month ahead. So much. And by the way, Pesach is almost here. You know what that means. That means it's almost Elul. It's almost Elul. They'll say it is time to do tshuva. It's almost Elul. It's mamish. You got to get our game on. All right, so Gemara says as follows. So Disnan. So listen to this. If I go ahead, this is fascinating. This is such a beautiful Gemara. But if you went ahead, literally, if I made the bracha on the Karban Pesach, ultimately, again, I exempt the bracha on the other Kabbalas. Now, what is this referring to? Take a quick look at Rashi. Rashi actually very close to the right. Remember again, Karban Pesach Sobo, which means the Paschal lamb was really consumed almost as a dessert. Right? That's why, again, remember, we call today, we don't yet have our Karban Pesach, so we eat a piece of matzah. We call it piece of matzah. Apikomen. What is apikomen? Apikomen is a Greek word that means dessert. So ultimately, so therefore the Gemara says, so watch this. So you would bring a Karban Chagiga. Karban Chagiga was just another carbon. That would be your dinner, right? That would be your primary food. So therefore the Gemara says, Chagiga Sabasa, Rashi says, Shepasach, Kishakabura, Kishem B'Tosef, the Psachim, Pesach, who Omer, Baruch Hashem, Yisham Tzisav Tzivanu, Le'echol Es HaPesach. So I say, how beautiful is this? How we will result as Hashem to say the bracha, to say this bracha. I'm asking this year for Shah Tov Mitzvachos. Baruch Atah Hashem Elokeinu Kol Asher Kishem B'Mitzvosav V'Tzivanu Le'echol Es HaPesach. Bracha you say on Karban Pesach. Now, there's another bracha Karban Ba'ala Zevach and the Chagiga who Omer Asher Kishem B'Mitzvosav V'Tzivanu Le'echol Es HaZevach. So again, there's a separate bracha on a Karban Chagiga. So again, we'll see here now look is like this. So Tana says, if you made the bracha first on the Karban Pesach, you have exempted the Karban, which makes sense. What's the logic behind that? Because obviously the Pesach is a zevach also. So if you went ahead and made the bracha on the Pesach, that includes all general karbanos as well. On the flip side, but again, if you made a bracha on the Karban Chagiga, that does not exempt the Karban Pesach. Right? Now look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, Zrika Bichlal Shvicha, Kidikamer Meel, Minayin Nitanim Zrika, Nitanim Shvicha, Yaselka, Matan Dam Shlamim, Shekasa Bazrika, Bichlal Matan Dam Pesach, Shekasa Bashvicha. It's very interesting. So ultimately, again, by Karban Pesach, the Torah uses notion of Shvicha, pouring of the blood. By Karban Chagiga, Zrika. The Bishma holds ultimately that what? That Zrika is Bichlal Shvicha. By sprinkling is included in pouring, and therefore halakha l'maisa, if you made the bracha on the Pesach, that includes the bracha on the Chagiga. Conversely, if you made the bracha on the Chagiga, which is Zrika, that does not exempt the Karban Pesach, because the Karban Pesach ultimately again is Shvicha. That's Rabbi Shmuel. Rabbi Akiva says no, lo zu b'tarazu, lo zu b'tarazu. Rabbi Akiva says absolutely not. These karbanos, the brachos, do not exempt each other. It actually says why. The less than the Nitanim Zrika Shanasa B'Shvicha Yatsa. They both say now again, Rabbi Akiva's logic is why. Rabbi Akiva holds that Allah Zrika and Shvicha separate things. Two separate things. And therefore, if one requires Shvicha, you can't do Zrika. And if you do Zrika, you can't do Shvicha. Therefore, Allah and Chagiga are recognized as two separate karbanos. And for Allah, the bracha of one cannot exempt the other. Now, why are we bringing this up? Because besides the fact that it is riveting in setting, and I will say, how incredible is it that we now know the brachas, the Karban Pesach and Karban Chagiga? How incredible is that, right? I don't think any got out on the brachas, going up. But Lamaisa, how beautiful is it both? Baruch Atah Hashem Elokeinu Kol Asher Kiddusham V'Tzav V'Tzivanu Le'echol Es HaPesach. Incredible with that information. So the Gemara says, so we wanted to teach us that that no, that if you had to do Zvika and you did Shvicha, ultimately you're Yotzei. Why? Because Zvika B'Klav Shvicha. So the Gemara says, no, our Tana rejects that, because our Tana holds like Rabbi Akiva. Because what does Rabbi Akiva hold? That Zvika and Shvicha are two distinct things, and ultimately are not interchangeable. Therefore, the pasuk is open to be used for the proof of our Mishnah. Bakarti, lahi dasa still. Is that what this pasuk is used for? The Gemara says, we need it for a different purpose. The Rishmol says, Mitok Shneamar, Ach Bechar Shar, or Bechar Kesef of all Bechar A's. So we'll say here, the Torah is speaking about halachos of Bechar, firstborn animal. So we'll say, what's halacha? Ach Bechar of Bechar Kesef of A's, Lo Siftet, Kodesh Hein, as the month is Okal Amizbech, as Chabam Takya Ishay Nechoshem. So we'll say, so if you have a firstborn animal, Shar, ox, Kesef, sheep, A's, goat, the halacha is, again, that is given as a carbon. The meat goes to the Kohen, and the sacrificial parts are ultimately burned on his back. So watch this. This teaches me that it ultimately again requires blood application and sacrificial parts ultimately again on the Mizbeach. To which the Gemara says, so Pesach, how do I know that ultimately again Meiser Behema Pesach also required this? Okay, there it is. So therefore the Gemara uses that. Teaches me that Meiser Behema and Pesach also require blood applications and ultimately burning of sacrificial parts on the Mizbeach. Incredible. So Gemara says, therefore, obviously, what's a problem for us? Why is that a problem for us? If that pasuk is used to teach Meiser Behema and Pesach and blood applications and burning of sacrificial parts, then it's not for the lead or the Bible or the Mishnah, namely, Tana'achos, Shishtai, the Evet is enough to be matter. To which the Gemara says, no, don't worry, our tongues are musically, the sign of musically, Omer, Domo, Lomer, Emar, Ella, Damam. The pasuk doesn't say dam, right? It does by b'chal say damo, rather it says damasa, plus plural. Chelbolu ne'amela chelbam. It doesn't say to burn its fat, rather it says their fast. What does that come to teach me? Linei abachar meiser upesach shetol matandam and ve'imur God mizbeach. There's another opinion. The other opinion learns out the obligation for blood applications and sacrificial parts of meiser and Pesach from that same pasuk as bachar. If that's the case, then it's going up the same pasuk as Bechar, then what? It is up the pasuk of the Dam Dibachecha Yishafe for something else. Incredible. When I say something else for our Mishnah, I have Rabbi Shmuel. Hi, Kram Mafik Leilahi, Mafik Leilahi. So Rabbi Shmuel, ultimately, again, can he use the pasuk for both? Straight Tanai Rabbi Shmuel. Ultimately, we'll say, this is about how Rabbi Shmuel uses the pasuk. That's bottom line. Bottom line, fundamental. It's not called the by how to use the pasuk. According to the opinion of Rabbi Shmuel, who established the pasuk is talking about Bechar and not Meiser and Pesach. And you said, then it means ultimately again when the pasuk usually says that the flesh will be for you. So you, of course, in this context is going to be the Kohen. Right, the Gemara says, right, the Gemara says, Elo Rabbi Yossi, the Mukim Nami Ba, Meiser Pesach Bailan. But according to the Yossi, that ultimately, again, the pasuk is even Meiser and Kohanim who eat the meat of Meiser, rather again, who eats the meat. Right, it's the Bailan, right? Mayo Bisani Yalacha. When it says Bisani Yalacha, what is that? The boss says into this. Echad is riveting. This is riveting. It teaches me again, they'll say that by Bechar, whether the Bechar ultimately again is a tam, meaning unblemished, or a Balmum, ultimately again, these halachos of Bechar will apply to the animal. Now, before you turn the page, take a look at Rashi. Mishani Echatam Vechad Balmum Kulomar. The old Russian Radim Dinoket Krakama, Lava Min Dilchoros Kai, the Kulan Russian Chadbafar Mapik, the Damam the Chabam. Ramos Meiser Pesach, Velosh Salam, Abachar Kai, Velosh Shni, Abachar the Krok, came with the Chabam, the Dam Nami Alal, Ela Abachar, the Chad, no Nami Shak, Neymar, Ubisaram, Atem Bamum. So it's interesting enough, when some teachers like this, whether the Bachar is blemished or unblemished, halachas will apply to it. Then ultimately, again, halachas is not obviously the animal is blemished, you're not going to sacrifice it. But the mice of the flesh, the meat belonging to the Kohen, applies to the Bechor, whether the Bechor is blemished or not. On the base. Linate al-Bechor Balmum Shenitan L'Kohen. Incredible. Teaches me about a that even a Bechor that a blemish is given to the Cohen. This is the only source for this halacha in the entire Torah. So I just want to point out happening over here. There's essentially what we have over here is like this. It says, Ach b'char b'char kesef or b'char eis lo sifta, can't redeem them. Kodesh heim, they are kodesh, estamam tizrok al mizbeach, sprinkle the blood of the mizbeach, beschalban taktir, and burn their fat, which means burn their sacrificial part. Is a machlokas how to interpret that. So is the pasuk about Bachar or is it Takar Pesach Meiser? That's machlokas. Now for our purposes, it works about everything. Why? Because if the pasuk is talking about everything, then our original pasuk of Adam Zavachecha Yishafei is free to be used the source for the halakha. That Matana Achos Shushtayim is good the other for Karbanos. That's the beauty of it. The difficulty just is that if Halakha L'Maisa, again, it is being used to teach me about everything, then ultimately everything in the pasuk here that's being referred to in the pasuk, the Torah says the Kohan. The problem is that by Meiser and Pesach, ultimately again, the Kohanim don't eat it, it's the owners who eat it. How do I understand? Which the Gemara says, no. When it says Bisaram, that's actually referring to Bechar. What does it mean, Bisaram, plural by Bechar? It teaches me that whether the Bechar is blemished or unblemished, the Kohen gets it. The Kohen gets it. That's the by these specific animals, by the way. That's by these specific animals, ultimately, the Kohen is going to get it whether it's blemished or unblemished. Beautiful, very small. Where does it be smaller? Where does it be smaller now? Whether the Bechar ultimately blemished or unblemished, that the Kohen gets it. Where does he learn this from? Rabbi Shmuel. Not delay, me loch kachaz ubisarim yaloch kichazei atufat l'shok ha'emunah. Literally, may loch yiyah yiseifa. He learns it out from the phrase loch yiyah. It will be yours. What will be yours? Whether it's blemished or unblemished, ultimately again it's yours. Rabbi Yosef, when you read the Mokim Inayim Ma'aseh Pesach. So according to Rabbi Yosef Lili, you understand that pasuk, the pasuk of Bechar, is also referring to Meiser Pesach. Hainu Tichsiv Lo Sifta Kodeshim. That's why the pasuk says, don't redeem it. Ultimately, again, if they are Kodesh, Haim to Rasan. Why Rabbi said? Because that phrase of the Kodesh, what is Kodesh Haim? That phrase Kodesh. So again, Rabbi Yosef Kodesh means these types of kabbalos is dafka they who are kodesh and not anything that comes in their stead. For example, so they can be offered the tmura and kreva, but there's tmura. So what's tmura? When you take a sacrificial animal, you exchange it for another animal. That's called tmura. Generally, what's the halacha by tmura? V'hayahu tmura so kodesh b'Hashem. By tmura, there's a biblical penalty. Both animals become sacrificially designated. I both said I watch this. I realize it only posits not true by Kar Pesach and Meiser, which means this family. It's none. Tmuras Bechar u'Meiser, when it comes to the Tmura of a Bechar or a Meiser the Heim animal. What's the halacha? Right? Heim, Vladan, at Sof Kol Olam, Hari Heim Ki Bechar u'Meiser. So in general, if you have the tzmura of a bechar animal or a meiser animal, so anything you exchange for the bechar or meiser animal, its offspring, right? Ultimately, again, has the status of a bechar animal or a meiser animal. And ultimately, again, halacha l'maisa can be consumed if it has a mum by the owners. Okay, tonight, listen to this website. Rabbi Yeshua, Shamati Shetmuras Pesach Kreva, Utmuras Pesach in the Kreva. They will say this is great. Rabbi Yeshua, I was in the dish that I heard that the Pesach. So I will say, what does that mean? I separated out Pesach, and then what do? I find the nuts to even more exotic, and I say balance with the Pesach. I extract Tmura. So Yeshua said, heard that Tmuras Pesach Kreva. So I heard two things. Right? I heard that the Tmura of a covenant, and I have no idea how to explain that. So say, you know how validating this is? You thought you were the only one who had no idea what was happening this year, right? I thought I was the only one who was lost. So it turns out we're in good company. We're in good company. Sometimes even the greatest of people find themselves a little bit lost. Or Yeshua says, I heard two statements, and I don't know what to make of it. And listen, I watch this. I'm sorry, the Bukhar, Maisa, Peu Pesach, the little Kreva Tmuras, you know. So what's the same side? So Yeshua said, I heard these two statements, and ultimately, again, I do not know how to reconcile them. Any of the parish. Ella, we're going to come and just Ella, the Mukili Kula, the Bar, the Benjamin Shmuel understands that the whole part that we quoted before was only referring to Bukhar and not referring to Meiser Pesach. Meiser Pesach, the low Kreva Tmurasan Miname. Where does he learn that Halacha L'Maisa, you do not offer up the best, you do not offer up the Tmura, ultimately are Meiser Pesach, to which the Gemara is, where are you learning that from? Meiser Gami Lagamar, Avra Avra Mibukhar. So Meiser makes it zero shot of Avra from Bukhar. Pesach behejik. Pesach is written explicitly. So what does it say? Kesef. So Mosai says Kesef. Makaloma in Kesef. Why does it have to say it for sheep? The Rabbos Tmura Sa Pesach Acha Pesach Shetekar Shvanim. So Mosai, watch this. Watch this. So if you had the Tmura of Rabban Pesach after Pesach, ultimately, again, after Pesach, it is offered up a shlomim. However, Yochel Aflik Pesach, you might have thought before Pesach. The Tmura of Karban Pesach can also be offered up as a shlomim. Talmud Lomar, food. Therefore, the pasuk says ultimately what? Food. What does food teach me? I will say there is only one animal offered up in the context of Karban Pesach before Pesach, and that ultimately is what? The Karban Pesach itself. Even the Tmura of the Karban Pesach is not offered up as a Shlomim before Pesach. Now, I will say, now again, why is this important? Now, by the way, we can go back. Whenever Yeshua heard two conflicting rulings, it wasn't going to focus on it. Yeshua said, I heard two things. One thing I heard was, Shetmuras Pesach Kreva, the Tmuras Pesach Ina Kreva. I heard the Tmura Pesach can be offered, and I heard it can't be offered. Now it turns out they're not contradictory statements, they're both true. How are they both true? The Tmura of a Pesach after Pesach can be offered up as a Shlomim. The Tmura of a Pesach before Pesach cannot be offered up at all. Why not? Because by Karban Pesach, the Torah says, who means there's only one Karban Pesach offered up and nothing else. This is not a second Karban Pesach, but anything else offered up family of the Karban Pesach. Yochel Aflik Mea Pesach came, so you might have thought that the Tmura ultimately again of a Karban Pesach could be offered up as a Shlomim, even before Pesach, Talmud Lomar, who ultimately again, therefore the pasuk says, who only the Karban Pesach itself is offered up as a Pesach, and even its Tmura is not offered up. So let's say somehow we come full circle. It turns out that for our purposes, we've done a good job. We did dream thing. Chazal did an excellent job in going through this entire process and effectively showing that the pasuk of Adam Zibachecha Yishafei is open. It's open, and therefore when we say open, it is available to the drasha that we wanted to originally use it for, which means that what? Dam Zibachecha Yishafei as a singular act of pouring. We write. What does that teach us? That teaches us that even though a carbon typically requires how many zvidos? 2, Stein, Shen, Arba. If he did 1, Achas, Shihi, Stein, Dam Zibachecha Yishafei. The blood of your carbon shall be poured singular one time. Beautiful. That's the Gemara says that's fine, right? So for our purpose, accomplished. But the Gemara says we have another problem. The Kohanach Tanai the Mafkid in the high dams Vachecha Yishabet Vajasha Karini. High common eternal alam is back at Fiso Shanasa Matana Akashikipa Minolo. Now let's say, but what do all of see? Everyone's agreeing with the principle in the Mishnah, right? It's not the only focus in the Mishnah most times by where? Nowhere. It's by Karban's Chatos. But aside from Chatos, everyone is agreeing with the principle. The problem is there are many other people who are using this pasuk for something else. So if you're using the Zibachecha Yishafei for a different livelihood, then where are you learning the halacha of our Mishnah from? Which is where it says, "Some of the Silo, the Omri Akha Shenasna Matana Achas Kei." Yapinon Kulu Lechatos. Ultimately, again, they hold like Beisilo. And ultimately, again, Beisilo, as we are going to see in Me'at Hashem in tomorrow's daf, Beisilo learned everything out from Chatos. So Beisilo says not only is the halacha that Matan Achashi Shtayim works by Chatos, but Chatos actually becomes the source of this halacha, and all other Kabbalah learned out from Chatos. So those who use the pasuk of Adam Zevachepa Yishatei for ultimately will learn Yishtayim Bidi Evan works by the carbon, so learning out from Chat, the source of that, the limit for that Rosai Hashem tomorrow. What a daf Rosai Shkoyach. All right, everyone soon. Have a great day.
It's called Tom Out of North's Rack Mechanic Bee. He's slowly turning into the Island Boys, dude. What's up, fam? Dude, we gotta start doing vlogs where we started like that. What's up, fam? It's hot out here. I got my chain on. I'm an island chop on Mozambique.
What's up, fam? Out there in the streets, the Lord's working on something. It's so good. But anyway, we're getting a million questions. When will the winner be selected? The Raptor Art Killer. It's soon. It's super soon.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Let us begin. Good morning. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share to thank our talent response month of Tishrei B'Alim V'Tova. Students are coming. Celebration of complete freedom and seeking and for the source troubles for Am Yisrael. Nathan Terry Smith in the source of the entire people. Today's day, and of course, we always dedicate our names to about precious hostages. America Shambu and Holy Shalom and the car of America, the holy soldiers, that is probably be successful for whole Maaseh Yidayhem. Of course, we saw troubles and Shalom for all of Am Yisrael. Today's day, we are picking on a lot of ground to cover. We are picking up America Hashem on Chafim base 25b, the last of the short lines. So, remember, our topic over here is still the topic of airspace of a kli. What is the status of the airspace of the utensils? The Gemara says this: "Al has learned their nasan yada or ratlo." So what's that? So back to paraduma. So the person goes there, there's water flowing. Paraduma has to be mayin chayim. If ultimately again there's any human intervention to water, so in this case here the water is flowing, but a person goes ahead and puts their hand or their foot in a way, channel the water. All alirakos or vegetable leaves, in all of these cases, the water is possible. We'll see why that is in just a moment. It goes in kshira, but if you use the leaves of reed leaves or the nut, it's kosher. Now what's the reason? Zakla, second white line, 25b. Zakla, Dabraham the couple too much psulin. Psulin. Dabraham a couple too much kshira. Because that look is like this: something that is in the Kabul Tumah, if you use to channel the water, ultimately disqualifies the water. Conversely, something that is not in the Kabul Tumah, if used to channel the water, does not disqualify the water. Then I'm going to be familiar with others. So this is very interesting because you can go ahead and use from the spring. Ubar mikvah mayim, or from some type of mikvah, from some type of cake. Yihya tar, it will be tar. So when darshans have yasan ayudei taharatay, every part of the water, every part of the water process must be done in a state of ritual purity, including the channeling of the water can only be done by things that are not mekabel tumah. What do you see from here? That the airspace of the utensil is just like the utensil itself. And again, both just to clarify, so if you remember again, when we're talking about airspace, we're not talking about the airspace of the interior of the utensil. Because as Rashi pointed out in yesterday's daf, once something comes into the interior airspace of the walls of the utensil, everyone agrees that halacha it is considered to be at the utensil. When we say this, what are we referring to? Literally, again, the area above the utensil, the airspace above the utensil. The Gemara says, you see from here, that the airspace above the utensil is like the utensil. Where do you see that? Say the fact that halacha l'maisa, if I channel the water with my foot or with my hand, ultimately the water is the water is disqualified. We're assuming over that what's happening here is I'm channeling it in. The water is the airspace above the clean, and then ultimately falling into the clean. I'm really to see the Rechia of the show says maybe water ultimately is trickling in. Maybe it's not an airspace issue. They said that's crazy. It's not what it says. It says in order that the water will enter into the barrel. Basically, that's my Rabbi Tzadok. We're going to follow Mishnah. Istan Hayid Rabbi Tzadok al Hazulchalin Shekilchu Shekilchan Ba'aliyah goes and she. And it also was the situation over here. Something water to the paradigma that will cause the flow ultimately again, which Ali goes in the middle again of a nut tree. The idea is they're not mekabel tuma, and therefore Allah so the water remains kosher. This actually occurred in the city of a place of Aliyah. And ultimately it came before the Cham Mishkas Hagazis and they declared that the water itself was still going to be kosher for the use of incredible. So that concludes the sugya of Avia. Just to understand what's happening over here, the Gemara is trying to understand this concept, whether or not airspace above the Kli has the status of the Kli itself. Obviously, once an item reaches the interior airspace of the Kli, which means it's in the airspace of the walls, everyone agrees that it is considered to be at rest in the utensil itself. The shower is in the airspace above the Kli. Is it considered to be at rest in the Kli? Now, interestingly enough, the Gemara's conclusion seems to be yes. So just something interesting to ponder again. We're not totally finished with that subject yet. But the conclusion of the Gemara seems to be that Avir Akli is Kikli Dami. I'm ready. A very interesting case here. Hatsorin Ozen Hapar, the Akarkach Kibel Dama Apostle. So let's say a fascinating case over here. A person goes ahead and shechts an animal. Right? Shechts an ox or a sheep. After he shechts the sheep, but ultimately before he goes ahead and does Kabbalah, he nicks the ear of the sheep. Okay? So this guy's very fast, right? Nicks the ear of the sheep. What's the concept of nicking the ear? He does something that would normally constitute a wound, meaning a blemish. In other words, if let's say the animal before Shechita were to have a nicked ear, that would preclude it from being used as a carbon. So in this case over here, he did Shechita, then he blemished the animal, and then he did Kabbalah. So the blemishing was done after Shechita, between Shechita and Kabbalah. What's the status of the animal? Puzzle. The Gemara says it's puzzle. The name of Rabbi is puzzle. Shneimar. Kach midam hapar par shahayat baba. Par shahayat kibar. So the par. What does it mean? The par as it was, meaning just as the par at the time of the Shechita had to be unblemished, so too the par at the time of the Kabbalah has to be unblemished as well. And if the par at the time of the Kabbalah is blemished, even though that blemishing took place after the Shechita, the animal itself is precluded from use. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Ashkechan Kachin Kadosh. Fine. So that's the post by Kachin Kadoshim. Kachin Kalim, and how do I know that this is true? By Loa saying that Ikabanas Kachin Kalim, Amarava Kanyo, Set Tamim Zachar Ben Shana. Kalabizah. Torah says that ultimately you have to use a complete sheep, a Tamim sheep, male, 1 year old. What do you see from here? Shehei Tamim Ben Shana. B'shas Shechita. That ultimately, again, the animal must be literally 1 year old, unblemished, and male at the time of the Shechita. The Kabbalah, Ba'olacha, Bezrika Minai. How do you know that this is true? By the other parts of the Kabbanic process. Tamilomar Yihiyah. Therefore, the pasuk says, "It shall be Kol Habiyosa Lo Yihu Ela Tam Ben Shana." You see from here that again, Abba said at every stage of the sacrificial process, the animal must be in the same level of intactness that it was at the time of the Shechita. So just like at the time of the Shechita of Korban Pesach, it had to be unblemished, it had to be male, it had to be 1 year old. So to at every stage of the process, it must maintain those same characteristics. Incredible. Says that by Zakat Yeshua Omer, Kol HaSebetar Shnei Kizai is also, or Kizai is Chaylev, Zorik Sadam. So let's say we have says any carbon, let's say something happened, right? As long as left Kizai of Fish or Kizai of Chaylev, you're able to do Zrika. Then look at what you see from here. You see from here that obviously that's occurring, something happened to carbon. That contradicts what we just said before, that at every stage of the sacrificial process, which is the animal must be fully intact, as it was at the time of the Shechita. Here it's clearly saying that that is not the case. How do you reconcile this? To which the Gemara says, Tirgima Aben Shaya. No, by Korban Pesach, this is very interesting. The only part ultimately, again, that has to remain, that has to be intact throughout the entire process, is the animal has to be 1 year old. So in other words, if something changed in the animal, of course, the sacrificial process of the Pesach, the animal can still be kosher. As long as the animal is still 1 year old over the course of the entire process. The Gemara says, why? Is there any where over the course of the sacrificial process the animal could age? Let's remember again, when you check Korban Pesach, everything has to be done the same day. So if you start a day and the animal was 1 year old, then it's going to have to be 1 year old the rest of the day. How could it ever age out over the course of the sacrificial process? Is that Amarava is also Meres? Rose, what do you see from here? This teaches us shows postlos becoming. I will say this is fascinating. When it comes to the age of karbanos, of sacrificial items, age is not determined by what we call me'is la'is, by 24-hour periods. Age is actually determined both by the calendrical date as well as the hour in which the animal is born. So, for example, a 1 year old sheep for Korban Pesach is determined by ultimately, again, the day that it was born and the hour it was born. So the moment that it comes to that a year later, that same day and hour, even the animal ultimately ages out. So interestingly enough, you can actually have a Korban Pesach that ages out over the course of the sacrificial process. For example, you shechted it at 12 o'clock in the afternoon. It had to have been that it was born at 12:15. So maybe the Shechita and the Kabbalah were done. Ultimately, again, it was still 1 year old, but by the time of Zrika, ultimately the animal has aged out. It's a fascinating idea. The Lord says also a tremendous skill in this. If you look at that Lashon Zosimers, what does this teach us? Shos, postos, the kachin. Whenever something is holy, holiness, kachin, requires an acute sensitivity to use of time. That time is not only measured in days, the time is also measured in hours. In hours, and I will say that is true ultimately again for karbanos. That Allah has kama b'kama how that is true for us as well. We are kashim. Right? There's nothing more sacred, there's nothing more sanctified than us, than a Jew, than a Yid, than a human being. And you see from here that again, when it comes to kachim, sha'os poslos. It's not just about how you use your days, although that is important. What is equally as important for anything that is kaddish is how you use your hours. Time management. There's references to Piaget's wrote to B'nai Machshavah Tova that one of the most important things that is the life success, scheduling, is maintaining ultimately again a schedule of how I use my time, and not just how I use my days, but quite literally how I use my hours. So everything else, you measure time days, but for Kachin, the holy thing shows postos. Even the misuse of words has to become the undoing of man, but it's a positive. For Kachin, one has to be careful not to use their days, but even how to use their hours. I'm Rabbi Ami, I'm Rabbi Lazar. As the Gemara says, he did Nimrod Lab. What's the interesting piece over here? What happens if the carbon is inside of the base of the but its feet outside? So what's that? What should you do? You should first cut off the feet of the animal and then check the animal. Okay, now we'll say obviously even at first glance that doesn't make any sense. We'll talk about this in just a moment. And we'll say now what's the concern over here? We're going to see the concern is that if you shack the animal with its teeth dangling out, the concern is like this. That means part of the animal was outside of the base of Mikdash. Blood flows through the body, which means now that there's blood of shchutei chutz, right, which means the animal is slaughtered outside of the base of Mikdash, mixed with carbonic blood, right, because the blood flows through the body of the animal. So what's the only way to obviate that concern? Cut off the legs and then do the shchita. The Gemara says, 1 second, we're going to come back to that. Cut off. If you first cut off the legs of the animal, then you did shchita, ultimately the animal is kosher. Top of chavav. Shachat v'achakach pas psula. But ultimately, again, if you shech it first and then cut off the animal is possible. Now, again, what's the logic behind? Because if you shechted the animal and the legs were dangling on the outside, then the problem we have over here is there is external blood mixed in with sacrificial blood. We call shchutei chutz. That should invalidate the animal. Chata v'achakach mersulat. So you tell me now I should cut off the legs of the animal and then do shchita. How could that possibly be good? Balmum kamatri. They'll say, if you cut off the legs of an animal, that renders the animal into a balmum. Once it's a balmum, it's no longer fit for use. So how can you advocate that? Elaima, chata, the says, Elaima, chata, v'achakach kibel kosher, kibel v'achakach chata. So it's like this. If you went ahead and you first cut, let's say, you did shchita, and then ultimately again after shchita, then you cut off Kabbalah, then it's kosher. But if you again before you cut off the legs, it's possible. So the Gemara says, 1 second. So we're going to talk about the do shchita, cut off the legs, and then do Kabbalah. It's going to be kosher. Hatzori ozen the bechar, v'achakach kibel dalapas, or shnemar, v'lakach midam hapar, shepar shahaya kvar. Well, that comes to what we just said before. What did we say before? That the animal has to be in its fully unblemished state during all stages of sacrificial service. Right? And again, the problem is if you're cutting off the legs before Kabbalah, that means by the time you get to Kabbalah, you have a blemished animal. No, what do you do? In other words, you cut the flesh up until you get to the bone. Now, what does that do? So that prevents blood flow. But ultimately, because the bone is intact, ultimately the animal is considered to be unblemished. Very interesting. So however, if you first did Kabbalah and then only afterwards cut off the leg, it's going to be possible. Why? Shamas, what do you see from here? Dam hamukla be'ibarim damu. Mostly what you see from here is that halacha l'maisa, when blood is mixed in the limbs, ultimately again, there to be one cohesive unit of blood. So remember, what's the issue over here? The issue over here is because legs are dangling outside. When you check that animal, essentially what you have is you have two blood. You have blood of a sacrificial animal in the base of Mikdash, and then you have blood from an animal slaughtered outside of the base of Mikdash. What's the problem? The blood flows. So now you have a mixture of that exterior blood with that interior blood, which invalidates the carbon. So the Gemara just says, obviously you see blood of an animal as one cohesive entity. Shamas Minah, Basar Kachin Kalim, Shiyat, the things we best done, hustle. But also see from here that again, that the meat of Kachin Kalim that went out of the Beis HaMikdash before Zerika, ultimately again is going to be possible. I said to you, right, deal with Kachin Kadosh. Well, I mean, I can't bring around it because maybe we're just talking about Kachin Kadosh. Okay, fascinating. So the Gemara was like, so we'll say that's the end of that sugya. And listen, I want to point out over here is the takeaway from this, right? There are a couple of different takeaways. The takeaway number one is that decreed, that's what I talked about before. Takeaway number two is that halacha l'maisa, an animal is supposed to be in its fully intact state during every stage of the sacrificial service. Takeaway number three is that halacha l'maisa, when gauging the age of a carbon, you don't just count, but you also count hours. Right? Takeaway number four is that halacha l'maisa in this interesting case where part of the animal is inside of the base of Mikdash, part of the animal is outside of the base of Mikdash, we're going to have a problem. How exactly you deal with that problem is a discussion, but the nice got a problem. Why? Because we slaughter that animal. Now we're going to have a mixture of interior blood and exterior blood altogether. Okay, incredible. Let's go. I just turn our one on. Kachik Hadashin, Shkitas Mitzafon. So it's a beautiful thing over here. This is going to be reminiscent when we get the Parak Ezu Makoba. We're going to learn a lot about these halachas, about where different things were slaughtered. Those are highest sanctity kavanas. Ultimately, Shkitas Mitzafon. They are shechted in the north of the Azara. This is the courtyard of the Beis Hamikdash. The Kibal Daman, Pisharis Mitzafon, and you receive their blood in a service utensil, also in the northern part of Azara. Amad Bedaram, Bahoshit Yadol Mitzafon. What is it? The coin was standing in the south, but he extended his hand to the north. He shachat and he shechted. So what's I saying? In this case, he was standing in the south, extends his hand to the north. So the animal ends up getting shechted in the north. What's the halacha? Shkitas Akshera. It works. It works. Kibel. What happens if halacha he was standing in the south and did Kabbalah ultimately in the north? Kabbalah Psulo. Such a Kabbalah ultimately again is going to be possible. If he went ahead and he put his head and the majority of his body into the north, it's as if he was fully there. Now I'll say that's an interesting halacha. What that says is, if your head and most of your body is in a particular place, then it is considered to be as if the entirety of your body was there. In your case, you have to solid daram, the chazrak shela. What happens if you slaughter the animal in the north and then the animal convulsed? In your case means it convulsed, and as a result, it moved to the south, but then it moved back into the north. Ultimately, kosher, kachin kadosh, kachin kalin. Next category, kachin kalin, shchitzam b'fnim. Ultimately, again, there's shchita to take place anywhere inside. As long as it's in the azar, you're good to go. The kibel daman. The Klisharis and ultimately again we see what Kabbalah is done, and the Klisharis in the if you notice again, as Kachin Kalim has to be done in a particular part of the Azar, namely part Kachin Kadashim, lower sanctity, could be slaughtered anywhere. Shchita and Kabbalah be done anywhere as long as it's in the Azara. Okay. The coin was standing outside of the Azara. He extended his hand into the Azara. In the Shechita like that, ultimately will be kosher. Kibel, Kabbalah Psulo, but if he was standing outside, extending his hand inside to do Kabbalah, that is going to be invalid. What happens if he extended his head of his body, or is he standing outside, but he extended his hand? That doesn't work, because he's standing outside, even if he's extending the most of his body and inside, it doesn't work. What happens if again you check to the kachin kali in the azara? The animal convulsed. As a result, again, it moved itself out, but then it convulsed again and moved itself back in. Ultimately, it's possible. What do you see from here? What do you see from here? That the meat of kachin kali that left the azara before Zrika ultimately is possible. Maybe not Vilma, but I'll the sacrificial parts. Sacrificial parts, and therefore sacrificial parts went ahead and moved. In Afinani, that's when it's going to be a problem. Right? But other parts of the animal, it's not. Good. So the father of Shmuel asked the father in Shaila. What happens ultimately again at the carbon? Right? Feet are on the right. The animal's on the inside, but ultimately again its legs are dangling out. And what's halacha? We learned this already. You have to bring it to Hashem. But ultimately, again, the entire animal has to be inside of the Beis Hamikdash at the time of Shechita. By the way, that's how he passed him. That's why it obviates a little bit the previous discussion. And halacha l'maisa, again, in order for a carbon to be valid, the entire animal must be inside. Now, what does again? These are important principles, which we'll see later on. For kachin kalim, lower sanctity kavanas, anywhere in the azara. Kachin kadashim, north of the azara. Okay, again, we'll talk about all of this more. Talab b'shachat now. So it's an interesting case. What happens if you suspended the animal and you shafted it like that? What's the halacha? Well, I'm like Shira, answer this question. I'm like Ishtabashta. I think you're making a mistake because Ba'inon Shchita al you do need Shchit proximity to the Mizbeach, and ultimately again in this if the animal is suspended. Nitla b'shakat now. So it's an interesting case. What happens if the shochet was suspended? Shochet was suspended. Don't ask how. Don't ask how. Right? It's just he was right. He suspended. I remember the most like. Gemara always asks hyperbolic questions in order to isolate the point. So let's say again, whatever the case is, right? There's a little bit of potential. His friends are, hoisting him up in the air. So ultimately, he's suspended. So and then he's checked. What's the status of the shchita? Amalei psula. He said ultimately it's puzzle. I think you're making shchita yer lo shachot al yer. It's just the shchita has to happen by the side of the mizbeach, but there's nothing that says that the shochet has to be by the side of the mizbeach. So as long as the animal is in the right proximity, it doesn't seem like the shochet needs to be in the right proximity. Therefore, even if he's suspended mid-air, Allah like that. What happens if he's suspended and he does come? What's the halacha? Amalei kshera. Ultimately, he's kasher. Amalei ishtabashta. He says, I think you're wrong. Ain't derech sheres bekach. That is not a normative way to do a service. In other words, it's not bakavadik. Kabbalah, remember again, is one of the sacrificial services. Let's remember again, going back, shchita is not part of the avodah. You know that because Shchita's Kshera even designed by non-Kohen. Therefore, to do Shchita when it's suspended, to do Kabbalah when it's suspended is not going to work. That's not the way to do Avodah. Tala Vikivel Mahu. What happens if the animal was suspended and you did Kabbalah? Amalei Psula. Said it's possible. Amalei Yishtabashta. So I think you're mistaken. Shchita al Yerach, fellow Kabbalah al Yerach. Only Shchita has to be done by the side of the Mizbeach. Kabbalah doesn't have to be done like that. What's the first white line? I'm going to buy you. Because Shekadoshim, Kulam Psulos. So in general, when it comes to Kadshe Kadoshim, all of these cases are Gasol, Bar, Nikla, Benish, Nishakat, with one exception. One exception, which is if the shochet is suspended. If the shochet is suspended and he checks, it's fine. Otherwise, all the other cases, I will say all the other cases are the animal is suspended, right? That's not going to work because you require Shkita by the side of the Mizbeach. Or ultimately, again, if the animal or the shochet are suspended for Kabbalah, because that's not the proper way to do the Avodah. The Kachim Kalim Kulam Ksheris, when it comes to Kachim Kalim, all the cases will be kosher. Bar Min Nitla Vikibel, with one exception, if the animal was suspended and Kabbalah was done. What's different ultimately, again, when it's suspended and does Kabbalah, because the other pin, gipnim dummy, is our space of the interior to like the exact interior. The Kache Kadoshim Nami, of your Safan Safan Nami. In that case, by Kache Kadoshim, you should see the airspace of the northern side of the earth is the same as the actual northern side of the earth. Alright, I'm right. Being the Kache Kadoshim Sheros. In all cases, these situations will be kabar min b'shachat b'kadshe kadoshim. The only exception will be suspending the animal in shachting. That won't work by kadshe kadoshim. Mitla gibel. So again, ultimately, if the shochet himself is suspended and did kabbalah, being the kadshe kadoshim, being the kachim kalim. Ultimately, everyone would agree in that case is going to be possible as well. Why? Ein derech shelos v'kach. Because it's not an appropriate form of service. But in Rabbi Yirmiyah so Rabbi Yirmiyah answered the following. So who with him v'tzitzasa b'chotz ma'u? So it's an interesting case. What happens if the Kohen is standing inside of the Beis HaMikdash, but his hair extends out of the Beis HaMikdash? Okay, so again, which means just he's got a string hair, right, or a little bit of a longer hair, and it's extending out of the Beis HaMikdash. So what is the halacha? Because let's remember again, if a Kohen does the avodah outside of the Beis HaMikdash, the avodah is possible. What about in this case where he's got a hair extending out? Amalei lav amrit be'dio la'Hashem ad shetava kulo l'fnim. So ultimately, the Most Pasuk says it will be brought to Hashem until the entirety is brought on the inside. Hachanami bevoam el olam moed ad sheyavo kulo the olam moed. So to the pasuk says over here, when they come to the Olam Moed, ultimately again until everything comes to the Olam Moed. So this is interesting. Local Maisa, the Gemara says, if one of the hairs of the Kohen is extending outside of the Sanikdash, ultimately again, the avodah is going to be possible. Okay, even if I am a Kohen, nothing I have to worry about. No, say, but again, but the Maisa, interesting enough, obviously, where does that come up? That's only going to come up in a situation. You're standing by the edge of the Azara, right? If you're standing on the inside, nothing to worry about. Good. Mishnah. So some other interesting cases over here. Let's say we went ahead and they put the sacrificial meat on the kedesh, ram, shalom kineged hayisod. Now, we haven't seen any of these halachas yet, right? In other words, we did see over here, and again, these are good facts just to keep with you along our, right? So again, what do we have? We have is, number one, Kekadashim are slaughtered in the northern side of the Kachim Kalim are swear in the court. Now I will say, interestingly, we're switching gears over here to the blood application. Zrika. So Zrika, let's say Zrika was done on the ram and not by the Yisod. The Yisod is the base of the Mizbeach. What we are going to see is that there is like a trim, or a little bit of a base along part of the Mizbeach, not the entire thing. That's where Zrika is to be done. So in this case over here, you did Zrika on the ram and not by the base. Or Nasa Sanitana Lamata, Lamala, that's Sanitana Lamala Lamata. So, for example, we're going to see there was also what we call a Chuta Sikra, a red line that ran across the Mizbeach. Some of blood applications are done above the line, some are below the line. In the Mishnah, over here, where you made a mistake, you did something that was supposed to be above, something above, below, or Bifnim, what's Bifnim, or the Heichal, some are done outside of the Heichal. You messed it up. Point over here is in all of these cases, you did an inappropriate blood application. You made a mistake. What's the halacha? Puzzle the inbo kares. In all these cases, obviously the avodah is going to be puzzle because you did it wrong. But ultimately, again, you're not subject to. Said the Gemara, say our days. I'm a Shmuel. Shmuel says, Basar, abandon this copy. It's very interesting. Shmuel says in all of these cases, Shmuel says, so bottom line, in these cases, you did this Rika wrong. So when you do this Rika wrong, what does the Mishnah say? The covenant is puzzle. Shmuel says, what does it mean, puzzle? Puzzle means you can't eat the sacrificial meat. The meat is puzzle, but the carbon affects onions. Wow, that's good news. So the Gemara says, Baba this copy. My time was the reason. The Pasuk said, so the Gemara says, because the Pasuk says, I have given this to you to atone on the altar. Which tells me what? As long as the blood reaches the Mizbeach, even if what? It's the wrong spot on the Mizbeach has been accomplished. The Torah has been accomplished. So again, can't eat sacrificial meat. But as long as that blood has arrived at the correct space, then halacha l'maisa, ultimately again atonement is done. If that's the case, basar nami. If that's the case, then ultimately again, I don't understand. Then the meat should be fine as well. Why would the meat not be good? Because the pasuk says the chapar nesat below davar acher. Because again, the pasuk says essentially once it's reached the mizbeach, ultimately the chaper. For kapara it works, but for anything else it does not. And therefore, as long as that blood reaches the mizbeach, kapara has been achieved, but ultimately again the meat is going to be invalid for consumption. Incredible. Alma, what do you see from here? Alma Kasama, Shalobin Komo, Kim Komo Dummies. What do you see from here? That Halacha Lamaisa. Yeah, Halacha Lamaisa, Shalobin Komo, Kim Komo Dummy. That ultimately, again, when blood reaches the Mizbeach, even if it's not the right spot, it has the status of the right spot. Incredible. Tanan B'Iga, so let's read Tanan the first. We learned different paragraphs. Nosno ala kadesh, Shalo Kineged HaYisod. If you place the blood on the ram, not opposite the base of the Mizbeach. Or, or we'll say the Restream, which was supposed to be done on the top part of his back, and you did it on the bottom, or Lamata, right? You went ahead and you decided it was on the bottom, but you did it on the bottom. Again, place it on the wrong side of his back, or there's Hanitonim Bifnim B'chutz, there's Hanitonim B'chutz Bifnim, or there was a blood application that was supposed to be done inside the base of Mikdash, you did it on the outside. On the outside, on the inside, what the halacha? Im yesh dam hanevesh yachzor hakasher v'yikabel. What is the most incredible? What does the Mishnah say? What does the Mishnah say? The Mishnah says, if there's any lifeblood, which means the blood from Kabbalah left over, what should you do? What should you do? You should go and you should reapply it. That conscious we just said before. What did we just say? Well, so what did we just say? That essentially, as long as your blood, as long as the blood reaches the mizbeach, even if what? It's the wrong spot. Which essentially means, even if the blood reaches the wrong spot, as long as it got somewhere sacred, you're good to go. You need not repeat the service. At most, Shmuel says kapara is going to cheat. At worst case scenario, the meat can't be consumed. Here the Mishnah says, what do you have to do? You have to repeat the process. As long as there's more life, but you have to do it again. So what's going on over here? But if halacha again, now we hold that even if it got to the wrong place, as long as it got to a sacred place, ultimately you're good to go. Then why does a kosher person have to go ahead and do Kabbalah again and reapply the blood? If you came with a hot and basar b'achila, so you say no. Maybe the only reason you would require another blood application is why? To permit the meat for consumption. But kapara has already been accomplished. But if you want to permit the meat consumption, you should go ahead and do the service again, do the blood application again. That doesn't make sense. Why? I don't understand. Is there any such thing as a zrika that doesn't affect kapara and does allow for meat consumption? So what you would be saying is that second zrika doesn't do anything for kapara because kapara is already accomplished. But then what? The second zrika is going to allow for meat consumption. You have no such concept like that. Someone says you're right. What's the case? The case of the Mishnah says where the blood application was done by someone who's disqualified. By someone who's not kosher. That's the case. Whatever the case was, a non-Kohen, a coin puzzle, whatever it was, it's just what the coin puzzle. That's the case. So a coin puzzle did this zrika. But now the Mishnah says, if you have more life blood, if you do more kabbalah, right, more life blood, have a kosher coin come and do the zrika again. To which the Gemara says, how come I ask you what's the case over here? Puzzle. Oh, wow. The case of over here is where the initial blood application was done by someone who is puzzle, a puzzle Kohen. Versus 1 second. So I'll say, by the way, you hear what the Mishnah is saying? If the Kohen was puzzle did this week, what should you do? As long as there's more life blood, get a kosher Kohen to go and do the whole thing again. That's what are you talking about? The Gemara says, but it hobbies deeply. I don't know, isn't that called deeply? What does deeply mean? Deeply means once something is invalid, essentially, it's totally invalid. So what do you say over here that halacha is once a non-kosher Kohen went ahead and did zrika, doesn't that permanently disqualify the carbon? After all, this time we learned the kula shekirlu zmano before komo. So listen to this. If any person who or any Kohen who is possible, again, did kala with intention to go ahead and eat the carbon outside of its prescribed time, or chutzlin komo, or to eat the carbon outside of its permitted place. Imish dam hanefesh yachsra kasha v'yikabel. Ultimately, again, if there is halacha l'maisa still lifeblood, so what should happen? I'm saying. So then a kosher should come and do Kabbalah again. But mostly, I just want to point out very specifically, what's the case over here? The case over here is where you have someone who is disqualified who is doing Kabbalah. At the time of the Kabbalah, he has in mind to either eat the carbon outside of the permitted time or outside of the permitted place. So in that case, if there is someone kosher, let that person do another Kabbalah, another Emish Damanafesh, Yaksa Kosher V'Yikab. They will say, now, why could this be rectified? Why can this be rectified? Why? Because this qualification is taking place at the time of Kabbalah before Zerika. So if something went wrong in the time of Kabbalah, in other words, if you have a puzzle who did Kabbalah, you could rectify that by a kashala. Kiblu in. Well, once Zerika was done by a puzzle, ultimately, that cannot be rectified by time. Or what's the reason? Mishum dahabi dikri. Because I will say, once Zerika was done by a puzzle, then what? We're done. We're done. There's no way to rectify that. So we're supposed to say, so how can I said, no, which kind of we just said before? Because before it sounded like that if somebody was puzzled, did Zerika, someone else could come along and redo this Zerika. To which the Gemara said, "Lo mishum the puzzle of machshava." That's not the case. Ultimately, the reason is because halakha with erroneous. If that's the case, Kabbalah nami. Well, if that's the case, that machshava zara erroneous thought invalidates the carbon. So then, even if a puzzle did Kabbalah, that should be the effectiveness of the carbon. Kabbalah nami. The old Gemara where it says, "Me pasamash." Does erroneous thought of puzzle invalidate the carbon? Or say, watch this. Rava say, "Machshava mo elas ela b'mitra la'avoda, u'b'dara la'avoda, u'b'makamar la'avoda." So say, invalid thought. An invalid thought only goes ahead and invalidates a carbon when, number one, it has to be a kohen who is fit to do the avodah with sacrificial material that is permitted, that is fit for carbonic purposes, and in a place in which avodah could happen. Which means, if someone who is puzzled has an erroneous thought that does not invalidate the carbon, to which the Gemara says, you're right. So what's that we're talking about? So the Gemara says, you're right. So if you look at Rashi, Rashi's in the wide lines. The wide lines of 8 lines in Lotima Zarkulo. So we'll say, interestingly enough, the was very interesting. You're right. If someone who so ultimately again this week, so ultimately the Gemara seems to suggest that machshava zara is erroneous mindset can't invalidate the Zerika, because since he's not fit for Zerika, therefore his erroneous mindset can't undo the Zerika. But interestingly enough, I will say, if someone has, or let's say a puzzle has erroneous mindset by Shchita, that can invalidate the carbon. Why? Because since everyone is kosher to do Shchita, therefore an erroneous mindset by Shchita undermines the cover. So essentially I say, you can only mess up something with an erroneous mindset if you have engaged in that activity. If you don't have the power to engage in that, then your erroneous mindset ultimately again cannot go ahead and cannot undermine the effectiveness of that carbon. Gemara says, good. So look at Zarko Ela Imo Shaktulo. So what is what you mean? The past machshava, but ultimately again that machshava undermines shkita. We learn this tanina. The ficha in post machshava. Hakamash Walam the Kabbalah Ve'ilach Lo Pasta Machshava. My time at Kidirala. So this is very interesting. So a very important fact here. What's the important fact? That if a person who is puzzled does the avoda and has a puzzle machshava by the avoda, so again, that puzzle machshava by the avoda only invalidates an avoda that he is fit to do. But if you're not fit to do it, your machshava can't undermine it. So therefore, again, for example, if let's say someone was puzzled, does the zrika, which is illegal, and he had an erroneous mindset by the zrika, it doesn't undermine the zrika. Why? Because since he's not allowed to do it, his puzzle mindset can't invalidate the carbon. However, if someone who is puzzled does the shchita and has an erroneous mindset by the shchita, that can invalidate it. Why? Because shchita is kosher by everyone. So since he's allowed shchita, ultimately again, his mindset invalidates the shchita. So if you think about it, it's a tremendous Muslim. Essentially what it says is like this. Power of thought, right? Only have power over something you control. But if you don't control it ultimately again, then your thoughts have absolutely no impact on it. So we'll say, so first of all, in general, I think there's two profound skills that come from this. Number one is we spend a lot of time focusing on things that we do not control. Right? We spend a lot of time focusing. We worry about the future, worry about this, worry about a variety of different things that we don't control. At the end of the day, your thoughts have no power over things you can't control. So why spend time worrying about things you can't control? Instead, focus your energy at the end of the things you can't control. Rabbi Nachman, whose yahrzeit is today, the Rebbe says so beautifully, Moshe Rabbeinu says to Klal Yisrael, "V'ata Yisrael, ma'Hashem Elokecha shor mi'imach." So Moshe Rabbeinu says, and now, Klal Yisrael, what does Hashem ask of you? What does Hashem ask of you? Kiyim le'yira, tefilin, tirabim, revere him. The Rebbe says that's not what it means. What it means is like this: V'ata Yisrael, ma'Hashem Elokecha shor mi'imach. Klal Yisrael, what does Hashem ask of you? V'ata. What is v'ata? It's ata with an ayin. What does that mean? Now. All Hashem asks of you in life is to be the best person you can here and now. Hashem does not ask you for guarantees about your future. For one simple reason. You can guarantee the future. I can't guarantee what's going to happen in 5 minutes from now. I can't guarantee that we're going to finish shoot on time. Right? But I can go. I can't. Right? I'm not. But at the end of the day, there's only one thing in life that we control, which is the here and now. And that's all that Kadosh Baruch Hu asks of us. Don't spend your time worrying about the things that you can't control. You know, there's a famous Maimar Chazal that says, don't stop thinking about tomorrow, right? Well, halacha l'maisa, that is false. That is false. Stop thinking about tomorrow, because at the end of the day, you can't really control it. We spend so much time focusing on the things that we don't control instead of putting our focus on the things that we can control. Number two, and this will stop. We spend so much time worrying about what other people think about us. And the truth is, we can't control the thoughts of people. So the Gemara teaches us, God invalidates and processes that you control other people think. I can't control what other people feel. Sadnaitis will simply stop worrying about it altogether. Machshava is only impactful in areas that are under your sphere of influence. I can't control the future, Sadnaitis will stop worrying about it. And I can't control what other people think or feel, Naitis will stop worrying about it. Ultimately, says the Gemara, says Rabbi Nachman, use your thoughts to focus on areas that are under your sphere of influence. Use your machshava to ultimately maximize your present. Use your machshava ultimately, again, where it truly has an impact. We'll say, Shkaya, by the way, good run today. Excellent run today, Shkaya. Great job. Great job. Good Shabbos again, Maya. Okay, that's another great area. Good Shabbos, good Ryan. Beautiful. Beautiful. And Jerry, there's still time for us to get to you for Shabbos in the entire show. I'm King of Charlotte. Anything can happen. Yeah. This much is not the best part.
And it's true too. So this one's posted by Mark Wigsky, podcast host, insults guest and his entire genre in incoherent rap. I didn't watch this one, so I was like, yeah, that's that title enough. I was like, I'll keep this busy right now. That's a great title. To get to watch the genre grow the way it has, man, it's been super cool. And I think you had a huge difference in that where and then the crossover was a little more like the melodies and like a little more catchy. Like you had a lot to do with that, right? There's definitely you can put that on. So you're saying we need to stop
All right, Joel, say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Should to thank our annual Talmud sponsor, Reduction Committee, year 5785, the Toast Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shem Drashos of this year as a zechus for Besoros Tavos Faladan Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Terry and Steve Zinn, in loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Tzvi Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, the Ziv, Levin, and Berman families in memory of William Ziv, Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael, Nathan and Beth Adler in memory of Judy Goldman, Yehudis, Esther Bas Elazar, and Gadi and Shane Cohen. Dr. Rumi sponsors for today, Inspiration of the architect of Gadi's grandfather, Alvin Cohen, Avram Ben Reb Yaakov HaKohen, Zichron Lebracha, Yokdel in America. Of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshamas have families, all those who need a refuah should have one together with Kol Yisrael. The Baruch Hu should bring home our hostages and our soldiers should be successful. B'chol Maaseh Yedeihem. With that, let us move a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. Really incredible Gima, like I said on the Chayas here. I've run out of adjectives. I have nothing even to describe anymore. Just how enormous and how incredible this Gemara is. It's also fascinating. And I just because Dr. Romi is a 7.5-year cycle. You forget cycle to cycle, just how incredible all of this Gemara is. Anyway, so most days, today's daf is test 99. We are picking up the Miras Hashem on Sadik Ches Amud Beis, and we are picking up Bechina Rabbi Yochanan. It's about probably about 20 lines before it gets wide. Bechina Rabbi Yochanan. Yaisi v'lo ichaymina. Rabbi Yochanan says, I believe Miras Hashem to the coming of Mashiach. I see it. So this echoes the sentiment. Let him come, but I don't want to see it. This echoes the sentiment that we began to see yesterday of this group of Rabbanim, who of course believe with all of their hearts about it, also know all of the pain and difficulty and suffering that is going to precede the Gerek Era. So essentially, you know what? Let Mashiach come, see it. I don't want to see. In other words, I know, I believe, I want it to come, but I don't want to see all the pain and suffering that is going to proceed. I'm going to be sluggish. So first of all, so it's just a very dramatic statement, right? There are so much of our whole lives is I want to see Mashiach. I want to see Gula. Yeah, to proceed. I'm going to be sluggish. Rish Lakish says, Rabbi Yochanan, problem. Or is what is it that you're concerned? Ashayanos ish mipneha upaga hadov ba'abai samach yadwa lakir nachash. So you're going to see like this, the way that the Navi describes. The way the Navi describes a little bit of the Messianic era or the pre-Messianic era is that there's going to be a constant flow of difficulties, trials, and tribulations. So, for example, that I put away from that lion and he'll run into the bear, and then he'll come home. He'll put his hand on the wall, and the snake will bite him. So the way that the Navi is describing it is essentially in the pre-Messianic era, you go from challenge to challenge, from difficulty to difficulty, from the lion to the bear to the snake. So it's not just like this. Is that what's bothering you? In other words, is that overwhelming nature of challenge to challenge, difficulty to difficulty? Is that what's making you say, let Mashiach come and I don't want to see it? So this is so profound. Rish Lakish says this pretty much characterizes our life in this world. For example, person goes out into the field. He goes out into his own field. And who does he find in his own field? The surveyor. There actually points out who is the surveyor. This was the guy in the government whose job it was to figure out how to appropriate things from private people and make you part of the government. In other words, he was there. So you go out into your field, find someone essentially trying to take your stuff. It's just like encountering a lion. Just like a lion is a predatory animal constantly trying to devour up. So you walk in your fields, you see someone trying to devour your property. Then you come into the sea. Pagabal Gabai, run into the tax collector. Tax collector, when he sees you, he's interested in Shalom Aleichem, right? He's interested in taking your money. So once again, Paga, the Gemara says, it's like running into the bear. Come into your field, you run into the surveyors, you run into the lion. Town, right? And you run into the tax collector. And it's like running into the bear who wants to devour from you. Nichnas lebeso, umatza bonav ubenosav, mutalin berav. Then you come home and you find your children, unfortunately, again, are hungry. And you're going to say, well, what this is Rish Lakish highlighting over here? But often, just even now, forget about Moshe Mashiach, even now, everywhere I turn, everywhere I turn, there's challenges. There's in the field, there's a surveyor. In the town, there's the tax home, and my family has its own set of problems. And it's just like being bitten by a snake. So we'll say, so Rish Lakish, so there's two things I think are coming out of Rish Lakish's statement. Number one, Rish Lakish is saying is, you're so concerned about Rabbi Yochanan. You're so concerned about the misfortunes of the difficulties, the challenges of the pre-Messianic era. Newsflash, there's plenty of difficulties and misfortunes and trials and tribulations in day-to-day life. We have this stuff now. It's not like now life is easy in the pre-Messianic era, it becomes difficult. Life is challenging right now. So that's the one that Rish Lakish is saying to Rabbi Yochanan. There's also another takeaway from this, which is incredibly important. One of the most potentially damaging mindsets that a person could have as they go through life is the expectation that somehow life is supposed to be easy. And for some reason, we have this notion, right, that life is supposed to be easy. Life, the pieces are supposed to drop into place, and things are supposed to be okay. And when they're not okay, that's like an aberration. That's the abnormal piece. I think what Rish Lakish is highlighting is that is not true. Don't walk around life with an expectation that it's easy. Life is not easy. Life is filled with constant challenges that come upon us one after the other. Are there moments of tranquility in the midst of a sea of challenges? Yes, there are. There absolutely are. But the de facto state of life is one of challenge. You go into the field, there's a challenge. You come into the town, there's a challenge. You come home to your family, there's a challenge. And that's okay. It's nothing wrong. It's just that is the reality of it. Sometimes when we go life and we expect it to be tranquil and we expect things to be easy, and when they're not, we become so disillusioned and so upset and so broken. What happened? Where did I go wrong? because my expectations are flawed. Everything is flawed. It's very Shlakish. He seems to be Yochanan. Life is hard. It's hard now. It's pre-messianic era. That's the way it is. But if you embrace it and you lean into it and you understand it and you accept it, then at the end of the day you can figure out how to maximize it. Such an incredible Gemara. Ella, Bishum B'Sid, Shalom Na'ru'u, in Yala Zach, Amadora Isi, Korea Zach, Alatzab. Net, who Kopanam Liyarakam. Rather, it's Yochanan, maybe about that. What does the pasuk mean? My Raisi called Geber. What does that mean? I've seen all men. Now, listen, I'm interesting. The Navi over here is describing. It's interesting. Once again, all of these psukim to be describing the Pneumaticas, Yirmiyah and Navi, and you see like a man will grasp his stomach and turn pale like a woman, like a pregnant woman. So the Gemara says, "My Raisi called Geber. What does it mean? I've seen all men. Nisha called Gvura Shalom. I saw Hakadosh Baruch Hu. I saw Hakadosh Baruch Hu. Okay. And what does it mean that the Rebbeinu Shalom's face turns pale? What is that? So what it refers to is like this. Literally Hamalia means the palace, the celestial palace, the earthly palace. What does this mean? This is incredible. The Shash Amar Hakadosh Baruch Hu. Halu Masiyadai, Halu Masai. Hech Elu Mipne Elu. So what's this? The Moshe says like this: these are my creations, and these are my creations. How can I destroy before these? I will say, this is an incredible Gemara. The Gemara is Messianic era is incredible. Presents the success of Klal Yisrael and the downfall. Understand that as much as Hakadosh Baruch Hu wants our success, he brings about the downfall of other nations. It is painful for him. Right? Why is it painful for him? Because we are all God's children. This is incredibly important to remember. Jews have not cornered the market on God. God, the Rebbeinu Shalom, belongs to everyone, and everyone belongs to the Rebbeinu Shalom. The Rachamav al Kol Ma'asav, and He loves everyone, and He cares for everyone, and He wants the success of everyone. It's true. As a people, as a nation, we have a different and unique relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But the relationship is for all of humanity to have. This is why I was back before. Remember again earlier, it's hard to remember anything but Agarata in that yomi right now. Remember again, once upon a time when we learned, so you again, you had the whole sugya. Shem Mitzvahs B'nei Noach. Right? How do you know that HaKadosh Baruch Hu loves everyone? If the Rosh only loved 12, then you would have a mitzvah to proselytize and to convert the world. Yet, amazingly enough, we don't. In fact, it's the opposite. We say, don't convert. You got 7 mitzvahs. Do that, and Hashem loves you. You don't need to do what we do. We don't need to do what you do. And everybody's loved by HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So when Messianic era comes and Klal Yisrael is lifted up and the other nations are punished, that is hard for Hashem. It's hard for the Rebbeinu Shalom to have to punish any of his children, even if they're deserving of it. So the Gemara says, this is the famous adage, this is the famous adage when your ox is running and it becomes injured and it can no longer feed from its trough. Put your horse by that trough. Well, what's the problem? Then when the ox is and it's ready to go back to its trough, the problem is you feel bad for taking the horse away from the trough. So the metaphor, of course, is that Klal Yisrael had greatness. Our greatness because of a variety of different life mistakes. Hakadosh Baruch Hu gave our position to the nations of the world. And then when the Messianic era comes, He's taking that back and giving that back to us. But it's difficult for Hashem. I must say, a really profound thing. It's difficult for the Rebbeinu Shalom to go ahead and do this. Amrav Giva Amrav. Klal Yisrael is going to benefit. We're going to reap the benefits of the years of Mashiach. Rav Yossi is great. Rav Yossi is like this. Pshita. Of course, we're going to reap the benefits. Who else is going to get it? In other words, if it's not Klal Yisrael, if we're not going to reap the benefits of it, who's going to reap the benefits of it? Chilik and Bilik. We'll say it's an expression. Chilik and Bilik, like Joe Schmo. Who else is going to get it if not Klal Yisrael? So the Marsalah Fukim is very Hillel. Coming to the school position of so we're going to see Rabbi Hillel a number of times. Rabbi Hillel is not Hillel, right? 2 different people. So we're going to see the position of Rabbi Hillel a number of times today. The Amar in Mashiach Yisrael. Rabbi Hillel says, Klal Yisrael will not go ahead and reap the benefits of the future Messianic era. Why? So first white line, 98b. Because we have already reaped the benefits of the Messianic era during the heyday of Chizkiyahu Melech Yehuda. This is Rabbi Hillel. We've already received the euphoric benefits of Yemos Mashiach during the days of Chizkiyahu. So therefore, Rav Gidel says, in the name of Rav, that's not true. We reject that position. We reject Rabbi Hillel. In fact, we will reap the glorious benefits of the Messianic era. Amarav, every Alma Al-David, this is a beautiful Gemara. Rav says, it was worth it for the Rebbe Shalom to create an entire world, David HaMelech. Just for the Shmuel says it was worth it for Hashem to create an entire world just for Moshe Rabbeinu. Rabbi Yochanan, Rabbi Mashiach, Rabbi Yochanan says it was worth it for Hashem to create an entire world just for Mashiach. So Rashi points out over here, what does he mean with David? Because David went ahead and said, beautiful shira, beautiful song. Moshe brought down the Torah, and ultimately Mashiach, of course Mashiach is going to do, Mashiach's going to work his magic, right? Mashiach is going to bring about dramatic change for the entire world. I always say, but the deeper message of this Gemara is when a person actualizes their potential, which is the common denominator over here. David HaMelech actualizes his potential. Moshe Rabbeinu actualizes his potential. Mashiach will actualize his potential. When a person actualizes their potential, it is worth it for the Rebbe Shalom to create the entire world for one person to actualize his potential. And the truth is, was believe that Gemara is one more phrase. The additional phrase is insert here. It was worth it for Hashem to create a world for David, worth it to create a world for Moshe, worth to create a world for Moshe, and now, let it be that it was worth it for Hashem to create the world for you. If you maximize your potential, you actualize your potential, like David, like Moshe, then it was worth it for Moshe to create an entire world just for you as well. Incredible. So the Gemara says, incredible. The Gemara says, Mashmo. By the way, Mashmo. What's Mashiach's name? Mashiach's name. Because remember again, Mashiach is much more of a descriptive term of who's going to go ahead and bring out salvation. Why should I say this? Mashiach means like anointed one. What's his name? Reb Shila Amri Shilo Shmo. His name is Shilo. Ad Kiyavo Shilo. In Parshas Vayechi, when the bracha that Yaakov gives to Yehuda, right? So again, Shilo is the name of Mashiach. His name is Yinun. Yinun means continuity. His name is Chanino. Asher lo etem lochem Chanino. Menachem ben Chizkiah Shmo. Others say no, his name Menachem ben Chizkiah. They will say Shneimar Chok mimeni menachem v'shiv nafshi echo. What does Mashiach do? Because the Holy Soul is Mashiach brings about comfort. Right? Mashiach brings about consolation. So it's interesting. Menachem, he's the great consoler, the consoler from thousands of years of Galus. Then Chizkiah. Chizkiah doesn't necessarily have to be his father's name. Chizkiah could be a descriptive name. Chizkiah, remember again, is Chazek Ka. That ultimately again, where does the power of Mashiach come from? The power of Mashiach comes from the Ribono Shalom. Incredible. So I'll point out, is Yerushalmi like this as well. Yerushalmi says that the name of Mashiach is Menachem. That's where he brings down also Mashiach, then Menachem. That's incredible. Rabbana Amri, Chivra Debei Rebbe Shimon. So interestingly enough, the Rabbanan say that his name is literally again the white one of Bei Rebbe. The Rabbanan say, what does that mean? Rashi says, we have Mitzora Shad Beis Rebbe. Ultimately, again, he Mitzora Beis Rebbe. The Rabbanan say seems to loop back into what we saw before in yesterday's daf. That where does Mashiach live? Mashiach lives by the gates of Rome, and he's a leper. What does it mean that he's a leper of the house of Rebbe? Rebbe was a direct descendant of David HaMelech. See, he's a leper, essentially a leper from the house of David, a leper from the house of Rebbe. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Shemo Shene Emar Achin Chalinu Unasam Sabanu Anachnu Chashvenu Nagua Mukal Kinunu. Amram Nachman. Amram Nachman. Chayu. So this is incredible. Amram Nachman is someone who is alive, currently alive. Then he's probably someone like me. Okay, now let's say that requires interpretation, right? It's always good to be confident. Right? If Mashiach is someone who's of the living, it's probably like me. Now, what does that mean? Rav Nachman wasn't himself Mashiach. What Rav Nachman was saying was following the idea that what did Rav Nachman represent? Number one, he was the son-in-law of the Reish Galusa, so he had power. Number two, he had Torah. So Rav Nachman was saying was rejecting this notion of Mashiach being the leper, gates of Rome, but rather saying that Mashiach is someone else. Let's say, it's interesting to think about this. Think of Mashiach as being the leper by the gates of Rome. Think about Mashiach as being someone great. Again, he's got to reveal his identity, and everyone has to accept him. What's going to happen will be very interesting to see. But Rav Nachman says if Mashiach is alive, it's probably someone like me, with connections and with Torah. If Mashiach is someone like the living, if you want to say like he resembles someone who's going to be alive, he's more like Rabbi Nasi. If he's someone like who's dead, he must be like someone who's like Daniel. Now, what Rashi points out over here, why like Daniel? If you look at Rashi says over here, Mashiach me'osan shechaim achshav v'adei hay Rabbeinu HaKadosh to solve a challah. The common denominator between Rabbi Yehuda and Daniel is they both suffered. Right, Rabbi Yehuda suffered terrible intestinal illness, but ultimately claims his life. Daniel suffered a lot in his life also, right? Being a trusted servant of Nebuchadnezzar, not easy, right? So the idea over here, the Gemara saying over here is Mashiach is someone who is battle tested. And I will say this goes back before to the conversation between Rish Lakish and Rabbi Yochanan as well. Rabbi Yochanan says, let Mashiach come, I don't want to see him. Rish Lakish says, what's your problem? You think that because the Messianic era is going to be difficult, life is difficult. And I will say, but you know what the secret I think that we learn as we go on in life is we become great not despite our difficulties. We become great because of our difficulties. If you think about it, by the way, it's not. No one ever says, you know what? I really became who I am because of the brachos that I have. I have so many brachos, and because of all those brachos really pushed me to excellence. In fact, it's often just the opposite. You know what the challenge with brachos is? The challenge with brachos is brachos sometimes have the danger in us tethered to mediocrity. Because hey, life is good. Everything is. People become great because of their challenges, not because of their blessings. So I'll say, so that's what Rishon is saying to Rabbi Yochanan. I think that's what's happening over here. The Gemara is saying, understand, Mashiach is someone who suffers. You can't become a Mashiach with an easy life. You cannot be that if you always take the easy path. You can't take Mashiach every single time things get difficult. You run the other way. That's not how it works. Mashiach is someone who suffers, battles through it, makes it through on the other side, battled and bruised, but stronger because of it. Notice that it's incredible. It's absolutely so often we spend our lives away from difficulty. Challenge comes, let me find out it's uncomfortable, let me run the other way. I don't like it, let me run the other way. Instead of making me great, challenge makes me great. When it presents itself, you say, I got this. I'm not running. I'll stare down and I'll go right through it. That's where greatness comes from. That's where Mashiach comes from. That's where Yehuda comes from. That's where Daniel comes from. But I say, think about life of any single great person through the history of Klal Yisrael, and ask yourself one simple question: do they have an easy life? And you can answer with absolute certainty. The answer is no. No, there is not one great person throughout the history of our people who has had an easy life. And it's not, look, they become great despite the difficulties. No, that's a false statement. They didn't become great despite the difficulties. They became great because of their difficulties. Rabbi Yehuda, Daniel, Mashiach, Reish Lakish, Rabbi Akiva, Moshe Rabbeinu, David HaMelech, Sarim. It doesn't matter. You plug in the name of every single narrative is the same. Incredible. Already with Rav. I think we're just going to do Sanhedrin, maybe like through Pesach. We'll just whatever. Maybe through Shavuos. First is as follows. So much. So we'll say it's going to be another David HaMelech. This is exciting, right? There's going to be another David HaMelech. When Mashiach comes, remember, part of what Mashiach comes is, we'll say, part of what we're going to do also, what we have not done purposely by the David, because we're going to get to it, is we're going to go through the Rambam. Because remember, again, there's like a lot of stuff that's happening over here. There's Chavlei Mashiach Pinasanik Era, there's Mashiach, there's Tchias HaMesim, there's this thing called Olam Haba, which may be where you go after you die, but it may also be what's called the period after Mashiach comes, and there's restoration of Davidic monarchy. Now, the timeline for all of those events, the Gemara hasn't really been clear on, because it's also subject to controversy. We're going to get to the timeline also, but the point of the Gemara says is there's restoration of Davidic monarchy, which means, amazingly enough, there's another David HaMelech. So Gemara says, Shnei Amar, Ve'ivdu es Hashem Elokeichem, ve'es David Malkam asher akim lahem, and you will write and you will serve David, who I will establish in future tense. Heikim lo ne'amar ela akim. It doesn't say I did establish, rather I will establish. So there'll be another David HaMelech in the future. I own that popular Abaye said the David of the Nasi Lahem the Olam, but we already have David HaMelech, so this means we another David HaMelech. First, you're right. Kikom Kesar upal Kesar. It's kind of like a king and an assistant king. So it says to get ready for this. Get ready for this. There'll be, after Mashiach, there'll be restoration of Davidic monarchy. There's going to be a new Davidic king. There's also going to be Tchias HaMesim. So what's going to happen with former David HaMelech? He's going to be the assistant king. Now, say, by the way, if former David HaMelech is the assistant king, can you imagine who the new king is going to be? Can you just imagine what that absolutely is going to be like? So new king, new Davidic king, and former David HaMelech, or first David HaMelech, ultimately is going to be the Sheni Lod. Is going to be the assistant king. Hi, so we'll say, what is this? So again, it's talking about desiring for the Yom Hashem Messianic era. It'll be a day of light, darkness, and not light. What does it mean? Mashal Tarnakol va'atalei mitzap in the ar. So there was a story, right? It's like a mashal of a tarnakol is a chicken. Atalef is a bat. It's a bat waiting for daybreak. So the chicken said to the bat, he says, "Ani mitzap ora sha'ora shalihi sha'ora shalihi." So the chicken says, the rooster says, "Listen, I'm waiting for the morning because it makes sense. The morning is my thing, right? I do mornings, right? That's like, oh, I wish I did mornings, right? I do mornings. In other words, when the morning comes, I crow. That's my thing, right? But bad. You don't use light. So what are you doing? What are you doing with the morning? So it's a Tablet Tzadik test 99. But Rashi says over here, I'm sorry, before we go to the Tzadik, sorry. The last Rashi on 98b, Sha'or Shaliu, Sheish Li'inayim Niros V'lam Tzisi Nenes, B'kach Yisrael Mitzab L'Gula, Shiyom Hashem Ye'or, Avala Opi Kochavim, Lama Mekhavim also, Shari Lam Choshev L'Or. So it's like, Klal Yisrael always in the Messianic era. Why? Because for us it's going to be light. For the nations of the world, it's not going to be light. For the nations of the world, it's going to be darkness. And I will say, so again, what we spoke about before, because the light is going to this upset of power. So Klal Yisrael is the rooster, and the nations of the world are the bat. So we'll say, so there was this non-believer said Rabbi Yavo, it must say Asim Mashiach. Yes, Rabbi Yavo, what is Mashiach coming? When darkness devolves upon you, the Olikov of him, that's when Mashiach will come. So Min said to Rabbi Yavo, you're cursing me? I'm just asking you a question. Why are you cursing me? No, I'm not cursing. I'm telling you a pasuk. What's the pasuk? Because he can also describe Messianic era for Klal Yisrael, for the nations of the world. Tanya, Omer, you want some Mashiach Arba'im Shana. So now, interesting enough, you remember we a discussion about the duration of Yom Mashiach. How long does the Messianic era go on for? I was supposed to ask something. It's interesting that the way the Gemara seems to be operating right now is that, like I said, there's Chavlei Mashiach, Prinasei Mosa Mashiach, and then after Mosa Mashiach, that becomes Haba, the world to come. And era go on for. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Eliezer Mashiach Arba'im Shana, 40 years. Shnei Amar It's incredible. I say this phrase all the time. And I think we don't necessarily think about what it's actually saying, right? 40 years, akut vidar. So again, that's right for Messianic era. Rabbi Elazar is Isaiah Omer, Shivim Shana, 70 years, Shneemar, Hayaba Yamahu, Vinishkachas, Sur, Shivim Shana, Kimi Melech. Kimi Melech Echad. So the Gemara says, Eizu Melech Miyuchad, Havi Omer Zemashiach. Okay, Rabbi says, Shalosh Doros, 3 generations. 3 generations, Shlosh Doros. Shneemar, Yiraucha Im Shemesh, Velifnei Yareach Dar Darim. Hillel says, Ein lahem Mashiach Yisrael. Supposed to have seen Rabbi Hillel as we saw before. Rabbi Hillel says, Chevra, enough. There's no greatness waiting for us in the Messianic era. The Gemara says, why? We already enjoyed the benefits of the Messianic era during the days of Chizkiyahu Hanavi. Rav Yosef, Chizkiyahu Melech, sorry. Rav Yosef says to this, Shari le Mar Reb Hillel. So essentially, Reb Hillel, God should forgive you. How can you even say such a thing like that? To say that Mashiach, that we're not going to enjoy the benefits of Mashiach, absolutely unequivocally wrong. Chizkiyahu Imasav. I'll tell you, it's very simple. When did Chizkiyahu live? The Bayis Rishon. Chizkiyahu was king during the days of the first Beis Hamikdash. Bila Zechariah kamisnavi bebayishini va'amar Gili ma'od bas Sion Hari bas Yushalayim Hine malkech yabolacha tzadik v'nosha Hu'ani v'rochiv al chamor va'al ir ba'asa nasal. So again, so the Gemara Rabbi Yosef says it's not true. I'll tell you why. Chizkiyahu lived during the times of the first Beis Hamikdash, and yet Zechariah is prophesizing during the days of the second Beis Hamikdash and telling us that what? Mashiach is going to come. So you see from here again that even the Navi understood that Mashiach is still going to come. And you must Mashiach Arba Yisrael. Rabbi Elazar says the Messianic era lasts 40 by the month. Shaddai says Hashem afflicted you, he deprived you, and he gave you money for 40 years. Some Samchinu Kimos Inisanu Shnos Ra'inu Ra. Give us joy corresponding to the number of years that you afflicted us. So see much of affliction. It was affliction by month, which was consumed for 40 years, and Hashem will save us from affliction the of 40 years. So he goes from those Dalit males Shana. Again, it's 400 years. Sifah, it says over here, Ve'ivdum Ve'inu Arba Meo Shana, right by Israel. Israel will abuse us for 400 years. Samchinu Kimos Inisanu. That ultimately we will have simple like years of our affliction. Affliction went on for 400 years. You must Mashiach for 400 years. Rabbi says, this is this. Gimel Meos V'Shisha V'Chamish Communion Mosachamo. Messianic era will extend for 65 years, corresponding to the number of days in a year. Shnei Amar Kiyom Nakam Balibi Mushnos Gula Guli Bar. It's actually quite beautiful. It's almost as if that Hashem will make up for all of the difficulties and suffering that we have endured over the years. My Yom Nakam Balibi. I'm going to say first white line. The Libi Galisi Levi. We'll say it's interesting. When it comes to the Messianic secret, so to speak, Hashem keeps it close to the chest. Right? Hashem says that ultimately, again, my heart knows, but even the rest of my limbs don't know. Shimon Lucky Shomar, the Libi Galisi, Malachi Asharis Lo Gilisi. Suppose it's incredible. That Hashem says, I know Mashiach coming, but I don't even reveal it to the Malachim, which also goes back to today's daf, right? When Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi asked Eliyahu Hanavi, when is Mashiach coming? And Eliyahu himself, who was the messenger to herald in the coming of Mashiach, said, I don't know. So like Tanya Avinu Rabbi was his second wide line. You want Mashiach Yisrael, Shiva Alafim Shana. Incredible. You want Mashiach goes on for 7,000 years. That sounds good. Let's go with that one, right? Hey, Messianic, again, 7,000 years. Where does it come from? This episode, I'm sorry. Right? Then this is absolutely beautiful. Listen to this. Shnei Amar Umesos Chasan Al Kala. How beautiful is this all side? Because ultimately, again, I'm sorry. Mesos Chasan Al Kala Yosis Alayich Hashem Elokecha. The Rebbe will rejoice over us like a Chasan does a Kala. Just like a Chasan and Kala have Sheva brachas. So in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, one day is like 1,000 years. So therefore, so to speak, Messianic era is like Sheva brachas. So it's such a beautiful idea. The Messianic era is like the Shabbat of HaKadosh Baruch Hu and Klal Yisrael. It'll go on for 7,000 years. I'm Rabbi Shmuel. Yosef Mashiach Kimiyom Shenivra Olam Biad Achshav. Now, you said the Shmuel Messianic era will extend the amount of time from the time that the world was created up until now. That amount of time. Shnei Amar Kimei Shamayim ala Aretz. Nachar Yitzchak Amar Kimei Noach ad Achshav. It goes from the days of Noach until now. Shneimar Kimei Noach Zos Li Asher Niti. Arin Chibra Abar Abba Amar B'Yochanan. Kol Neviim. Also, it's another beautiful Gemara over here. Kol Neviim lo nisnaf u'el limos HaMashiach. In general, Nevi'im only prophesied Messianic era. Now let's just know, what does this mean? Nevi'im are filled with incredible and beautiful and simchatic prophecies about what the future is going to hold for Klal Yisrael. Rabbi Yochanan says, those prophecies are about the Moshe Mashiach, the Messianic era. Aval Olam Haba, when it comes to the world to come, Ayin lo ra'asa Elokim zuvasecha, Elokim yasa l'mechak. When it comes to Olam Haba, no one has the greatest of it. So there's all of in the prophets, all of that description of that beautiful, euphoric, utopian type life. That's for the Moshe Mashiach, Messianic era. But Olam Haba, no one has any idea about the greatness that is in store. No one has any idea about the beauty that is waiting for us in all of that. So the Gemara goes by. So Pliga de Shmuel. This argues on Shmuel. Damar Shmuel. Ein beina olam hazeh Moshe Mashiach ela shibun malchus bilva. This argues on Shmuel. Shmuel says there is no distinction between the Moshe Mashiach, the Messianic era, and ultimately again shibun malchus. Shmuel says the Messianic era is pretty much regular life. Mashiach comes, regular life. What's the difference? Shibun malchus. So what is Shibun? We're not oppressed by anyone else. Which, by the way, is no small thing. Right? Where like the world leaves us alone. The world respects Klal Yisrael. There's no Shibun malchus. The Amar B'Chivar Abba, Amar B'Yochanan are supposed to hear. You should just give you have to keep a running list of these machlokas. So once again, what is the Moshe Mashiach? What is the Messianic era? Is it some type of supernatural, overwhelming type of existence? Or the Gemara says, no, maybe it's just simply Shur Malchus. It's regular life. You gotta pay your bills, you gotta pay, hopefully there'll be like day school vouchers, you can open look at it, won't get that out. Everybody, right? So nice again. So nice, it's a regular world. It's a regular world. Everything goes on the way it's supposed to be on. Just Shibun Malchus. All of the beautiful that the Nevi'im prophesies about, that Baalei Tshuva will get. Tzadikim Gimurim Ayin Lo Rosacha. But for Tzadikim Gimurim, for Ab, the eye cannot even fathom. Or I should say, the eye has not even seen the great schar that is waiting for them. So all the great things that the Nevi'im prophesies about, that's for Baalei Tshuva. Tzadikim Gimurim, for absolute righteous people, only HaKadosh Baruch Hu knows the greatness and the beauty that is in store for them. Now listen, I watch this. Please, Rabbi Avo. This argues Rabbi Avo. What is Rabbi Avo? Makom Shabbat Tshuva Omdim. Tzadikim Gimurim Einon Omdim. Rabbi Avo says no. Baalei Tshuva are greater than Tzadikim. The place where Baalei Tshuva stand, Tzadikim Gimurim could never stand. So you now have the fundamental machlokas over here. Who's greater? The Tzadik Gomer, the absolutely righteous person, who perhaps never sinned, obviously every person sins, but never like sinned in a dramatic way, or the Baal Tshuva who sinned and clawed his way back. Who is greater? And I will say this is a fundamental machlokas between Rabbi Yochanan and ultimately again Rabbi Avo. Rabbi Yochanan holds that halacha l'maaseh the tzaddik gomer is greater than the Baal Tshuva, and Rabbi Avo holds that the Baal Tshuva is greater than the tzaddik gomer. Shneimar shalom shalom l'rachok u'l'karov. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says shalom shalom to the one who is far and the one who is near. Rachok v'hadar karov. My rachok mei karov. So I'm sorry. The rachok bereisha. So I say v'hadar karov. So I say interestingly enough. Rabbi Avo says, Rabbi Avo says that if you notice, Hashem gives shalom first to the rachok, to the one who is far. Who's the one who is far? The one who was far and then came back. That's the Baal Tshuva. The Baal Tshuva gets the first shalom aleichem from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Only after the Baal Tshuva gets the shalom aleichem, and then HaKadosh Baruch Hu gives it to the tzaddikim. My rachok, my karov, with the hashtag. Rabbi Yochanan says no. Rachok she'rachok mi'aveira. Karov says no. Rachok means the one who was always distant from Aveira, i.e., the Tzaddik Gomer, who was the Karov. Karov was the one who was close to Aveira, but never changed his life. So we'll say, so funny machlok is about who has greater standing in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Tzaddik Gomer, incredible. The one was like, Rabbi Yochanan, Chol Nevim Kulan, Lo Nisnu El Lamesi Bita Tam Tzacham. So listen to this. All the bracha that the Nevi'im has, right? All the bracha that the Nevi'im have is a reference ultimately again to who marries off his daughter to a Talmid Chacham, Ulo'oseh Prakmat Yom Talmid Chacham, or one who goes ahead and does business with a Talmid Chacham, Ul'mahana Talmid Chacham in Chasa, and one who gives benefit to a Talmid Chacham from his parent. In other words, we'll say there is great reward for those who support Torah, and for those overwhelming reward. About the Talmid Chacham, even greater than supporting Torah is what? Becoming a Talmid Chacham himself. And if you turn to the Talmid Chacham, I ultimately, again, the reward is so great for such a person that no one has received that reward besides the HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It's incredible. My ayin so I'll say, what is this reward? What is this reward for the Talmid Chacham? What is it? What is it? It's great. All the great things you see in the Nevi'im, that's for a person who helps the Talmid Chacham, supports the Talmid Chacham, who helps to support Torah. But the Talmid Chacham, my gosh, the reward that is. What is this reward? So this is incredible. Zeh yayin hameshumer of misheshes nebereshis. So I'll say that is one age from the grapes that were created during the 6 days of creation. The Gemara says incredible. I will say there's much to say about this. What does that mean? What does that mean? I will say when we know this, that when a person learns Torah, to becoming a Talmid Chacham, wanting to grow into, and this applies to all of us. I will say what they're doing is they're aligning their lives with the very purpose of creation. The purpose of creation in this world was the actualization of Torah. Was to take the beauty of Torah, to learn it, and to live it in this world. When a person makes themselves into a Talmid Chacham, they're fulfilling the very purpose for which this world was created. How is that manifest? You get to drink wine from the 6 days of creation. It's almost like this perfect circle, this perfect harmony between the life that I am living and the very purpose of creation. Reish Lakish says, Zeh Eden. This refers to Eden, that the Talmid Chacham gets to enjoy Eden. The Gemara says, Zeh Eden. What do you mean? How can you say no one ever saw Eden? Adam Harishon lived in Eden. Then Tomar Gan hu Eden. Well, maybe you say Gan is the same thing as Eden. The pasuk says that a river came out of Eden to go ahead and sustain the garden. Both sides, Gan and Eden are two different things. We call it Gan Eden. But Gan, there's the Gan, there's the garden, and then there is Eden. So Adam Harishon ultimately again lived in the Gan, right? But at the end of the day, Eden is that place that is reserved ultimately for Talmid Chacham. Incredible. So let's back to the Mishnah, which is don't worry, I got it, does not finish. One of the things, remember again, the Mishnah began by saying that every year, every Jew has a portion of the world to come. And then interestingly enough, the Mishnah then went on to enumerate the people who don't have a portion of the world to come. So one of those people was Ha'omer Ein Torah Hashem. This person says Torah is not divine. Torah is not divine. Such a person has a portion. He didn't know to come. I says the Gemara. Rabbanan ki dvar Hashem bis. Umitzvah ki hafer karis karis. So what is it says? The ki dvar Hashem bis, like degraded the word of Hashem. Zeh Omer Ein Torah Hashem. This refers to someone who says Torah is not divine. Davar achar ki dvar Hashem bis. Zeh apikoris. This refers ultimately to Apikoros. We'll define this term just a little bit. This refers to someone who advances inappropriate interpretations in Torah. Literally again, revealed this is inappropriate interpretation of Torah. This is someone who knows bris milah. So he carries, will be cut off. He carries bottom mazeh. It's cut off from and the next room. You kind of Hamodi. Listen to this. Hamodi said based on this. Someone else like who again disparages or profanes karbanos. Or someone who goes ahead and degrades them in Tobin. Or one who goes ahead and annuls the bris of circumcision. Someone who advances interpretations of Torah that are incorrect. Someone who embarrasses his friend in public. Even though such a person has Torah Maisim Tovim, he does not have a portion in the world to come. I would say very, very, very profound Gemara. He degraded the word of Hashem. This is a person who is not divine. Not only that, see, a person says the entire Torah is from Hashem, but one pasuk. Oh, Hashem didn't say this. This must have been Moshe who said this. This is also called degrading the word of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and ultimately, again, it doesn't divorce the world to come. Afilu Amar, Kol HaTorah Kula Min HaShai Chutz Midiktuk Zeh, Mikal V'Chomer Zeh, Yigzer Shava Zu, Zehu Tzvar Ki Dvar Hashem Bisa. Even if a person says maybe the entire Torah is from Hashem, but this deal, this Gzer Shava, this Kal V'Chomer, that is ultimately, again, degradation of the word of Hashem, and such a person forfeits his portion in the world to come. Tanya, Ramir says, Hallomi Torah Ve'inu Alanda, Zeh Dvar Hashem Bisa. Says beautiful. Ramir says, no, what does it mean? It means a person who learns Torah but doesn't teach it. This is a degradation of the word of Hashem. So we'll say it's so beautiful, and we know this. Torah we learn is not just for us. The Torah we learn is meant to be shared. And if a person learns it but doesn't share it, that there's something missing in their Torah. Well, it's also, by the way, if you learn and you don't share, it means that Torah, you didn't really feel the full excitement of Torah. When you hear something beautiful, you hear good news, you hear something wonderful, by definition, you want to share it with whoever you can. How do you know if Torah makes a true impact on you? If you learn and you want to share it, if you want to give it over to someone else, Torah has not permeated your neshama. Oh, that's nice. That's nice, and you have no desire to share it. It means Torah is not having the full effect on who and what you are. Rabbi Nosson says as follows. Nosson says, so Amir says, what's Dvar Hashem? What does that refer to? That refers to someone who is not full with the interpretation of the Mishnah. What does it mean to the word of Hashem? If you can learn Torah, and that ultimately, again, is degrading the word of Hashem. So you have the opportunity to do so. Failure to seize the opportunity of degradation of Rosh Hashanah. This refers also to the worship of idolatry. My Masha is not very strong. This refers to one ultimately, again, who degrades the very word of the Rebbe Shem. Lo, Shnei Amar lo Moshe Sinai Anochi Hashem Elokecha lo yeh lecha Elokim Elohim Achirim. Mishum says, this is incredible. Get ready for this. Get ready for the last two lines. Mishum says, if someone learns and doesn't review, the Gemara says, Domet la'adam shezoreach ve'ein say. Let's say it's beautiful. This refers to someone who ultimately, again, let's say learning Seder it's been a little schwach lately. I'm just going to say, I'm not outing anyone, but right, it's been a little bit, what's the word I'm looking for? Oh, non-existent. Right, that was what I was looking for. Right, it was going good for a little bit of time, and then the last couple of days, it's really been, and these are significant refushlim of Hashemayim. Right, so, I'm sorry? 5:43 started, but who's counting? If a 10-minute Seder is 7 minutes, there's something wrong. I'm just saying. Why is it important? Well, so even if but maybe it's not 5:40 in the morning. We'll say, I want to put out something very interesting, and I think this is something that we have to take into account a little bit. We live in such incredible times where there's such a proliferation of Torah, right? We'll say, and there literally is more yomis than a person could keep up with, which is beautiful and incredible. I will say, but there is this interesting balance. times more is less. A person sometimes has to just try to figure out, should I be doing more things, or perhaps focusing, doing a little bit less, but focusing more on the things that I'm doing. And again, all the different people learn different, people absorb things differently. But I think a lot of times what's happening is I'm learning 15 things, and so there's a lot going on, but I'm not really acquiring anything. I'm not really acquiring anything. So I'm gonna give like a whole bunch of different stuff, but like what's mine? What's mine? And this is something that we have to contemplate for ourselves. Robin Garfa says, and this is so profound, look what he says, if you learn and you don't chaz, you know what it's like? It's like planting but not harvesting. Planting but not harvesting. So you planted something beautiful, it's incredible. And mamish, like the produce, it's right there, sitting for you. If I don't chazer, I don't harvest it, I don't reap it, I don't get I don't reap what I sowed. So it's interesting. Just again, different things work for us in learning, and different things work for us in ruchnis. Everybody's got to find the right balance. For some of us, it's good. The energy of constantly moving forward on multiple fronts. Even if I'm not retaining everything, maybe it's what I need for myself in life. But I think at least to retain something, to chazer something, to hold on to something. Because otherwise, I'm planting all of these beautiful things. And I will say, the imagery is so profound. My beautiful, personalistic, spiritual field is sprouting with so many beautiful spiritual saplings. But everything is sitting in the field. I'm not harvesting anything because I'm not chazering. Because I'm not ultimately taking something for myself to retain. Incredible. Rabbi Shua says, Torah umishkafa, doma leisha shioledes v'koldaret. Right? This is a very intense line. Someone who learns Torah and then forgets what he learns is similar to a woman who gives birth and then buries her child. And what is that? So let's say, the metaphor is meant to be shocking. That ultimately, what is it saying? Is that when I learn Torah, we'll say the beautiful part about learning Torah is birth something. But if I don't remember it, or I don't take the time to try to remember it, I birth something, and then what I birth simply disappears. If I'm going to take the time to birth beautiful Torah, you got to take the time to try to hold on to that beautiful young child, to appreciate him, to nurture him, to understand him, and to raise him as my own. Very profound. Rabbi Kiva says, on the base, this is beautiful. Rabbi Kiva Omer, Zemer b'chol yom. Sing every day. And I will say, now what does this mean? Rashi says over here, Hayem misager limudech, afapi shesidi b'ficha, ki zemer, so again, it appears at first Rabbi Akiva is continuing on the same theme. That literally, again, make your learning like a song. What does that mean? Just everybody has their favorite song. And what's the thing about your favorite song? You know the notes, you know the music, you know the words. So the Akiva says, make your Torah like a song. Make your Torah like a song. So in other words, once again, same idea. Ingrain yourself in your Torah, chazer your Torah, make your Torah yours. Make your Torah yours. But said is also, we'll see. Well, let's just finish up. Michael, what's the pasuk? Nefesh amalam milolo. So quite beautiful. You can quote the pasuk from Mishlei. Nefesh amalo, fight with the toil for you. I love you, for you have tethered your mouth to it. The Gemara says, so if you work on your Torah in this world, Torah will work for you. I don't want to be an incredible idea. If you put in the effort for your Torah here, so your Torah will work on your behalf in the world to come as well. Rashi says over here, Nefesh Ama Amrabo, Nefesh Ama B'Torah, Torah Omelas Lo. If you work for your Torah works for you. Next Rashi, Ki Agav Alapiu, Nefesh Shehimesim Dvarim B'Fiv, Tamid Ku'ukav Shalach Hamor. Vishnachmina, Zemak Lo Sha'osik B'Shem Izmiros Tadir, Nasa Zemak, Kach Hashvos HaTorah, Nasos Trebevik. Okay, so I say, quite beautiful. The idea over here is If you put in the effort in your spirituality, in your Torah works on your behalf. When I learn, I create something new. And that creation, just like the mother that births the child, that creation takes care of it. Just like when a parent has a child, the parent takes care of the child. But one day, hopefully, what will happen? The child will take care of the parent. I create Torah. I birth Torah in my life. And understand now my job is to nurture it. How do I nurture it? I learn it. I love it. I review it. And then what ends up happening is that Torah ends up taking care of me. It takes such a beautiful idea. It takes care of me in this world. And ultimately, again, it takes care of me in the world to come as well. Rashi says over here, Rashi says, Torah Malaslo, Shemechazar Salav, Umevakeshes Meis Konet, Limsolotam, Torah, Visidra, the Kol Kachlam, Nishuukov, Hiu, Al Divrei. Incredible, incredible. So, in other words, when you learn, make sure to chazr. Because if I don't chazr in some way, to chazr something, I'm planting and I'm not harvesting. Make Torah like a song. In other words, again, which means your Torah should be pleasant, should be beautiful. Understand, when you birth Torah, ultimately, your Torah takes care of you, both in this world as well as the next world. There's also another beautiful idea in this idea by Rabbi Akiva, which is really quite amazing. So Rabbi Akiva says, Zemer b'chol yom, Zemer b'chol yom. The Bible says, this is Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva says, how should you live life? Sing every day. The Bible says, any given day, you have a choice. Any given day, you have a choice. Every day is the same choice. You wake up in the morning, what do you want to be? You want to be happy or want to be sad? The Bible says, happiness, people make the mistake of thinking that happiness is the result of a variety of life factors. As you often find people say, I'll be happy when, or I'll be happy if. Right? If your sentences begin with I'll be happy when, or I'll be happy if, never be happy. Because there's something else I want, always something else I need. One of the most important bisodos in Yiddishkeit is happiness is a choice. I choose to be unhappy, I choose to be happy. I can't choose a lot of my circumstances, I choose my emotional disposition. And I want to say, I think what Rabbi Akiva thing is, choose happiness. Zamer b'chol yom, zamer b'chol yom. Sing, just sing. Because what's the alternative? You can choose to be or you can choose to be unhappy. Choosing to be unhappy is a miserable, horrific existence. Choosing happiness does not fix all of my problems, but at least it gives me positive disposition. And I want to appreciate everything that Rabbi Akiva went through life, everything he went through, from the time of the little young until the moment he died. Difficulty, adversity, poverty, derision, all these different kinds of things. And Rabbi Akiva is saying, choose a life of song, choose a life of simcha. How profound and overwhelming that really is. Right, we'll have to stop over for today. We're doing great, incredible. We'll say we'll continue Rest Hashem. Tomorrow we'll continue Rest Hashem. Moving all more tomorrow. Okay, everyone. All right, Chavra, another great day, everyone.
It's almost like the Lord says that even the slightest thing, they don't believe it. It gets large. It's finished. The lengthy list of what your Muslim shit is like. And saying that you don't even know.
Right.
So we don't even know why. But
Right. Sure.
I'm on fucking Chin's side, dude. Well, I want Chin to succeed as well. Yeah, Chin's like him, okay? He's starting to see the error of his ways. He's got a beautiful voice, you know? He does. He's a very good singer. So, you're welcome over here anytime we need a good producer. Our producers.
All right, to both say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share.
The chain full menu is available again. The ending is kind of NSFW.
Thank our Talmud sponsors, our annual Talmud sponsors for Tough Shin Pei Hey. I'm dedicating all the Shimon Zoshos this year as his host for the source of his all of these Talmud sponsors for the month of Adar Ba'alinu Latova. Zin Loving Yom Yav Dr. Harry Khan, Ben Yosef, Cohen, Ziv Levin, and Birmingham Ziv Zev Shmuel Ben Shlosh Cohen Rafa. And our week of learning sponsors, Nathan Beth Adler, memory of Judy Goldman, Yehudis, Esther Bazer Cohen Rafa. All of Aliyah, the families in the 24/7 privilege, we bring all of our hostages home every day. But with that, let us begin. So we have a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. Today's daf is Tzadik Tes 98. We are picking up on Tzadik Zayin on the days 97b, and we are picking up in the about 5 lines before the widest lines. 5 lines before the widest lines. Amra Abaye. Okay, Rabbi. There are never less than 36 tzaddikim who are able to receive the face of the Shekhinah in every generation. Suppose that this is the Gemara, famous Gemara, we all know this. Lamed Vav tzaddikim in every generation who are able, again, now this lashon of the Mekablet Ave Pnei Shekhinah, who are able to receive the Shekhinah. Shneimar, Ashrei Kol Cholchei Lo. Praiseworthy are those who wait for him. Lo. And lo in Gematria, Lamed Vav, Lo Gematria, plus in the Shisav is 36. Incredible. Is that so? It's only 36 from a Rava. Dora Kami Kuchabichu, Timni Sari Alfi Pars, Timni Sari Alfi. Yet again, Rava said that the row that sits before HaKadosh Baruch Hu, which means the tzaddikim, who are closest to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, number 18,000. 18,000. So what's going on over here? So the 36 is 18,000. So Gemara says Shneimar Sovir. Shmona Asar Elas. So Gemara says Lokasha. How do mistakli the ispaklar the Meira? How do mistakli the ispaklar she'ena Meira? So there are different levels. Ispaklaria means vision. So there's Ispaklaria Meira, which means total clarity of vision, and Ispaklaria she'ena Meira, a little bit of a cloudier vision. Different types of. So there are 36 tzaddikim. Baruch Hu the Ispaklaria meet clear. Then there are many others who got HaKadosh Baruch Hu, but the vision is not as clear. So the Gemara says, but are there really so many tzaddikim? Are there 18,000 people who perceive HaKadosh Baruch Hu? So, even the level of Ispaklaria She'ina Me'ira is still a very high level. Are there that many people who have that clarity of vision? Listen to this. Say this incredible Gemara. So Chizkiah said in Rabbi Yirmiyah, saying in Rosh Hashanah, "Ve'isi b'nei Aliyah, ve'hein mo'atis." I have seen b'nei Aliyah, and there are few amongst them. Few b'nei Aliyah. That will say. Now, what does this mean? So the Shemai is making a tremendous statement that there are in life one of the hardest qualities to find is b'nei Aliyah. Well, what does it mean to be a Ben Aliyah? To be a Ben Aliyah means, just like what it says, to be a person who desires growth. It's interesting. There's a lot of Talmidei Chachamim. Because what do you have to do in order to become a Talmid Chacham? What do you have to do? Study Torah. The studying Torah is profoundly and inherently enjoyable. Plenty of Talmidei Chachamim. There are actually plenty of people who are also Gomlei Chasadim, who do Chesed. Because Chesed is also inherently enjoyable. Who wouldn't want to do it? Rashbi says the hardest thing to find in this world is B'nei Aliyah. People who really want to grow. People who really want to grow. And want to grow at all times. Now again, it doesn't mean they're tzaddikim. It doesn't mean they're Geonim. It just means that they're never happy with where they are and they always are looking for more. So Shemai says it's very difficult to find them. In LF, if there are 1,000, in the world, I need one man. Then me and my son was of a loser. Right? My son and I, we are counted amongst them. In Meos, and if there's 100, I need you, and my son and I are also amongst them. In Shnaim, if there are only 2 B'nei Aliyah in this entire world, I need Ubni. It's me and my son. The Lord says, one point, you read more like this, like, whoa, okay? It's not Gaiva. It's not Gaiva. It's knowing who you are. And I understood that if there was one thing that he possessed in his that he was a Ben Aliyah. He always wanted more. And Rabbi Lazar, son of Lazar, even more than his father. Listen, I don't know how many Bnei Aliyah there are in this world. Well, I can tell you like this: even if there's only two, I know that it's me and my sons. The point of Rabbi Lazar is, is saying, I don't know how many like Bnei Aliyah there are. I don't know how many there are. So now the Gemara is saying 36, 18,000. That's why I have to Thank you so much. The Gemara says as follows: Look, Hashem, hard the island bar, hard the island below bar. He's also says once again, the Gemara gives kind of the same type of answer, which is there are plenty of Bnei Aliyah. What it's saying is like this: for plenty of people, plenty of tzaddikim even. There are some types of tzaddikim more Bnei Aliyah who are able to enter HaKadosh Baruch Hu without permission, and others who require permission. So many who could enter now, whatever this means, many who can enter with permission. There's a select few who can enter even without permission. Now, of course, the notion of entering before HaKadosh Baruch Hu without permission represents metaphorically this incredibly high spiritual level. So you'll find many holy people, but there's a certain cadre group of people that, so to speak, have the ability to enter in before HaKadosh Baruch Hu whatever they want. Look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says, "Hard the Ivy Bebar, Shesucha Mito Rishos, Listakia Bistakla Irabano, look, the He's plus on the Shis. Also, if not some below Rishos, Tzipkam, who is Sazo Kamal. They're supposed to listen to this. So now with the Gemara Sadiqim in this world, who are able to go ahead and enter into Baruch Hu with permission. And when they enter in with permission, they're able to see Hashem vision. And then there is some unknown number of people, probably obviously a much smaller number of people, who are able to enter into HaKadosh Baruch Hu without permission, whatever this means, and also have that clarity of vision. 36 is the number of people, is Paklaria Meira, but need permission to enter. And then some smaller group afterwards that don't need permission and also have this Paklaria Meira. Incredible. So the Gemara goes back to it. The Gemara says, Amrav, Kalu Kalakis, and I will say, so this is really incredible. After this entirely exhaustive discussion about Mashiach, so what ends up happening, so Rav comes along and says as follows, Kalu Kalakis. You know, so many people make calculations when Mashiach is coming. All of those times, excuse me, all of coming on. They're coming on. Call it. He's in Ellen Mature Messin told him. If we want Mashiach, we need Tshuva and we need Mashiach. It's a dramatic shift. Rav says, stop with the guess and dates. Stop with trying to figure it out. Mashiach is still going to come, but the only way he's going to come is if we bring him. And how do we bring him? Ultimately, again, Tshuva Meisim Tov. Shmuel says, ultimately, and it is enough for the to stay in his abyss. And what Shmuel says, no. Just like an adult who's suffering, what happens to an end? Shmuel says, Godless will come to an end and Mashiach will come. So it's a fundamental machlokas between Rav and Shmuel. Working backwards, Shmuel still holds there is a date by which Mashiach will come, a defined date. We deserve it, we don't deserve it, it almost doesn't matter. Mashiach comes. Shmuel Rav saying that's not true. All of them passed. They've already passed. At this point, now it's up to us to bring Mashiach only through our tshuva and our meisim tovim. Incredible. The Gemara goes back to this is machlokes around. Rabbi Eliezer Omer in Yisrael also tshuva nigol in nigol. Rabbi Eliezer says, "How Yisrael does tshuva, Mashiach will come. If we don't do tshuva, he won't come." Omer Yeshua, and they know tshuva in nigol. If you don't do tshuva, there's no rule. Ela Kadosh Baruch Hu might nigol hamela shegzerot sabkashas kahamin. Yisrael also tshuva machzir motiv. It's not true. If we don't do tshuva, also then what happens? What happens? The devotion orchestrates situations through which we have to do tshuva. He'll create this all, put a despotic king upon us, and that despotic king will force us to go ahead and do tshuva, return us to our correct ways. Tanya Ida, Rabbi Eliezer Omer, Yisrael also tshuva nigalim. The Lord says if we do tshuva, we'll be redeemed. Shnei Mar Shuv Banim Shovavim Erpam Mishlo Seichem. Amar Rabbi Yeshua. So yet the pasuk says you were sold for nothing and you will not be redeemed with money. What does that mean? You were sold into diaspora. You were right. You were sold into galus because of idolatry. What's the word of idolatry? Zero. It has zero value. Yet you took it upon yourself and you were sold as a result of it. You will not be redeemed with money. Not even Shuvah and Maisim Tovim would be redeemed. In other words, not Shuvah Maisim Tovim that brings Mashiach. Rather, again, there's a date. There's a time, and when that time comes, Mashiach will come. I said, Amar lo Rabbi Eliezer Rabbi Yoshua. Look, I but it says, return to me and I'll return to you, which sounds like a Kodesh Baruch Hu saying, because if we do tshuva, then he'll bring the geula. Amar lo Rabbi Yoshua, lo kvar ne'amar, kanochi ba'alchem, v'lakach yesker echa me'ir, v'shtayim mishpacha, they Baruch Hu to bring the geula. Amar lo Rabbi Eliezer, lo kvar ne'amar. So we'll say, if you know what we're doing, they're like lobbing psukim back at each other, in different mechanical rules. Lo kvar ne'amar, v'shuva v'nakas toshir, Amar lo Yoshua, lo kvar ne'amar, Kol Hashem, go al Yisrael, look Yoshua Visa, Nefesh from the Misa Goy, the Evid Moshman, Malachim Yir, top of Tzadiches, Malachim Yir, the Kol Yisrael Mishtacham, Amar V'Losvar Ne'emar, in Tashuv Yisrael Ne'um Hashem, in live Tashuv. I saw once again, the Lord says, but the Pasuk says, if I saw this Tshuva, Hashvach will return to us. Amar Rabbi Yeshua, V'Losvar Ne'emar, Ve'eshma Es Ha'ish L'mush Habadim Hashem L'mal L'meimei HaYor. Vayoram Yimino v'Smolo al Hashemayim vayishpa l'chai olam b'Ramod Mohadim tikvalo snapas yad am kadosh shekalera kolak. At this point again, Rabbi Eliezer was quiet. So what you see here, and again the psukim came forth, this fundamental mafkish Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Yeshua. Rabbi Eliezer essentially saying, not essentially, but also saying that halacha l'ma'asav klal Yisrael does tshuva will be redeemed. Rabbi Yoshua, that's not the way it works. Geula comes, Mashiach comes when Hashem